Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Winged monsters circled above the castle, in the wall of which there was a hole. The hero Burmut and his 4 comrades in arms went to the Count of Magic Helmut to defeat the last demon kings. The heroes ran along the corridor. They defeated 3 of the 5 kings, and now only 2 remained. The demons blocked their way. There was an innumerable army. The guy grabbed the sword and lunged. The weapon glowed. There was an explosion. His eyes glowed. The great Burmut, the witch, followed him. She ran very fast. She smiled. Her magic would be perfect. The staff glowed with a bright light. Against so many monsters, a huge flame appeared in front of her. She smiled from what she had done. Wise Senya, the priestess, stood nearby. Her hands radiated light. She blessed the fallen souls. A demon attacked from behind. She cut off his head in one move, and she was pleased with it. Saint Anna's, the headless monster, fell to the ground. The man raised his axe. He chopped down several enemies with one blow. Their remains flew all over the hall. He grinned looking at this fearless moron. The redheads ran past him. The guy screamed. He cursed his comrade, telling him to stop getting in front of him. Many enemies were in front of him. His eyes were filled with rage. The redhead sent them, and made a series of quick attacks. He looked at them angrily. Reckless Hamel. Then he put his weapon in its sheath. The guy stood behind the blonde. He always envied Burmut. He always called the hero his rival, but no one took these words seriously. The group stood in the middle of the hall. Hamel looked around. It seemed there weren't that many enemies left. Suddenly he called out to the blonde. Something was approaching him, but the redhead covered it with his body. Blood came out of his mouth. The demon laughed looking at them. There was a big wound in his chest. He fell to the ground. The monster was preparing another attack. He stretched his arm forward. Burmut was able to dodge and approached him. He lunged with his weapon and cut him in half. There were splashes of blood around. The other participants ran to the wounded man. The blonde put his weapon away. He stood with his head down. He should not die like this. Hamel smiled. This is a dignified death. In his last moments of life, he deeply regretted that he was not sincere with his comrades. He extended a trembling hand, saying that he should kill them all. His friend grabbed his hand. He looked into his eyes, swearing in the name of the hero that he would destroy all the demon kings. He was glad to hear it. The priestess folded her hands. The boy asked her to pray for him. The warrior looked at him with annoyance. The dying man said that he was the bravest of all he knew. Senya was crying. He looked at her. To tell the truth. Then a leg appeared. The boy stomped on the book, shouting that he never liked it. He didn't say that. He clenched his fist. No matter how many times he read it, he started shaking every time. Who wrote this book? If he found out the author, he would beat him up. He casually picked up the book. Moreover, they always gave them cool nicknames. Great, wise, holy, fearless, but why did they call the guy Rash? Hamel the Rash. Was that written by the one he beat up 300 years ago and threw it behind his back? The same goes for his team. Why did they turn a blind eye to a stupid book? Didn't even bother to defend the honor of their brother in arms. The blonde remembered the death scene, doubting that they allowed for the possibility of the hero's reincarnation with all the memories from the past. The boy frowned. He, Hamel, died 300 years ago during the war against the 5 demon kings. The hero looked away. There was a painting on the wall, which depicted a warrior with a sword. Reincarnation in the body of one of the hero's descendants. The guy looked at the picture. Ujin, 13 years old. Burmut stood surrounded by girls. In addition to his first wife, he had a huge number of concubines. The guy was putting on training gear. He did not remember him chasing women's skirts. Did his views change with age? This is quite natural for people. He imagined the family tree. Only the children of his first wife are considered direct descendants of Burmut. Even despite the common surname, Eugene is considered only a descendant of the side branch. He took the training sword. Children of the side branch are forbidden to train magic and use real swords until the blood inheritance ritual. He looked at the weapon. That's why he is content with a wooden sword. But today is the last day when he holds this toothpick in his hands. The guy swung and struck the dummy several times. Having made another swing, the dummy flew apart. One of the parts fell to the ground. The man looked at it with apprehension. He was standing behind, noting that he had ruined the dummy again. The boy turned around. It was his father. Veins were visible on his body. The father looked at the boy strangely. How could such a body belong to a 13-year-old? To tell the truth, if they fought right now, he doubted he could defeat him. The boy looked at his father menacingly. Eugene was his own son, but sometimes he scared him. His speech and mannerisms were not childish. There was not a drop of innocence in those frightening eyes. The father looked at his son. Although he was left without a mother when he was very young, there was not a day when he was sad. Eugene kicked the base of the dummy, noting that their blacksmith was incompetent. The boy's Erica was red. How dare he take money for such trash? He should be punished, but his father was too merciful. The man cleared his throat. he would give him a stern reprimand. The sun was shining on the walls of the house. By the way, tomorrow would be the blood inheritance ritual. The boy looked at him indifferently. The blood inheritance ritual, a terrible tradition that was held every decade. People wore a coat of arms with a lion. All the children between the ages of 10 and 15 from the main and side branches gathered in the main family's house to participate. The children showed off their skills, and then the competition for the right to bear the Lionheart name began. Eugene leaned on his wooden sword, but unlike the side branches, direct descendants were allowed to train magic and use real weapons. This was only done so that these weaklings from the main branch would not die at the hands of the children from the side branches. The father looked at the lying mannequin. Eugene's talent was so amazing that he could hardly see his son in it. If only he had been born into the main family. He looked at his trembling hand. No, if he had been as talentless as he was, he would not have to feel the discrepancy between reality and his abilities. The boy saw his excitement, asked what was wrong. He answered that everything was fine. Eugene sighed. He was probably thinking about what a bad dad he had made. The man put his hands on the boy's shoulders and looked him in the eyes, asked him to never cross the path of the children from the main branch. No matter how gifted he was, he would not be able to cope with them since they were taught magic from an early age and trained with real weapons. The boy patted his hand, saying that he would not, but he thought that only in his dreams. He smiled imperceptibly. It was just a fight with a bunch of children, disgustingly tiring. Eugene looked at the other mannequin and walked towards him. The blood inheritance ritual involves 3 children from the main branch, as well as 6 from the side branches. He introduced them. The 3 from the main family include the son of the head of the family's first wife and the twins from his concubine. With the exception of the 2 children of their respected side branches, everyone else is no one. The boy raised his sword, and with one blow he broke the dummy. The hero smiled ominously. He wondered how good Bermut's descendants were. The carriage left the estate gate. Eugene looked out the window. As Hamel in his past life, he considered himself a real genius. He beat other children in fights. Since childhood, he had no difficulty in mastering new skills. He developed much faster than others. Hamel frowned, telling him to repeat what he said. Bermut folded his arms over his chest. He said that it was very sad. The redhead could become much stronger with a little more effort. He pointed to his sword. Can't you see that he was already fighting at the limit? Giving it his all. Sweat was running down his face. Let him not think that everyone was given the same talent as him. He was not a genius, unlike Bermut, who could really be called one. The blonde looked on imperturbably. Gifted in both swordsmanship and magic, he was called the god of war, the great Bermut. The crowd admired him. He was a duke in his homeland, but he refused the title. Until the very end, he was praised as a war. The boy rested his head on his hand. But as for the others, the witch stood in front of the tower. The wise Senya, born in the kingdom of magicians, she became the youngest master in the history of the magic tower. The monks bowed before the priestess, Saint Anna's. This woman was considered the holiest person in the entire Holy Empire. There is even a scripture describing her teachings. The warrior stood in a crown, the fearless Moron. Unthinkable, but he founded a kingdom named after himself. He tapped his finger, and they all lived happily until their death. Angrily, he hit the armrest. So why is the Demon King still alive? The boy remembered his death, how his comrade promised him that he would kill all the Demon Kings. A dove flew past the carriage. He died in a magical imprisonment castle, and immediately after his death, this blonde man made a contract with the Demon King. Birds flew behind the carriage. Thanks to this contract, the war with the demons came to an end. And even after 300 years, peace reigns in these lands. A man addressed him, saying that he was nervous, and smiled broadly at the guy, winked at him. Upon arrival, he would have a very difficult time since he began to worry even in the carriage. Eugene left, thanking Lord Gordon for his instructions. The carriage moved through the forest. They were already in the lands of the main house. The Lord shook his head. This did not mean that they would have to get out soon. The estate was still far away. Eugene did not understand why he was showing off like that. Wasn't it too problematic to manage such a vast territory? The man replied that there were several portals in the area, so everything was fine. He played out their dialogue in his head. Why was he riding in a carriage then? They were not given permission to use the portals. That amused him. The horses walked in sync. Gordon pointed to the gate. Welcome to the patriarch's estate. The boy frowned. They walked along the avenue. The boy smiled. A welcoming ceremony. It was clear that it was not prepared for him. Banners fluttered along the road. A shield with a lion on a blue background. Eugene put his hand to his chest. Only descendants of the main branch were allowed to wear the lion crest on the left side of the chest. The Lord gestured for him. No one else had arrived yet. It seemed that he was the first, and now he asked to be escorted to the guest house. The estate was illuminated by the sun. The maid bowed, introduced herself as Nina. She would take care of all their needs while they were guests in this house, and she handed over a bell. If they needed anything, they were to ring it. She put it on the table. Well, at least he had a personal maid assigned to him. The boy sat down on the bed, noticing that she looked quite young. How old was she? 16. She had just recently graduated. Eugene thought about it. They gave her an incompetent servant. In case the inexperienced servant created any problems, they hoped to simply shift all the blame onto him. Whoever the author of this idea was, he clearly wanted to spite the hero. The boy folded his arms. He asked if she knew when the others would arrive. She answered that within the next 4 days. He got out of bed. He asked her to take him to the training ground. The girl was confused and agreed. There was a fountain in the courtyard. The boy had a lion on the right side of his chest. He asked again what his name was. The girl with the same lion quietly answered, Eugene. He is the same age as them. The children were standing by the wall. The boy heard that he was from a small provincial town located to the west of the empire. I'm sure he's more used to using a rake than swinging a sword. He held his nose, and his carriage smelled of vile animal excrement. This guy might be their age, but he'd have to take responsibility if he damaged their property. The girl laughed. That's right, he should be punished. The boy looked proud. They wouldn't punish him, but they'd warn him. He was too merciful, she said. Another boy saw them through the window, watching the girl. She turned to look at him. He got scared and pulled the curtain. She smiled. Eugene was training on the field. He was holding a wooden spear. He lunged and raised the spear. He continued to practice his attack. He was never lazy when it came to training, but in this life he had to try much harder. The boy lunged. He swung the spear, thinking that no matter how much he tortured his body, he was never bothered by illness, and most of the wounds healed in just a day. He held the weapon tightly. Dust flew from the swing. He practiced another attack. The abilities of the body, in whose veins the blood of Burmat flows, exceed all expectations. Eugene made a thrust forward. The servant watched everything. She was amazed. Even despite the sandbags and the heavy spear in his hands, he was able to move so deftly. Suddenly she was called out. 2 children approached. The boy asked what he was doing. The maid was scared, asking what brought them here. He pointed at the boy with the spear, reminded that he asked the question, what is he doing here? There was a blow to the ground. Eugene was holding the spear. What, can't you see? He is training with the spear. He continued training, cursing. His sister whispered in his ear, saying that he insulted him. Cyan's face was distorted with rage. He shouted, how dare he? He shook his fist, so that he would apologize. Eugene showed no emotion. He simply apologized. The boy did not know how to react. He shook his fist again, accusing him that it was not sincere, added that he should bow and show sincerity. Aren't they the same age? The boy sighed. Why should he bow to his friend? He waved his arms. How dare he call him his friend? Just because he has the same last name does not make him his equal. The sister turned to her brother and reminded him about the carriage. Cyan pointed her finger at her interlocutor, told him to wash the carriage he arrived in. Surely it is saturated with the stench of the animals he herds. Eugene looked without interest. He turned to the servant, clarified that she was his personal maid. She agreed. He pointed to the side, told her to clean the carriage he arrived in. She rushed about there. The boy in the dark jacket was angry. He said this to him. How dare he shift duties to a servant when he gave the order to him personally? The boy clutched his chest, showing that he did not respect his orders. He was Cyan. Eugene waved kindly, introduced himself and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. The girl waved and introduced herself as Xiao. This angered her brother. He ignored his orders, which meant he could show no mercy. He saw the training sword. He picked it up. He held it in front of him and said that for the insult he challenged him to a duel. Eugene smiled. The children stood opposite each other. He noted that he was so rash to use the word duel. He put his hand to his head, suggesting that he just leave him alone, but he asked if he was scared. The boy looked. The boy with the sword grinned. Afraid of him? Right. In that case, he should bow and start begging for forgiveness. Eugene spread his hands. What makes him think he's scared? He doesn't want to fight or apologize. Cyan pointed his finger at him. I don't want this, I don't want that. Has he decided to run away? It looks like his parents didn't explain the meaning of the word honor to him. A weight fell to the ground. The heir apparent was confused, but he told him that he had challenged him to a duel. He threw away another weight, telling him to throw down his glove. He took off his chain mail and threw it away. It fell heavily. Cyan was scared. It turned out that the guy had been training with such heavy bags all this time. It seemed to him that he was just showing off. Eugene took the bag off his spear. His sister looked on with delight. He had challenged him himself. If he retreated now, the girl would laugh at him for the rest of her days. The boy took out a handkerchief. He needed to defend his honor. He threw it to the ground and challenged Eugene to a duel. The handkerchief flew to the ground. The bag fell heavily from the spear. He looked at his opponent and accepted the challenge. Ciel was surprised. The boy struck hard with the spear. The blow made him drool. He watched silently. The blow made him lose his sword and fall to the ground. Eugene was holding the spear. He said he had won. The sister ran to her brother, asked him if he was okay. He tried to breathe, but he vomited. The girl looked angrily at the boy and began to complain, noting that this was cowardice. There was not a drop of honor in this duel. Eugene folded his arms. What cowardice was she talking about? According to the rules, the duel begins the moment the handkerchief touches the ground. It was his own fault for losing his vigilance. She pointed her finger at him. That was true, but he had been training and using mana, hadn't he? The boy threw the spear away. No, children from the side branches are forbidden to master mana until the blood inheritance ceremony. She accused him of lying. Without mana, he would never be able to swing such a heavy weapon so easily. Ciel frowned, and his attack was so fast that even if her brother was fully prepared, there was no way he could have blocked it. Eugene smiled. He put his hand to his chin. It seemed that his eyes were not for show. She frowned, noticing that he had a long tongue. People often tell him that. He returned to the moment of the duel. It was not that her brother did nothing at all. When his spear almost caught up with him, he instinctively dashed back in an attempt to reduce the damage. Considering that he hardly had any real experience in battle, this was surprising. Eugene lowered his eyebrows. The opponent has great potential, but he is far from being called a descendant of Burmut. Cyan stood up, holding his chest, called him a coward. Eugene laughed. They really are twins, even speak the same. He walked closer to the loser. The man's mouth was covered in vomit. If he considered himself a worthy descendant of the family, he should admit defeat with honor. He turned away. The victor folded his arms. Maybe he should have held back a little. If he did this to a member of the main line, they would hardly just turn a blind eye to it. A man was walking towards them. His face was tense. The hero looked at him. There was no lion emblem on his chest. He must be just a knight. However, his strength had to be acknowledged. He looked impressive. The child burst into tears. He buried his face in Hazare. He said that he had lost to a country bumpkin like him. His face turned red. He had challenged him to a duel and lost. The man thought about it and looked at the boy, bowed, apologized for not introducing himself right away. His name was Hazare. He was responsible for training Cyan. The boy looked at him. He replied that his name was Eugene. He was from the city of Gidal. The girls were standing a little further away. As far as the teacher knew, the Gerard family was located in that city. This was the boy's father, but he looked into the boy's eyes, asking what happened here. The boy did not take his eyes off him. Cyan had challenged him to a duel and insulted his father. The boy next to the man was worried. He said that it was not true. He continued, saying that his father allegedly did not teach him honor. Then he called him a coward. He frowned and continued that this meant that he had insulted not only him, but also his father. How could the man think that this was not a reason to accept a duel? He thought about it. He began to lead the boy away, offering to take care of his wounds. The girl waved goodbye. Hazare hoped to see him soon. He waved back. Later, he was eating at the table. The maid was holding notes in her hand. He saw that she had returned. She was looking at him. About his assignment. Young Masters Deacon, Hansen, Jules will arrive at noon. Garguis, Desira will arrive this evening through the portal. He took a bite of meat. They will gather earlier than expected. The ritual will begin very soon. The guy left the house. The sun illuminated the red carpet. Burmut. He raised his head. He was going to beat his descendants, hoping that he would not be too upset. He raised his fist. He himself did not want to be reborn as his descendant. He smiled. Cyan stood in front of the girl. The boy looked down, confused. The brown-haired woman closed her fan, asking that her son challenged a boy from a side branch to a fight and lost. The second wife of the main family, Anasilla. Hazare lowered his head, saying that it was so. Anasilla looked at her son with a slight smile, telling him to come closer. Cyan walked towards his mother with a guilty look. The brown-haired woman poked the fan into the boy's chest. Anasilla looked at her son with a malicious smile, asking that he couldn't dodge this either. Cyan said that it hurt. The brown-haired woman looked down with a malicious look, telling him to stand still. The girl looked at the man, calling out to him. She looked at Hazare with a menacing look, asking that the boy really didn't use magic. The teacher looked nervously at the floor. He said that it was so, and he was the son of Gerard, adding that there was not a drop of magical energy in his body. Ciel looked at her mother in surprise. The brunette asked her daughter how it happened that her brother lost. Ciel looked at Anasilla with a calm expression. She said that as soon as the duel began, Eugene immediately struck him with a spear, which was a complete surprise for Cyan, and her brother tried to get up, but Eugene's spear was faster. Anasilla looked at Ciel with a displeased look, asking that the victory was determined by one blow. Cyan frowned, looking at the floor. He looked at his mother guiltily. Anasilla hit her son in the face. She looked at her son with an enraged look. Anasilla asked how he could lose in a duel that he himself started, and in front of the mob, to some boy of the same age, who does not even own magic. Anisilla looked straight ahead with anger. She said that their father would simply burn with shame at the blood ritual, asking how he would look him in the eye, noting that she could already imagine how Theonis would make fun of her. Cyan, with tears in his eyes, asked his mother for forgiveness. Anisilla looked at Hazare with irritation, calling out to him. She burned her evil gaze at the teacher. The brunette said that she would gladly finish him off, but fortunately for him, her husband valued him highly, ordering him to tighten the training since Cyan should not lose face again. The brunette waved her hand to the side, telling the teacher to take Cyan away. Cyan, with tears in his eyes, left with Hazare. The brunette stood with her back, looking at the door. Anisilla opened her fan. She covered her face with it, sighing heavily. Anisilla looked out from under the fan. She looked at her daughter with a serious look, turning to her. The brunette smiled slightly, asking that the boy's name was Eugene, adding that she should try to get closer to him. Ciel looked at her mother with bewilderment, asking why. The brunette said that he was already strong enough to defeat her brother. Anisilla looked ahead with a sly look. She thought that if she had her way, she would kill him at that moment, but she would be the first to be suspected. Anisilla imagined images of warriors. She noted that, in addition, if there was discord within the family, the defenders of family traditions intervene, and their interference should be avoided at all costs. The brunette raised her index finger, telling her to watch him carefully. The girl looked at her mother with a smile, agreeing with her, saying that she would also like to find out more about him. Anisilla slyly narrowed her gaze, smiling slightly. Eugene noted that the next day, 3 children from the side branches arrived at the main family's estate. The 3 boys were standing next to each other. Deacon, 11 years old, Hansen, 14 years old, Giles, 10 years old. The protagonist was running with weights. Sweat was running down his face from the intense training. The maid looked at the protagonist with excitement, calling out to him. The protagonist stopped, looking at the girl. Nina said that they had already arrived. Eugene asked what she meant by those 2 of their side branches, noting that they were a bit early since she said that they should be expected in the evening. Nina looked at the boy in shock, saying that the head of the family had arrived with them. The protagonist looked at the maid with a serious look, thinking about the head of the Lionheart family. Nina waved her hand anxiously, saying that he should quickly go meet him, noting that he should change his clothes first. Eugene said that then he alone would be late. He wiped his face with a towel, saying that it was okay and he would go straight like this. Knights and many people lined up near the gate. The protagonist glanced to the side. A brown-haired woman stood next to her children with a smile. Eugene noted that the woman next to Cyan and Ciel was Anisilla, the second wife. The woman looked straight ahead with a menacing look. Eugene noted that in front of Anisilla must be the first wife, Theonis, and that guy. The boy looked ahead with an anxious look. The protagonist noted that this was the eldest son of the main family, the first in the line of succession. Iode Lionheart. Silhouettes of people appeared in front of the gate. A man was sitting on a horse, and behind him was a guy. The man looked ahead with a menacing look. Gilead Lionheart. The guy looked ahead with a slight smile. Eugene wondered if it was Jana's younger brother behind him. Iode looked at the ground with an anxious look. Gilead approached his son with a smile, saying that he had grown taller, asking if his strength had also increased. Iode lowered his gaze, saying that he would try to live up to his expectations. Gilead glared at the boy. He turned his attention to Anisilla. Gilead spread his arms out to the sides, smiling at the children, saying that children were growing up so fast. Ciel said that they were bored. The head of the family looked at the man with a smile, calling him Guilford. He pressed his palm to his chest and smiled slightly. Gilead said that he had heard that he had a son, after which he apologized for not being with him at that happy moment. Guilford looked at the head of the family excitedly. Gilead turned his attention to the children, saying that they must be children from lateral families. The head of the family put his hand out to the side, suggesting that they eat together. Gilead looked straight ahead, saying that they would also discuss the blood ritual. The children and the head of the family gathered around the table. Gilead sat next to his descendants. The protagonist sat opposite with the other children. The girl and the boy sat with serious faces. Garguis and Desira. The protagonist looked to the side. He thought that they had come to the ceremony using the portal together with the head, wondering if their families were the most noble among the side branches. The blonde smiled sweetly, closing his eyes. Eugene wondered who he was, and whether only the participants of the ceremony should be present at the dinner. Ciel turned her attention to the blonde. She looked at her father with curiosity, asking who it was. Gilead pointed at the boy, saying that in fact he wanted to introduce their guest a little later. The blonde said that it was possible at that moment. Eugene looked attentively at the blonde, sipping tea. The boy smiled widely, putting out his palms. He greeted the guys, saying that he was a Rovirian from the Red Tower. The children looked at the blonde man in shock, wondering if it was Rovirian. Iode looked at Rovirian in shock when Eugene spat out his tea. Iode said that he was the leader of the Red Magic Tower. Eugene grabbed his chest. Rovirian looked at the protagonist worriedly, asking if he was okay. Eugene said that everything was fine. The protagonist, perplexed, imagined the image of Senya and Rovirian underneath her. The protagonist thought that he was the leader of the Red Magic Tower, which meant that he was Senya's disciple, or to be more precise, the disciple of the previous disciples. Eugene recalled how Senya conjured over the books. He noted that 300 years ago, Senya was the youngest in the history of the main Green Tower of Aeroth, adding that she was able to update all the magic grimoires, consulted students and even the heads of other magic towers. Eugene introduced the head of the Green Tower and Rovirian. He noted that even at that moment, the head of the Green Tower and Rovirian, the head of the Red Tower, considered the wise Senya as their great mentor. Gilade stared at the protagonist. Eugene thought that he did not expect to meet a person connected to his old past there. Eugene looked at the head of the family in surprise. Gilade asked the protagonist that his name was Eugene, noting that he heard about him from Theonis. Gilade looked at the boy with a serious look, noting that she said that his son insulted Eugene and his father. Cyan pressed his lips together in fear, looking at the floor. The protagonist looked at Gilade with a serious look, saying that everything was true, but he did not hold a grudge. The head of the family looked at the boy menacingly, saying that because he had won the fight. Eugene clenched his hand into a fist. He said that even if he lost, nothing would have changed. If he was so weak that he could not defend his honor, he would have no choice but to accept these insults. The head of the family smirked contentedly, saying that he was better than his son. Cyan sat with a frightened look. The head of the family looked at his son with disappointment. He said that he was not ashamed of his defeat, but it was sad to see how cowardly he was hiding his gaze. Cyan looked at the floor, dumbfounded. The boys watched intently. Gilade told his son that he started that fight by insulting Eugene, but after losing, he did not even apologize to him. Cyan looked at his father in bewilderment. Gilade looked at his son with a serious look. He said that he was Lionheart and he was a descendant of the great Burma, and if his blood really flowed in his veins, then he should respect not only his own honor, but also the honor of others. Cyan looked at the protagonist in confusion. He blushed slightly, reluctantly asking Eugene for forgiveness. The protagonist bared his teeth in displeasure, thinking that it was immediately obvious that the apology was insincere. Gilade looked at the protagonist with a menacing look, asking that his father was Gerard, after which he apologized, saying that he did not know him personally. The protagonist looked at the head of the family seriously. He said that everything was correct, adding that he also believed that their family lived in the wilderness. A huge chandelier hung above their heads. Gilade asked that his father was in charge of his training. Eugene said that he laid the foundation, but then he began to train on his own. Desira looked at the boy in surprise, wondering why he trained alone without a mentor. Gargwis looked away with disdain, wondering why he managed to defeat Cyan. Gilade smiled contentedly, saying that it seemed like there would be something to see at the ritual this time. The maids entered the room, bringing food. They began to place plates in front of the boys. There was a lot of beautiful food on the table. The head of the family smiled, holding out his hand. He said that he did not know if they would like it, but they were probably hungry, so let them pounce. The full moon shone above the mansion. The maids collected the empty plates. The boys sat at the empty table again. Gilade wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. He noted that, as he had said before, this dinner was organized to tell them about the blood ritual. The boys looked at Gilade excitedly, while Eugene was calm. Ciel and Cyan looked at their father attentively. Gilade said that although it sounded strange coming from the head of the family, he believed that the traditions of the rite put the participants in an extremely unequal position. The head of the family presented the lion crest. He said that it only benefits the descendants of the direct line, since until the beginning of the rite, the children of the side branches cannot use either real weapons or magic. Gilade imagined a duel between the children, saying that he naturally deprived them of any chance of winning. Yod looked at his father with excitement. Gilade said that this time, 3 of his children would participate in the rite. The head of the family looked at the children with a serious look. He said that he would like not only them, but all the children, Lionheart, to demonstrate their abilities, adding that the meaning of this rite is to prove that they are worthy of being called descendants of the great Burma, no matter whether they are from the direct line or not. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking of Burmat. He looked out from under his bangs with a satisfied grin, thinking that his descendant was much kinder than him. Gilade pointed at Rovirian with a smile, saying that this time they would have help from an outsider. Rovirian said that was why he was there. The blonde snapped his fingers. A blue labyrinth appeared on the table. Rovirian pointed at the labyrinth with a smile. He said that at that blood ritual, they would go to a labyrinth he had created, where each of them would enter through their own entrance, and their task was to defeat the main monster in the center of the labyrinth. Rovirian pointed his finger at the monster. He said that naturally, to get to it, they would have to go through traps and other monsters. The blonde picked up the monster figurine. He told them not to forget that it was nothing more than an illusion he had created, so everything they encountered along the way was unreal and was just a figment of their imagination. The blonde smiled wickedly, breaking the figurine. He said that, however, the sensations would be no different from the real thing. The protagonist grinned contentedly. He thought that is, he would use not only summoning magic, but also high-class psionics, adding that it was not for nothing that he was the head of the magic tower. The blonde introduced the victorious monster. He said that as soon as one of them defeated the main monster, the ritual ended and everyone was awarded points depending on how they showed themselves. Hansen looked at Rovirian excitedly, asking if it was okay if they couldn't get out of the labyrinth. Rovirian smiled awkwardly. He said that of course, and if they suddenly got scared, they could just calmly stay at the starting point, but they wouldn't be able to earn a high score. The protagonist looked at the head of the tower with curiosity. Eugene asked what they were giving for that main monster. The head of the family grinned contentedly, closing his eyes. He looked at Eugene with a slight grin. Gilead said that the winner would be able to take whatever they wanted from their underground treasury. The protagonist smiled happily, blushing slightly. Eugene walked down the corridor. He looked straight ahead with a sly grin. Eugene thought that he would win the ritual anyway, so he should think in advance about what he could take from the underground treasury. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. Garguis and Desira met him on the way. Garguis looked at Eugene with an arrogant expression. Garguis crossed his arms over his chest, asking Eugene if he really defeated Cyan. The protagonist looked at the guy with an indifferent look, saying that he did. Eugene walked past the guys, waving his hand. He said that if that was all he wanted to ask, then he was going. Garguis extended his hand towards Eugene. He looked at his sister in confusion. The protagonist was training under the night sky. He swung the wooden sword skillfully. Eugene's eyes flashed as he swung. He raised clouds of dust with his blow. The protagonist looked behind him, where Garguis and Desira were standing. Desira was holding wooden spears in her hands. The protagonist looked at the guys in bewilderment, not understanding what they were doing there. Garguis confidently walked towards Eugene. He clenched his hands, standing next to the protagonist. The guy took off his shirt with a sharp jerk. The guy took a deep breath, putting his hands in front of him. He tensed the muscles on his body. The protagonist looked at the guy in confusion. He widened his eyes, thinking that he was an idiot. The guy patted his chest, saying that he could touch it. Eugene said that he would probably refuse. Garguis bragged about his body, saying that their family has a secret technique for developing muscles passed down from generation to generation. The guy imagined pumped-up men. He said that they use a special drug that accelerates muscle growth without accumulating mana, adding that there are no side effects. Garguis put his hands behind his head, asking Eugene if he was interested. The protagonist asked that he came there to sell pills, adding that there are no side effects, of course. Desira walked towards the protagonist with spears, saying that the drug makes both girls and guys grow beards. The girl looked at the protagonist with a serious look. She noted that they say he defeated Cyan with a spear, asking why he now has a wooden sword in his hands. The protagonist threw the sword over his shoulder, saying that he is proficient with both a spear and a sword. Desira asked what he means by being skilled with any weapon. She threw the spear towards Eugene. He quickly grabbed it with his hand. Desira stood ready for battle, saying that the spear is her strong point, asking what he thinks about sparring. Eugene looked away thoughtfully. He thought that this girl was clearly a more interesting opponent than that dealer. The protagonist smiled slyly, thinking that he was also curious how the children from the noble side branches would show themselves in battle. Eugene told Desira that he agreed. The boys took up fighting positions. Eugene looked at Garguis, asking what he was doing there. The guy said that he would be the judge. Garguis closed his eyes and raised his hand, saying that even though this was sparring, everything should be fair. The protagonist imagined Moron with bewilderment, thinking that this idiot reminded him of someone, wondering that he, by any chance, was not Moron. Desira looked at her brother with displeasure. Garguis said that the team had begun, they could begin. Desira said that they understood, hurrying him. Desira looked ahead irritably, wondering that he owned both a sword and a spear, noting that it was simply ridiculous. The girl bared her teeth angrily, thinking that she would show him that only those who devoted themselves to it could skillfully wield a spear. Garguis lowered his hand, shouting the command to begin. The girl moved from her place, thinking that it was either victory or death. She suddenly widened her eyes. Desira abruptly stopped. A powerful aura emanated from the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes expressed confidence. Desira thought that he was holding the line. The protagonist looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking what was wrong with her. Desira bared her teeth. She opened her mouth and rushed with an attack at Eugene. The protagonist parried the attack with a spear. Eugene continued to stand motionless in one place. Desira gritted her teeth and again began to attack the protagonist. Eugene blocked the blow. Desira looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The protagonist again and again parried the girl's attacks. Eugene carefully watched each blow. Eugene thought that she was good at fighting without using magic, and that her abilities could become truly limitless in the future. The protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that she was not his rival for now. Eugene parried the girl's attack again. He smiled maliciously, asking sarcastically why she could not hit him. Desira bared her teeth angrily, wondering why he was going to parry her attacks while standing in one place, adding that this self-confidence would be his undoing. The girl swung her spear, rushing towards Eugene. The protagonist continually blocked the blows. Desira suddenly jumped to the side. She appeared behind the protagonist. Desira smiled slyly, thinking that he would not be able to block her blow from there. Desira rushed with an attack towards the protagonist. Eugene raised his foot above the spear. He stepped on the spear. Eugene pressed the spear to the ground with all his might. Desira tried to get the spear, gritting her teeth. The protagonist's spear appeared in front of her face. Eugene held the spear in front of Desira's face, blocking her weapon. Garguise, with a surprised face, said that the winner was Eugene Lionheart. Garguise, crossing his arms, looked at the protagonist, saying that they should unite. The protagonist lay in bed, looking at the guy with bewilderment. Eugene frowned in irritation, asking why he woke him up just for this. Garguise confidently looked at the protagonist, saying that he needed his answer. Eugene raised his hand. He noted that he himself heard what the head of the family said about the ritual, adding that everyone enters through their own entrance, asking how he was going to do it. The guy imagined the image of the monster and the twins. He said that the entrances are different, but the final goal is one, the center of the labyrinth, the main monster, adding that the twins are also going to unite. Eugene looked at the guy indifferently. He asked what he was proposing, to meet in the center of the labyrinth and destroy the main monster together. The guy said exactly what. Eugene squeezed his hand, saying that he thought he could handle it himself. Desira said that he was an idiot. Eugene looked at Desira by the wall. The girl awkwardly looked away, saying that he was strong, and with his help they would definitely be able to defeat the main monster. The girl recoiled from the wall. Eugene asked why she wanted it so much. The protagonist looked at Desira with a serious look. The girl said that every time the children from the direct and lateral branches participated in the blood ritual at the same time, none of the latter had ever won. Desira approached her brother, telling Eugene that they could do it, she, Garguise, and him. Desira looked at Eugene with a serious look, asking that he didn't want to defeat the main family. Eugene looked at the girl with a confident look. Anisilla was standing by the window. She imagined Rovirian with an evil look. Anisilla thought that perhaps the head of the magic tower, who was invited to participate in the ritual, came to take Yod as his apprentice. Anisilla remembered how little Yod was interested in books and magic. She noted that since childhood he had a passion for reading rather than physical training, and he was interested in magic and even managed to learn something. The girl imagined Rovirian taking Yod and his children. She noted that if Yod became the apprentice of the head of the Red Magic Tower, he would have to leave his family, adding that in other words, this would give Cyan and Sail more space to grow, and the boy himself would effectively lose his chances of inheriting. The brown-haired girl looked menacingly in front of herself, thinking that the whole problem was in the ritual. Anisilla imagined herself with children and mocking people. She thought that if her children did not pass it, they would have to bear the stigma of shame for the rest of their lives, adding that up until then she had always managed to stand firmly on her feet and achieve everything she wanted. Anisilla nervously squeezed her fan, thinking that she would lose to a child from some side branch. The brown-haired girl angrily clenched her fists, thinking that if this bastard was the first to exit the labyrinth. Anisilla introduced Eugene with a displeased face. She thought that if he managed to humiliate the main family because of his overly outstanding abilities, then Cyan's defeat would not be so noticeable against the general background. 3 days later, Rovirian and the guys were standing near the portal. The blood ritual had finally begun. Rovirian was gathering blue energy in his hands. Blue spheres came out of the magical energy. The spheres landed in the twins' hands, after which the spheres appeared in the guy's hands as well. Robert smiled slightly, raising his finger up. He said that the first thing he would do was create equipment for them, and so each of them should imagine the weapon they needed in their heads and form it out of light. The boys were clutching the sphere in their hands in surprise. Ciel confidently created a sword out of the sphere. She looked at her weapon happily. Ciel began to swing her sword. Rovirian closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. The girl asked what to do if the sword broke. Rovirian said that it was simply impossible, because it, like the labyrinth, was created with magic. Ciel looked at her sword in surprise, asking that animals could also be created. The tower leader said that puppets and even golems could be created, but not living creatures. Yod looked at the tower leader in bewilderment, asking why. The tower leader smiled broadly, raising his finger. He said that doing so was forbidden in the world of magic, and only higher powers could create new life. Yod looked at the tower leader with interest. Garguise created a two-handed sword. He threw it over his shoulder, looking at his sister. Garguise said that it was his favorite sword, the one he used at home during training. Only now it was not wooden, adding that it was surprising, but it materialized exactly as he imagined it. Desira asked who he was telling this to, since no one asked him. Desira created a spear in her hands. Cyan created a sword in his hands. Yod looked at the sword in his hands with a downcast look. The boys looked at the swords in their hands in confusion. The protagonist, on the other hand, created a small sword and a shield. Ciel looked at the protagonist, asking what he would do if they met in the labyrinth. Ciel tilted her head to the side, asking if he would fight her. The protagonist looked at the head of the family, asking if that was okay. The head of the family said that there were no rules inside the labyrinth, and after all, competition was the basis of the ritual. Gilade pressed his palm to his chest and smiled slightly. The head of the family said that this time, depending on the circumstances, they will have to demonstrate their analytical skills and ability to work in a team, because they are all members of the same Lionheart family. Ciel looked at the protagonist with embarrassment, thinking about one family. The girl grinned maliciously, looking at Eugene. The protagonist looked at the girl with bewilderment, thinking that he was somehow uneasy. The head of the tower began to take out a pendant from the magic circle. He asked that everyone had created a weapon for themselves, noting that now they need to put it on their necks. Rovirian began to hand out pendants to the boys. The boys looked at the blue pendant in surprise. The head of the tower said that this pendant will establish a connection with their minds, and if they get a critical level of stress in the labyrinth, it will react. The head of the tower looked at the boys with a serious look, saying that he will intervene if the situation gets out of control. The protagonist looked at the pendant on his neck. He wondered if this was a precaution against unexpected incidents. The tower leader opened his mouth wide and tapped his chest. He said that if they felt that they were unable to get out of the labyrinth, they should knock on the stone on the pendant and shout help, noting that then they would be able to leave it easily. Rovirian pointed to the portal, saying that he was done with the explanations, and now they should all calmly enter the cave together. Rovirian looked at the guys with a sly smile. The head of the tower said that there was one entrance, but everyone had a different path. The guys confidently began to approach the cave. Ciel smiled broadly and waved her hand to Eugene, wishing him good luck. The protagonist wished her good luck in return. Eugene ran into the portal. He came out on the other side of the cave. A huge dark corridor appeared in front of him. The protagonist remembered how he had gone through it with his team before. He thought that in his past life he had gone through a lot of such labyrinths. Eugene raised his head, looking at the ceiling. He thought that it would be impossible to climb up since the walls rested against the ceiling. The protagonist swung his sword in front of him. The sword barely touched the wall. Eugene looked at the sword with a serious look. He thought that plus, you can't really turn around because of them, adding that it would be inconvenient with a long weapon there. The protagonist looked at his weapon with satisfaction. He thought that this is why he chose a sword and shield, noting that it is a basic combination that works well in almost any situation. Eugene looked slyly straight ahead, thinking that it is obvious that a labyrinth created for children should be easy. The protagonist moved from his place, saying that it was time to go. Slimes with a malicious smile flew straight. Deacon swung his sword at the slimes in fear. He fell to the ground and began to hit the crystal, asking for help. Rovirian appeared next to Deacon in the labyrinth. He pressed his palm to it, teleporting from there. The head of the family thought that less than an hour had passed since the beginning of the blood ritual, but 3 had already escaped from the labyrinth. Hansen, Deacon, and Giles stood there with a guilty look. Gilade looked at the boys with a menacing look. He frowned in irritation, telling them to go inside and rest. The boys looked sadly at the ground. Gilade and Rovirian watched the boys on the spheres. Gilade looked thoughtfully at the spheres. Garguis swung his two-handed sword at the goblins. He frowned, preparing to attack. His huge sword got stuck in the wall. The goblin looked at the sword with a malicious smile. Garguis opened his mouth wide. He broke the wall with his sword. With a strong swing of the sword, he cut off the heads of the goblins, after which the goblins immediately evaporated. The boy confidently looked straight ahead. Gilade thought that Garguis was walking towards his goal awkwardly, but persistently, and was easily dealing with all the monsters he encountered on his way. Desira was visible on the sphere. Malicious slimes appeared in front of the girl. Desira deftly dodged the slimes' attacks. She pierced one of them with her spear. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure, thinking that it was hard to use a spear against slimes, and she had to wait for the moment. Desira ran straight ahead, looking back at her opponents. She looked confidently straight ahead. Gilade thought that Desira was smart, and her intuition was correct, adding that she saw no need to fight monsters, because it was more important for her to get out of the labyrinth. Cyan was visible on the sphere. A wall with holes appeared in front of him. Cyan remembered studying the papers with a sly grin. He thought that before the ritual, the mother had managed to find several drawings of different labyrinths, and after studying them, they had developed a behavior tactic. Now neither he nor Ciel would fall into such obvious traps. Cyan picked up a small stone from the floor. He threw it towards the wall. From the flying stone, arrows began to appear from the wall. After the arrows ran out, the boy ran on. Cyan grinned slyly, looking ahead. Gilade thought that Cyan was too careful, but thanks to this he managed to avoid traps, noting that this was not bad. Ciel stood in front of the goblin. The goblin swung his sword at the girl. Ciel deftly dodged the enemy's attack. She briskly pierced the enemy's head. The goblin instantly evaporated into thin air. Ciel ran on with a satisfied grin. A dead end appeared in front of the girl. She noted that there was no passage there and would return to the last fork. Desira looked up thoughtfully. Gilead thought that Ciel had good perception and flexible thinking, but sometimes she behaved like a child. Yod looked at the goblin in confusion. The goblin smiled bloodthirstily, holding out his sword. Yod looked at his opponent with admiration, thinking that it was incredible since this monster was created with the help of magic. The boy leaned to the side when the monster swung at him. The boy blocked the monster's blow. He cut off the opponent's head with a sharp movement. The monster instantly disappeared. The boy looked with delight at the sparks from the magic. Rovirian looked thoughtfully at the joyful Yod, saying that apparently he was very interested in magic. The head of the family closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Gilead said that he was fascinated by it since childhood, and even professors of magic from the capital were invited to teach him, but Yod soon abandoned further studies. The head of the tower looked at the head of the family in bewilderment, asking why. Gilead remembered his first wife. He said that he had resigned himself to his fate, and for the sake of his mother, he had decided to become the head of the family, but magic did not give any advantage in the struggle for succession. The head of the tower looked straight ahead with a dejected expression. He said that he understood, since it concealed endless possibilities, but the path to mastering it was also full of difficulties and dangers. Gilead said that, however, he would like him to cast aside his doubts and follow his destiny. The head of the family frowned, looking at Rovirian. He said that if the passion for magic had not yet subsided in his soul, then he would not refuse the offer to become his disciple in the Red Magic Tower. Rovirian looked ahead with a serious look, saying that he could not give him an exact answer yet. The head of the tower looked seriously at the head of the family. He told Gilead that for his sake he could take Yod into the tower, but if his abilities left much to be desired, then he would not take him as a disciple. The head of the family smiled slightly. He said that he was not forcing him in any way, he just wanted his son to achieve his dreams. Gilead imagined a smiling Senya. He said that it had come to the point that he, the descendant of the great Burmut, had great respect for the wise Senya. Rovirian closed his eyes, imagining the magic of Senya. He said that he understood him perfectly, since in the heroic adventures of Burmut, he was always more interested in the stories about Mrs. Senya. And every time their company was in danger, she found an amazing way to deal with it with the help of magic. The head of the family looked at Rovirian with a satisfied smile. He said that he himself had read this book since childhood, but, to tell the truth, he liked another hero the most, not the great Burmut or the wise Senya. Rovirian looked at Gilead with curiosity, asking who then. Gilead looked straight ahead with a grin, saying that he liked him the most. Rovirian looked at the head of the family in surprise, asking what it was. Gilead told him to take a look. Gilead pointed his finger at the sphere. Eugene stood in front of a huge monster. The goblin swung his fist. He hit the ground, but the protagonist dodged. The protagonist disappeared from the monster's sight. Eugene deftly struck the goblin over and over again. The tower head and Gilead looked at the boy in shock. Rovirian asked who he was. Gilead looked at the protagonist in admiration, saying that it was incredible. Eugene landed on the ground, killing the monster. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a confident look. Rovirian said the name Eugene Lionheart. A huge monster lay behind the protagonist. The goblin instantly disappeared into thin air. Rovirian and Gilead looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Gilead smiled widely. He asked how incredible it was, noting that he was only 13 and had never encountered a troll before, adding that not only did he manage to keep his cool, but he also dealt with it bravely and without fuss. Rovirian looked straight ahead in bewilderment. He said that trolls were not created to be fought, but as obstacles that must be passed through, using loopholes, and this one was also larger than the real ones, adding that he simply could not believe that he was able to defeat it so easily. Gilead smiled contentedly, looking at the head of the tower. He said that such a thing was also possible if the boy was born so capable. Rovirian looked at the head of the family in confusion, asking that he knew what such children were called. Rovirian imagined Eugene, with Burmut behind him, saying that they were geniuses. The troll swung his fist. Gargwiz blocked the blow with his sword. The blow sent him flying. Gargwiz landed on the ground, gritting his teeth. A huge troll stood in front of the wounded boy. The boy opened his mouth wide, screaming at the top of his lungs. He charged at the monster. The troll slammed into the ground as Gargwiz swung his sword. The boy cut off the monster's leg with a furious look. The troll fell to the ground. Gargwiz jumped into the air, swinging his sword. The boy plunged his sword into the troll's chest. The monster opened its mouth wide in wild pain. His hand was shaking. The troll's hand fell to the ground. Exhausted, Gargwiz looked at the dead monster. He spread his arms out to the sides and opened his mouth wide. The guy fell to the ground when the monster evaporated. Gargwiz sat on the ground with a battered look. The guy clenched his teeth, clutching his ribs with his hand. He thought that his blows were able to pass through his favorite muscles and break his ribs, adding that after all, these monsters are very strong. The guy weakly dragged the sword behind him. He thought that in addition to the endless traps, an encounter with a troll was added, and if he was so battered, then others were probably the same. Garguis fell to the ground without strength. Cyan stood with a stone in his hand in front of the monster. Cyan looked at his opponent in shock, thinking that it was a troll, and now stronger monsters were coming. Cyan frowned, thinking that he was just an obstacle on his way to his cherished goal. Cyan threw the stone to the side. The troll turned its attention to the sound. Cyan ran past the monster. The boy looked back at the troll with a sly grin, thinking that he had succeeded. Cyan continued running through the labyrinth. Ciel looked ahead in shock, seeing her brother. Cyan's mouth fell open in surprise, seeing his sister. They were standing opposite each other. Ciel noted with a puzzled look that they were still able to meet, although they started at different ends of the labyrinth. Her brother noted that most likely the center was already close. They smiled enthusiastically when the brother praised his sister and asked her to follow him because he would lead them out. Cyan furiously imagined how the main character mocked him. He remembered how a few days ago that idiot Eugene humiliated him right in front of Ciel, and now he had a chance to restore his honor. The guy looked at his sister with a sly smile when she wanted to ask him something. She dumbfoundedly widened her eyes, asking if the labyrinth was just an illusion, then could they run into any monster in that case? She walked behind her brother, who answered in the affirmative and was surprised by her questions. She asked if ghosts could appear here. Cyan looked ahead with a dejected look. He spread his arms to the side and asked what she was afraid of. He mockingly looked to the side, asking his sister not to worry, because no matter what happened to them, he would deal with anyone with his sword. Suddenly, a bloody silhouette of a guy appeared in front of him. He screamed in horror. Ciel watched as her brother screamed in fear along with Desira. Cyan pointed his finger in confusion, recognizing Desira and what she was doing here. She was anxiously holding her chest and explained that she was scared herself because Cyan himself had suddenly screamed. The guy spread his legs and became angry, asking the girl why she was covered in blood, thinking that she probably wanted to scare him first and then attack him unexpectedly. The girl stepped forward and answered that she got hurt in one of the traps. She frowned angrily and realized that her surprise attack was covered. She immediately began to leave with an angry look. Ciel immediately screamed to her brother that Desira wanted to run away. They immediately became angry, looking at each other. He realized that because of this girl, he only embarrassed himself even more in front of his sister. He furiously frowned, not wanting to forgive the girl, and wanted to run in pursuit of Desira. They immediately began to run after her. Desira angrily bared her teeth, realizing that she alone could not cope with them, and where did her muscular friend Garguis go? At this time, he was lying on the ground unconscious. The girl was horrified when she ran onto the crumbling slabs. She angrily bared her teeth, realizing that she was trapped. She managed to run across the place where the floor collapsed. She stepped onto the slabs, managing to jump over. Behind her at this time, her brother and sister were running. Cyan looked ahead in surprise, realizing that the floor had collapsed and it was too far to the other side, and they would most likely have to look for another way. His sister enthusiastically ran behind, and he realized that he could not allow himself to fall even more in Ciel's eyes. He frowned furiously, realizing that he had been holding back before meeting the main monster, but now he would show his strength. He ran forward angrily, his aura glowing, because he knew he would have to use magic. He immediately sped up, wanting to jump over the trap. He immediately bounced off the ground. The guy deftly jumped over the trap, stepping onto the floor. He immediately extended his hand, asking his sister to jump after him, and he would catch her. Ciel, under his magic, also jumped over the trap. Ciel landed on the floor next to her brother. Cyan looked at his sister with a sly grin, noting that he did not expect anything else from her. The guy immediately pulled out his sword, saying that they needed to continue following. After that, the chase resumed, and eventually, Cyan, Ciel, and Desira found themselves in the center of the labyrinth. The three of them were standing near a huge monster. Desira and Cyan looked at the main monster in shock. The main character stood by the wall with his arms crossed and asked the boys why the three of them came. Cyan looked back in amazement and did not understand what Eugene was doing here. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, crossing his arms, and stated that he wanted to know who would be here first. All the boys looked back at the main character when Cyan asked Eugene about his phrase. Ciel looked at the main character and noted with confusion that he came before them, to which the boy agreed. Bloodied Desira squeezed her spear and asked about the fact that he got to the center of the labyrinth first, but decided to wait. She also asked if this could somehow be considered as his agreement to their offer with Garguis to team up and destroy the main monster together. Eugene ironically scratched his ear and said that he remembered something like that, and replied that it was not about that, but simply decided to give in to them, because he could easily cope with the monster alone. The main character mockingly scratched his cheek and added that they would probably be offended because they put so much effort into being here. Cyan angrily clenched his fist, angry at such a statement. The protagonist pointed his hand at the monster, saying that apparently this monster will start attacking only if you get close enough to it, or in other words, it is in a state of waiting. The protagonist began waving his hand in front of the guys and said that they will not fight in the same order in which they came here, but Desire will go first, then Cyan, and Ciel will be last, considering this a fair decision. Desire is stunned, her eyes widened, surprised that they will have to fight alone. Eugene raised his hand with a smirk, noting that the girl had gotten pretty battered on the way here, and if she thought she couldn't win, he suggested that she give up in that case. Desire pulled out a white handkerchief, shouting that she wouldn't give up. She immediately clenched her fists in anger. She went first, while the others watched. Cyan looked at Eugene in bewilderment and asked him if he really wasn't going to fight. The protagonist replied that he would go last. The guy continued to look angrily at Eugene and ironically asked him if he really thought it would be his turn, hinting that he would be the one to defeat the main monster. The protagonist looked mockingly from under his brows, notifying that if Cyan succeeded, he would call him Big Brother for the rest of his life. The blue-haired guy blushed, being shocked. He grinned maliciously, noting that Eugene would not dare to forget his promise later. Cyan decided to sit down on the floor. He sat with his sister while Eugene stood. He thought about the Minotaur monster, realizing that it appeared in all the stories about labyrinths. The Black Bull Minotaur frowned, while Cyan thought that the monster was too big, and even bigger than the troll he had recently seen. He frowned at the various monsters. He realized that the Minotaurs were distinguished only by their size, and they were not as aggressive as, for example, trolls or ogres, so he could easily defeat the bull alone. The bull continued to frown. Then it opened its eye furiously. The Minotaur perked up when Desire approached it, and the boys realized that she would have a hard time. The monster looked down on the little girl. She looked at the monster with horror and realized that he was healthy, and she needed to knock down such a big guy. He immediately got angry, baring his teeth, realizing that she had already gone so far and therefore there was no turning back. She immediately rushed to attack. She was immediately covered by the shadow of the monster's hand. Ciel managed to jump back from the monster's blow. Then she dexterously somersaulted from place to place. The girl immediately stuck her spear into the Minotaur's hand. The spear could not pierce the monster through and through. The girl looked at what was happening in shock, noticing that such thick skin could not be pierced by her spear. Then the monster was about to grab the girl. The Minotaur immediately squeezed her in his hand. Desire, in the shackles of the monster, bared her teeth, realizing that her end had come. The Minotaur immediately threw the girl as far away as possible. Desire rolled on the ground. Eugene looked at the defeated girl with Ciel. The seated Ciel looked at the protagonist and asked him why the monster just threw Desire away and stopped attacking her. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently and explained that there was no real monster in front of them, and after the Minotaur grabbed her, it was clear that the girl had lost. Cyan mockingly sharpened his blade, realizing that it was his turn. Cyan sarcastically looked back at Eugene and declared that he would now see that the side branches were a more powerful skill in whose veins the blood of the main family flowed. The protagonist smiled maliciously. Cyan angrily looked back, realizing that Eugene was a scoundrel, because he really thought that he could not kill such a pathetic monster. The guy pulled out his sword, glowing with a blue aura. He wanted to prove to the main character that he was not a mistake and would do everything beautifully. He tightly clutched his blade. Then he grinned sarcastically. Desire looked at the scene with alarm, realizing that it was an all-pervading sword enhanced with magic, and in order to create something like that, one would need to train for at least 10 years. Desire bared her teeth in anger, realizing that they were already very far behind the main family. Ciel looked at the main character, who exclaimed, realizing that it would be quite good for Cyan. The boy held the blade with a sneer, realizing that he would not be able to maintain the magical energy of the sword for long, but he would have enough time to cut the monster. Cyan then looked at the core from above with confusion. Eugene looked at Cyan as he waved the blade in confusion. The boy remembered how Gilade told him that the meaning of this ritual was to prove that he was worthy of being called the descendants of the great Burma, and it did not matter whether he was from a direct branch or not. He remembered how Rovirian used magic, realizing that this labyrinth was her creation, and he specially made it so that magic could not be used in the center. Eugene realized with a malicious look, since it was impossible to strengthen the weapon with mana, then the children from the main and side branches could fight equally. Cyan looked confused, holding the sword, because he did not understand why the sword did not obey him, because he still had plenty of mana. The main character smiled mockingly near the wall, ironically noted for the guy that if he lost, he could go back, because it was not worth acting rashly because of his stubbornness. Ciel looked at her brother with admiration. Cyan bared his teeth angrily, wishing that Eugene did not mock him because he thought that without magic he supposedly could not defeat this pathetic monster. The guy ran at the huge minotaur with screams. The minotaur reached out with his hand to grab the fighter. Cyan dodged deftly, damaging the monster. He continued to strike the monster multiple times. Cyan ran furiously to attack the monster, realizing that such light wounds would not bring it down, and he should somehow plunge the sword deeper into the leg. The guy ran towards the monster's leg. He looked at the leg with glee, thinking that he had succeeded. Right in front of him, the monster struck with its knee. Cyan bared his teeth furiously, realizing that his attack was blocked by a knee strike. The minotaur immediately grabbed the guy. The bull also threw Cyan far away. However, the agile Cyan managed to land on his feet. The main character looked at the dejected Cyan, saying that he had also lost. The blue-haired guy angrily looked back. Eugene looked at Cell and declared that she would be next. The girl timidly crossed her fingers and replied that she would not go because the magic sword did not work here. The protagonist looked away warily, realizing that the girl was smarter than her brother. Then he went to his equipment himself. He began to put the shield on his hand. Then he walked towards the monster while the others watched. The girl asked the protagonist if he could win. Eugene walked without looking back with his sword. He sharpened the blade with a sly grin, realizing that he had to try very hard to lose. The minotaur looked at the guy arrogantly. Eugene looked up mockingly, trying to figure out how he should kill the monster. The bull swung his fist again. The boy managed to run to the side. Then he began to climb up the bull's hand. The monster reached out with his other hand, and here Eugene managed to slip through. The boy managed to jump on the monster's head. The bull began to swing his fist at his face. He hit himself hard. Then the bull screamed in pain. Eugene swung his blade to finish him off. He skillfully cut the monster. All the boys looked at what was happening in shock. Desira's eyes widened, noticing that Eugene was focusing on one point and only hitting the carotid artery. Covering himself with his shield, he sharpened his sword. Then he plunged his sword into the monster. He plunged his sword into the monster's neck. The bloody bull began to fall back. Then he plopped down on the ground. Blood splashed across the floor. The protagonist waved his sword away from the blood. The brother and sister looked at the protagonist in shock. Cyan looked ahead in amazement. Eugene mockingly looked to the side and declared that he had brought down the monster. Cyan excitedly pointed his finger at Eugene, telling him not to brag here because he could have done the same if he had been able to use magic. The boy with a downcast look thought that in that case there might not be a living place left of him, and he would definitely never be able to deal with the monster so quickly and accurately as Eugene. Cyan was angry at the mocking protagonist, realizing that he did not feel fear, but some other feeling. Cyan anxiously held his chest and was overwhelmed with excitement and did not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the equipment in Eugene's hands evaporated. All the guys saw how the minotaur also began to disappear. Ciel's eyes bulged, realizing that the ritual was complete. Gilade and Rovirian jumped up when they saw this. The old man laughed happily. He looked at the blonde with enthusiasm, noting that it impressed him because this guy from the side branch, who was not even taught magic, managed to destroy the minotaur simply thanks to his skill. Rovirian continued to be thoughtful, agreeing with this opinion. He frowned forward and assured that defeating the main monster alone was quite difficult, and therefore the ritual emphasized the need to work together. He imagined the boys fighting the monster together. Rovirian mused that the Minotaur was created precisely so that during the fight the children could try out different methods of teamwork. The blonde looked away in bewilderment and stated that Eugene managed to get through all the monsters in his trap so easily and tried to find out who he was. Gilade looked back with a smile. He remembered little Eugene, and ever since he arrived at their home, he had been doing grueling training on the playground for several days. And according to his people, whom he sent to his hometown, Eugene was widely known for his toughness there too. Gilade clenched his fist enthusiastically, noting that in addition to the boy's excellent training and physical attributes, he also had a fighting spirit. The old man added that this ritual was truly special because they had discovered such a gem. The blonde looked displeased from under his brows and asked the old man if he felt annoyed about this. Rovirian touched his hair and said that he did not want to offend Gilade, but this child was superior to his special children. He imagined Eugene grinning maliciously and understood that if the fighter was already so far ahead of others, then how strong he could become when he began to learn magic. The gentleman extended his finger with a smile and replied that he would only be glad of this, because in this case the Lionheart name would shine even brighter. The blonde sweatily stated that the boy clearly had more plans for the main family, and asked the old man what he would do if Eugene suddenly wanted to become the next head. The old man looked away warily. He looked away with displeasure and stated that only the most outstanding Lionheart should take the place of the head of the family, and if his own children could not maintain this position for themselves, then so be it. Gilade frowned and noted that if they were so weak that they would allow the right given to them from birth to be taken away, then they were unworthy of leading the Lionheart family. The blonde sadly apologized for suddenly interfering in the family affairs. The yellow aura began to evaporate around the boys. The blonde looked at the old man with displeasure and turned to him, asking him to give him advice as an old friend and offer to adopt Eugene. The old man looked away in shock from such a statement. Reborn presented the black silhouettes of the main family and stated that the child from the side branch had easily managed to bypass the children of the main family, and only because of this, the countless descendants of Burmut from the side branches could laugh at the main family and begin to oppose their decisions. Gilade touched his chin in confusion, thanking his friend for the advice because it sounded really tempting. The old man smiled enthusiastically, saying that first of all they had to congratulate the boy. All the boys were coming towards them from the forest. The boys stood in a row in front of the high nobility. Gilade looked at the children with displeasure. Yod stood with a dejected look. Gilade knew that he hadn't even reached the middle of the labyrinth, and naturally it was because he was too absorbed in magic and monsters, but still. His father looked at him with disdain, realizing that Yod had disappointed him by giving into curiosity during the ritual where he was supposed to demonstrate his abilities and forgetting about the main goal. Then he looked at his brother and sister. The old man knew that on the other hand, Ciel and Cyan had managed to reach the center and the monsters with traps had hardly delayed them. And although they had failed to defeat the Minotaur, he wanted to attribute it to their young age, because they would still have time to learn everything in the future. Gilade looked at the boys with enthusiasm and praised them all. He smiled and said that they had watched their progress in the labyrinth from here and thought that this test would be quite difficult for them, but they still showed themselves well. Then the old man looked at Eugene with a smirk. He said with a smile that he had shown himself to be the best. The boy bowed his head in gratitude. Gilade opened his fingers, intending to count them. He noted that the protagonist had also coped well with all the monsters and traps, especially with the troll, whom he had fought in open combat and defeated without receiving a single scratch. Dargwiz became embittered by what he had heard. He looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, wondering how Eugene had managed to get out of the battle with the ferocious troll without a single scratch. Dargwiz frowned as he pictured the muscular Eugene, regretting that he did not have a muscle-enhancing drug like his family, since with it he could have become even stronger. The blonde mockingly touched his face and said that he had actually expected the guys to get out of the labyrinth only on the second day, and noted that he had most likely underestimated them. He looked sarcastically through his bangs and understood that it was natural that there were children in front of him, but still the blood of the great Burmut flowed in their veins. The old man extended his hand and smiled and said that the children should go back and rest, because if it were up to him, the grand celebration would take place right now, but he did not think that they would get out of the labyrinth so quickly, so nothing was ready yet. They exchanged mocking glances with the blonde, and Gilade declared that the children should have a good rest today, and later they would definitely celebrate this event, and ordered Reborn to take the children back. Reborn immediately began to urge the children. Gilade watched as the children left and called out to Eugene to come with him. Ciel looked back in bewilderment. The dumbfounded girl looked at the mocking old man, asking him if they would give him the gift now. The head of the family replied that there was no point in putting it off. The girl thought with a dejected look that it was an underground treasury, and since childhood she had asked her father to take her there, but he had never shown it to her. She watched as Gilade walked away with the protagonist. An orange sky enveloped the forest. The old man walked ahead of the boy along the path. Gilade praised the boy behind him without looking back, telling him that he skillfully communicated with several types of weapons at once, and noted that the old man was too kind to him. Gilade smiled maliciously and refused, saying that in order to defeat the monsters in the labyrinth, he used a sword and shield and fought with a spear against Cyan and Desira. Eugene stared at Gilade, realizing that he knew about his fight with Desira, although it was not surprising, because he was the head of the family. The father of the family mockingly replied that the current weapon symbolizing the Lionheart House was the sword. He pictured Burmut walking proudly against the backdrop of the weapon. He added that their ancestor, the Great Burmut, was a master of various weapons, for which he was nicknamed the Almighty Master. He recalled how Hamel dealt with monsters. Gilade stated that not only could Burmut boast of such skill, but his comrade, Mr. Hamel, was also a great master and was second in strength only to the Almighty Burmut. Eugene coughed into his hand and said that he had read about him, the tight-fisted Hamel. The old man raised his finger smilingly and replied that he, too, had become familiar with this story as a child, but if it were not for Hamel, the book would have been completely boring. The head of the family looked around with a smile and noted that in reality he had always liked Mr. Hamel more than Mr. Burmut. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He continued to look ahead in amazement, wondering why it was so. Gilade waved his hand, looking back, and replied that against the ideal Mr. Burmut, Hamel turned out to be more humane, as it was said in the book. He remembered how Hamel got angry when he looked at Burmut. He knew that Mr. Hamel had often felt inferior because of his comrade, but still, he never despaired, but on the contrary, made an effort to correct his shortcomings. He frowned and looked ahead and noted that in the end, he sacrificed his life for his comrades. The protagonist touched his face and thought about how in the book it seemed moralizing and unnecessarily flaunted. Gilade looked back when the guy replied that he liked Hamel too. The protagonist scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, realizing that he liked such words. The head of the family smiled tremulously. They approached the tower with the guards. They went inside. They stood before the descent into the basement. They began to descend into the basement. Eugene looked at Gilade in bewilderment, who noted that besides the heads of the family, the guy was the first to enter the treasury. The protagonist looked ahead in shock and asked again if he was really allowed here. The head of the family looked sarcastically and answered that it was so, and he promised that he would allow them to take any item, and he had already agreed on everything with the elders of the Senate. Eugene imagined the Senate meeting in the dark. He realized that the elders of the Lionheart family were there, and members of the family were sitting in it, including the previous heads, whose fame was widely known even among the side branches. They continued to descend into the basement. The protagonist asked about what was stored here. The old man answered that there was an inheritance that had been collected over several hundred years. The boy looked ahead, dumbfounded, asking if the sacred sword was there. Gilade looked back mockingly and noted that he would not be able to take it. He imagined the glowing blade and noted that this sword was the weapon that became the symbol of the Lionheart house, and it could not belong to just one person. The main character crossed his arms and stated that he was sorry. He imagined Burmut holding the blade in front of him. He knew that after the great Burmut, no one had ever managed to gain his recognition. Eugene went down after Gilade, asking about his recognition. The head of the family replied that he would understand everything when he saw it. They approached a huge door. The old man bit his finger, frowning. He began to drop blood onto the altar. Drops of blood fell into the mouth of the lion's muzzle. The gate immediately began to move. On these doors was depicted a lion on a shield. The door began to rise in front of the boys. He extended his hand, allowing the boy to enter. The old man extended his hand with a smile and said that he would wait for him here, because if they entered together, he would look back at him and would not be able to choose what he really wanted. Eugene nodded his head in gratitude. He immediately entered inside. He stood in front of the wall. Then he grinned maliciously. He saw a sacred sword in front of him. This sword emitted the light of an aura. He began to warm up his fingers, realizing that he wanted to start with the sacred sword. The people looked at the sacred sword. This sword was a gift from the gods, which had existed in the sacred empire of Ura since time immemorial. Burmut looked at his blade in his hand. For many years, it was kept sealed in the main temple of Ura's, and only Burmut recognized the sword as its owner. He remembered how Burmut pierced the monster with the sword. 300 years ago in Helmut, Burmut had pierced the heart of the demon Slaughter King, the 5th-ranking king. Eugene remembered how Burmut had lit the way in the darkness with the sword, since it was mostly used as a torch after that. The protagonist bowed before the sword. He grabbed it tightly. Then he smiled maliciously, wanting to pull it out. He pulled the sword towards himself with all his might. He began to shake his hand, realizing that nothing was working. He tilted his head in displeasure, realizing that even if he failed, he still would not be able to take it with him, and he realized that he would have to find something else. He began to walk through the treasury. Then his gaze caught on something. He noticed a jagged blade called the Insatiable Sword Aspel. He imagined Burmut swinging it deftly. He knew that this sword was powered by the stolen mana of the opponent, which increased his own strength and dispelled high-class magic with one blow. He continued to look at this sword, realizing that Burmut could only wield it well because he was an outstanding mage, and such a sword would not suit him now. He immediately began to walk towards another weapon as something else attracted him. He saw a fire spear that took time to heat up, and its power was not inferior to a dragon's fire breath. He also saw a black sword in the aura. It was the Storm Sword Vinid, a weapon blessed by the King of the Wind Spirit. Then he came across a thunder bow. It was for Noah, a bow of shining lightning that launched lightning arrows that struck enemies at any distance. He also imagined the blue sword of Metamorphosis Jabal, and under the influence of magic it turned into a whip with hundreds of sharp blades. He also saw the shield Jedon, which transferred the energy of incoming attacks to another dimension. He looked at the hundreds of swords with confusion and understood that if he took any of them, he would definitely not regret it. The guy angrily looked to the side, wondering if that was all, and did not understand where the Moonlight Sword and Demonic Spear were. He looked at the swords with malice and understood that 300 years had passed since then, and these scoundrels knew about the coolest weapons and left only one nonsense. He was puzzled by the image of a man waving a sword. He tried to figure out what to choose and thought that he could start with something simple like the Sword Vinid, because you only needed to hold it in your hands to use the power of the Wind Spirit, and with enough mana, you could even summon the King of Spirits himself. He thought about everything in front of the sword and realized that not everyone was capable of learning summoning magic, and without certain qualities, even the most worthless spirit would not be summoned, even if you were the most outstanding wizard. However, he thought that if he took Vinid, he would not have to worry about this. He looked away with displeasure and realized that since he was in the treasury, He could look around a little more. He saw various accessories under the shelf. He stared at the jewelry and realized that in addition to weapons, there were also a lot of precious stones and jewelry. Suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes bulging. He excitedly grabbed the pendant. He stared at the pendant with the stone in a daze, realizing that it was the same pendant he wore in his past life. He remembered how he killed the monster, and this pendant was left to him by his parents, who were killed by the monster, although he had long ago avenged them. He smiled maliciously in his past life and still continued to wear it until his death. He held the pendant in surprise and did not understand how it ended up here, assuming that Burma could have taken it from his corpse. He resigned himself to this fate with a dejected look. He imagined the Demon King holding out his hand. Thanks to the agreement that Burma made with the Demon King of Imprisonment, peace had finally come, but King Helmuta and the other two Demon Kings were still in good health. He remembered how they celebrated their victory in a friendly company. In their company were Burma, Senya, Moron, Anis, and they all swore to destroy the 5 Demon Kings. The boy grinned angrily, not understanding what kind of agreement they could have made, and also took the pendant he had inherited from his parents and placed it here. He imagined Burmat's intense gaze, not understanding what he had been thinking at the time. Eugene clenched his fist in anger, thinking that all of this was because of him, and perhaps they did not have the strength to win without his help. The protagonist frowned forward and understood that he did not want to blame Burma and the others, but he supposed that they probably had a reason not to kill kings. The spacious hall contained hundreds of weapons. There were many weapons here that he would gladly take, but he did not want to leave his pendant in the Lionheart treasury. He looked at his pendant in his hands with trepidation. Gilade crossed his arms in bewilderment and asked the hero about whether he had really chosen the pendant. He showed the pendant with a wide smile and replied that he liked it. They stood opposite each other. The old man was puzzled because there were many other incredible treasures there. The boy replied that he was not yet able to handle many of them. Eugene handed the pendant to the old man, who wanted to examine it. It was a capsule with a red stone, and Gilade understood that it was an old pendant of rough workmanship, an inexpensive stone, and the cutting left much to be desired. He carefully examined the pendant and noticed that it was an unremarkable cheap thing and did not understand how it ended up there at all. He dangled the pendant over the statue of the lion's head. The eyes of the lion statue glowed red. The old man tilted his head and frowned, realizing that it was strange that the pendant was not registered in the treasury. The head of the family looked at the surprised Eugene and answered him that this thing did not belong to the Lionheart treasures and it did not belong there. The protagonist noted that this pendant did end up in the treasury. Gilade cautiously replied that the pendant was of no value, and even if he sold it, he wouldn't be able to buy a cheap sword with the money he got, and asked the boy again if he still wanted to take it. Eugene cried out enthusiastically, wishing. The boy looked at the old man, who covered his face. He noted that if the protagonist was so sure of his choice, then so be it. He imagined Rovirian radiating magic onto the pendant. Since the origin of the pendant was unknown, Gilade said that Rovirian had to check it because it was possibly enchanted. The protagonist asked in surprise if he could take it after checking. The old man clutched the pendant in his fist and promised that he would. The protagonist stared at Gilade, who said that he certainly didn't think it would turn out like this, and noted to Eugene that since the pendant wasn't part of the Lionheart family's treasures, he offered to take something else. The old man extended his finger enthusiastically. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. Gilade replied with a smile that the boy could take whatever he wanted since he had promised him. The protagonist bowed and immediately began to run. The boy ran forward with a mocking grin, realizing that this man knew how to give in, and he couldn't believe that he was really a descendant of the unyielding Burmat. He quickly ran forward, realizing that in this case he would not hesitate any longer. He immediately grabbed the storm sword of Vinit. He immediately began to open the blade. He sharpened the blade with an enthusiastic grin, realizing that it was now his. The light from the windows seeped into the night courtyard. Desira pointed angrily, not understanding why he hadn't chosen a spear since he was actually so good with it. The protagonist stood in front of Garguis and Desira. He replied that he had decided what to choose, and besides, he seemed to be pretty good with a sword. The girl found this disgusting. Garguis touched his chin in confusion and noted that the sword looked too light. The big guy started imagining various axes and hammers. He stated that with Eugene's powers, something heavier like a hammer or an axe would suit him better. The guy replied that he was the one deciding everything here. The big guy showed off his muscles and said that since the ritual was over, he asked him if he wanted to go with them, since their family would provide him with enough money to increase his muscles. Eugene replied that he was not interested. Desira pointed at her brother with displeasure and stated that there was no point in talking to the dumb jock. The girl frowned angrily and asked Eugene to show her the sword. The guy looked away in bewilderment. He began to take out a glowing blade. The protagonist looked at his blade in surprise. Desira asked with slight displeasure what kind of weapon it was, to which she received the answer that it was the storm sword of Vinit. The guy was holding a sword with flying fairies in his hands. He said that according to Mr. Gilead, the sword was favored by the king of the wind spirits, and it looked like later, when he trained enough, he would be able to summon spirits. The girl clenched her fist sadly and noted that although the sword was cool, in his place she would still take a spear. Eugene turned away from the guys, examining the blade, and added that there was enough of that kind of stuff there too. The girl in a fighting mood presented a fiery spear, and said that it was the attack dragon spear Carbos, and it was said that it strikes throughout flames like a fire-breathing dragon. Eugene coolly threw the sword over his shoulder and replied that he did not know what it looked like. Desira angrily presented Burmut with a huge spear. The girl asked him if he had seen the demonic spear Ruintos, because it was the greatest weapon of the great Burmut. Desira, grinning, elbowed Garguis when he replied that he had heard of it too, because it was used by the demonic king of cruelty. Eugene tilted his head, thinking about the demonic king of cruelty. He imagined a whole hierarchy of the spirits of darkness. 300 years ago, in the haven of demons Helmud, there were 5 kings. The main demonic king of destruction in the form of glowing eyes. The second in rank was the king of imprisonment in black form. The third was the king of demonic madness with horns on his head. The fourth was the king of cruelty in powerful armor. The last was the king of slaughter with a malicious grin. The big guy frowned and told Desira that she did not understand anything, because the most powerful weapon of the great Burmut was not a spear, but the crushing hammer Jiggalath, which was used by the demonic king of slaughter. He imagined this demonic hammer with bones. Desira was arguing with Garguis, noting that the king of cruelty was stronger than him, though the big guy explained that just because he was higher in rank did not mean that his weapon was stronger. Eugene watched Desira and Garguis fight, realizing that the crushing hammer was also missing. The boy frowned as he imagined the spear and hammer. Among Burmut's weapons, only the demonic spear and crushing hammer belonged to demon kings, and such an ominous weapon would hardly be stored in a treasury. It was expected that it was sealed somewhere. The girl pointed angrily at the big guy, noting that the demonic spear was stronger. However, Garguis disagreed and believed that the crushing hammer was better. Eugene grabbed his head in sadness, realizing that he was too old for such games. He started to walk away from the arguing boys, thinking that the demonic spear and the crushing hammer were great weapons, so it was impossible to determine which one was stronger. But if we talk about Burmut's strongest weapon, then everything will become clear at once. He imagined the shining moonlight sword, which was the embodiment that took the form of a sword, where even in the demon's haven it remained sealed. He imagined Burmut swinging this blade, and remembered how the king of cruelty with the demonic spear and the king of slaughter with the crushing hammer died in the light of the destroying sword. Eugene held the blade in front of him. He looked ahead with a smile and realized that in this life, he held a real sword in his hands for the first time. His blade cut through the air with blue flames. Desira, along with Garguis, looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. They watched as Eugene swung the sword. The boy deftly trained various techniques with the blade. Then he sharply jabbed the sword to the side. The two boys continued to watch the boy train. Garguis' eyes widened in shock, noticing that it was like a sword dance. Desira also looked at what was happening in amazement. At this time, the blonde man stood in front of the old man. He emitted magic onto the pendant. Then he looked at it intently. Afterwards, he placed the pendant on the table. He pointed his finger at the pendant and stated that there was no trace of magic. Rovirian looked at the table in surprise and wondered if it was really from the treasury. Gilead looked at Rovirian carefully and agreed with him. Rovirian placed his hands on the table and suggested that Eugene could just be joking, but the old man assured him that he had no need for that. The head of the family raised his hand and replied that if he did not allow him to take something else from the treasury, he would be left with nothing. The mage looked away in alarm and noted that it was quite risky. Rovirian stretched his hand in front of the table, wanting to check the pendant again. He reached for the pendant again, saying that although it was not affected by magic, it still bothered him, so she wanted to examine it more thoroughly. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and wondered how he would do this. The blonde looked at his finger with glee and noted that there were spells that allowed one to read the memory of magical energy and that their great teacher, the wise Senya, had developed them. The mage angrily presented various accessories and stated that magic existed throughout the world, so most of the objects that surrounded them were imbued with it, so he wanted to read the memory of magical energy contained in the pendant. Gilead frowned and ordered the mage to begin. The blonde immediately surrounded the pendant in his hands. Then he closed his eyes, directing magic to it. He squinted, seeing various memories in the pendant. At first he did not notice anything unusual, and it seemed to him that it was about 100 years ago, and in front of him was the capital and the streets where the pendant was bought. He put the pendant back on the table and said that from that moment on the memory was not read and the magic of the treasury must have blocked access to further memories. The old man looked closely at the sparkling pendant and noted that since it was 100 years ago, there was no one left who could tell him about the origin of this thing. The blonde cautiously scratched his elbow and asked what Gilade would do. The head of the family enthusiastically squeezed the pendant and said that since there were no spells on it, he would give it to Eugene, because he wanted it so much that he was ready to give up any treasure. The magician touched his chin with a smile and noted that Gilade really liked this guy. The old man looked at him with a sly smile, then he decided to get up. He looked out the window at the boy training with a sword and wondered how he could not like him. Rovirian looked at the old man with bewilderment, who decided to take his advice. The blonde tilted his head warily. He smiled sarcastically and declared that he would make Eugene his adopted son. The protagonist covered himself with his hand, wielding the blade. Cyan smiled and said hello. Nina looked at him and exclaimed. The hero frowned. He thought that this was the younger brother of the current patriarch, a complete weirdo who preferred to marry rather than go with his older brother. Eugene bowed and introduced himself, the one he had heard about. Jeanette grabbed his shoulder and said that he was a boy from a side branch who managed to beat everyone at the recent ritual. The boy removed his hand and asked he was here to accompany him, right? The boy looked at him and said that his brother wanted to send a knight for him, but he decided to come here in person. He smiled and said that he wanted to take a look at him. Jeanette closed his eyes and said that he had been told a lot about him, but alas, he did not have the opportunity to observe the ritual. He thought about it and said that according to tradition, only the patriarch of the family has the right to observe the course of the tests. He believed that Rovirian was given permission since he was responsible for the organization. The boy raised his finger and said just not to think that he holds a grudge against his brother, it is just a statement of fact. He lowered his head and asked if he still sounded like he was up to something bad. He asked him not to worry. Yellow Eyes looked at him and said that he hoped that his brother's reaction would be the same. Eugene smiled and thought that his behavior betrayed the freedom of his beloved character, as well as frivolity. Maybe that is why he has not married yet. After a while, the boy looked at his companion and asked why the patriarch had called him. He replied that he probably wanted to congratulate him. He had finally won the blood inheritance ritual. The hero frowned and said that he had already congratulated him. Wasn't he himself interested in why he needed him? Jeanette raised his eyebrows and said that he had an idea, but it wasn't a matter he should poke his nose into. He stopped. The boy turned around and said that he hoped they would cross paths more often. The boy smiled and said that the feeling was mutual. He knocked on the door. They told him to come in. Jeanette opened the door for him and winked. Eugene smiled and wondered why he was surrounded by morons. He entered the room. Gilade smiled and apologized for calling him so suddenly. They sat down at the table. The man put the necklace on the table. He joined hands and said that he had asked Rovirian to look at it. Everything indicated that it was the most ordinary jewelry. Eugene looked at him. Gilade frowned and said that even though he used the mana memory, they couldn't find anything important. The boy's eyes widened. He remembered that this was Senya's magic. He had already forgotten about it. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked what memories they were able to see. The man frowned and said that most likely this necklace was bought in one of the capital's back streets about 100 years ago. Eugene looked at him in shock and thought that this couldn't be. He was sure that he wore it more than 300 years ago. It belonged to him for a whole decade. There could be no mistake. He thought that Rovirian would hardly lie. Maybe he was just mistaken. The boy looked ahead and thought that he should check the necklace for a spell that could fool even the master of the magic tower, but who could cast it. He turned away. The hero frowned and thought that he didn't know the reason, but he smiled and asked if he could keep the necklace. Gilade smiled and confirmed, said that he had promised and that it was his. The boy took the necklace and thanked him. He put it on himself. The man cleared his throat and said that he had called him to return the necklace and tell him something else. He looked at him and said that it might sound too harsh, but the offer was not bad at all. In fact, it would even be good for his future. Eugene raised an eyebrow. The man looked at him. The hero looked up and said that Sale was very beautiful, but he had no desire to marry yet. He thought that now everything was working out, despite the way he had treated Cyan. She continued to act friendly, so this was all a setup to arrange a marriage of convenience. Gilade raised his eyebrows in surprise when he thought that he seemed like a good person to him, and he had never expected something like this from him. The hero looked away and said that he was too young to marry. He would need to get his father's approval. He asked him to wait. The man looked at him in surprise and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He did not intend to marry him to a girl. Eugene looked at him in surprise and blushed. He thought that this was the worst possible assumption. He imagined his wedding with a 13-year-old girl. He put his hand to his head and thought, apparently this child's body is affecting his mind. Gilade looked at him and said that he wanted to adopt him. The hero looked at him in surprise. He turned away and thought that this was no less shocking, although the idea of entering the main family did not sound so bad. He looked forward and said that this was quite unexpected. The man smiled and said that the idea of marriage was also difficult to predict. Gilade looked at him and said that if he wanted, he could even accept him into the main branch of his father. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that this meant he would have 2 fathers. The man smiled and said that there was no need to complicate things, all he wanted was to accept him into the main line. He looked at him and said that he was the father of 3 children and had no desire to take Gerard's son away from him. Gilade extended his hand and said that even though they had never met before, he promised to respect him as he did his own brothers. Gilade looked at him tensely. He lowered his head and said that if he refused the adoption. The boy raised his head and asked if he would lose respect for his father. The patriarch smiled and said no. He stood up. Gilade raised his eyebrows and said that he was not such a childish person. He lowered his eyes and said that it would be very annoying, but nothing more. He smiled and said that he respected his choice and wished him a better future. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he did not think he could make such a decision on his own, and advised him to ask his father's opinion. Gilade smiled and said that in that case they would decide everything after the banquet, and he would send a carriage for his father. Eugene drank the tea and said that it could have a positive effect on his future. The patriarch looked at him. The hero frowned and asked what that meant. Gilade smiled and said that if he grew up in the main family, he would have many advantages. He turned away and said that since they had many outstanding knights in their service, he would have the opportunity to learn a lot from them. The boy looked at him and said that if he were to train here, he would want to learn from the strongest. He smiled and asked if he could really learn from him if he became his adopted son. The man looked at him. He thought that he was terribly curious to know how strong the patriarch was. The man smiled. He raised his finger and said that he was not against teaching him personally, but if he wanted to take lessons from the strongest, then there was a more suitable candidate for this role. Eugene looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Gilade looked at him and said that it was his brother. Maybe in the past he was stronger, but he had already managed to surpass him. The guy remembered Cyan. The white-haired man crossed his arms over his chest and asked if his father taught him magic. Eugene smiled and said that he told him that he had no desire to master mana yet. He was afraid that he might start practicing unconsciously. The man turned around and said that since arriving here, he had not stopped training hard. The crystals that are inside monsters of each rank are mana stones. To master magic, you need to get mana stones. But there is one thing, the more effective the mana stone, the more difficult it is to get it. Also, one must not forget that successful mastery requires the guidance of a strong mentor. It would be dramatic for the Gerard family to provide both of these points. Such conditions are too meager to reveal the window of Eugene's enormous potential. The man sat down at the table and thought that by saying this out loud, he could involuntarily give rise to hatred for his own family. Perhaps he would even become disgusted with his father. He smiled and said that he had already said everything he wanted. If he did not mind, he would like to return to this topic later. Eugene smiled and said that he would be glad. They looked at each other. Silence fell. The hero bowed and said goodbye. The patriarch said that he would ask someone to accompany him. The boy looked at him and said that everything was fine. The guest house was not that far from here. For him it was just a short walk. He smelled something. Eugene looked to the side and thought it was the smell of perfume. He looked ahead and thought that there was someone around the corner. The hero frowned and thought, is he not moving? Is this someone waiting for him? He walked forward. The girl was standing around the corner. She came out. She made a surprised face. The guy raised an eyebrow and thought that she was acting like they ran into each other by accident, although she had been standing there for a long time. He looked at her. The boy bowed and introduced himself. The girl smiled and said that she was told that he had an audience with the patriarch. It seemed they had a long conversation. She did not expect that he would still be here. Eugene looked at her and asked what she meant by that. The brunette raised an eyebrow and thought how impudent he was. His impudence already knew no bounds. She looked at him and thought that it was not surprising, because he managed to gain the upper hand over a child from the main branch, and also emerged victorious from the blood inheritance ritual. She thought that it wouldn't take him long to become stronger and more daring. It would be better for her to gain his friendship as well, rather than become an enemy. She thought that it would be a good idea to tie him down through marriage, which is why she told Cell to get close to the boy. Anisilla looked at him and said that she was curious about what they had discussed. Eugene looked at her and said that he could not reveal the details of his private conversation with the patriarch. The girl laughed and said not to think that she was trying to interrogate him, she just wanted to say something. The boy looked at her in surprise. The brunette raised her eyebrows and said that she was very sorry for Cyan's rude behavior. She was very late with her apology. Unfortunately, the approaching ritual did not give her the opportunity to do it earlier. The white-haired man looked at her and said that she did not need to apologize. That incident had long been settled. Anisilla smiled and said that she was glad to hear that, and he seemed very mature for his age. She raised a finger and said that she would definitely reprimand Cyan. She hoped that they would get along in the future. The boy smiled and said that they would definitely get along. After all, they were all one big family. The girl frowned and thought about what he said. Although these words were true, it was disgusting to hear these words from an impudent little brat. She looked at the hero when he asked if he could take his leave. The brunette smiled and apologized for keeping her. Eugene turned around and walked on. He looked back and thought that this woman was initially against him because of his origin from the branch. He thought that he had better avoid meeting this old bitch. The boy walked forward. 2 days later, Gerard arrived at the main branch estate. He got out of the carriage and looked ahead, embarrassed. The man looked forward and wondered if his son had really won the blood inheritance ritual. He looked down and thought that his son had defeated the children of the patriarch. He thought that he had shown extraordinary talent since his youth, but he had been unable to help bring it out. He felt that he would face a very harsh reality during the test. He thought that the difference between the main and side branches could not be overcome by talent and perseverance alone. He shed tears and thought that he had imagined it. Gerard looked up when his son called out to him. Eugene was waving at him. He was smiling. The father ran towards him. He hugged the boy. Gilad looked at him. The man began to cry and said that he was very proud of him. The hero looked at him and said that he had told him to expect good news. Did he not believe him? Gerard wiped his tears and said that he had said something similar and apologized for not believing in him. He bowed and introduced himself. Gilad extended his hand and introduced himself and apologized for such a sudden invitation. The men shook hands. The hero's father said that it was an honor for him to be invited to this place. The patriarch smiled and said that he did not want to spoil their reunion, but could they talk alone? Gerard looked at him and agreed. They went to the building. After a while, the man looked ahead in surprise and asked if he really meant adoption. Gilad drank tea and confirmed. He looked at him and said that if he adopted Eugene, he would also be treated with respect as befits. The hero's father lowered his gaze. He got up from the table, bowed and asked for forgiveness if he seemed rude. The white-haired man raised his eyebrows and said that he was truly happy that his son was so highly regarded, but as his father, he couldn't help but worry about his future. The patriarch looked at him and asked what worries he was talking about. The man raised his eyebrows and said that he was sure that his intentions were good, but he was afraid that the rest of the family might not be so kind. He said that he already had 3 children. If he adopted Eugene, he would definitely become an outcast. Gilad looked away and said that he understood what he was trying to say. He said that he didn't want to put any restrictions on the hero's future, but their family was very strict about blood purity and he doubted that they would so easily agree to accept a child of a side family into the main family. The man looked ahead and said that even if Eugene joined the main family, he would not be able to inherit the title of patriarch, but if he did not allow greed to stroke his mind, he was sure that in his family, he would be able to fully realize his incredible potential. He said that by becoming his son, he would have the opportunity to get closer to other children. As a result, a better future was guaranteed for him. Gerard clenched his fists and said that he was right. He smiled and said to let him discuss this in private with his son first. Eugene held a sword in his hands. His eyes lit up. He struck. The father approached him. The boy looked up. Gerard lowered his head. The hero sheathed his sword and thought that judging by his face, the news had greatly shocked him. He looked ahead and asked what that expression was. The man raised his head. He thought that in front of him was a storm sword, this weapon that he had chosen as a reward. Even sold all the property, their family would not have enough money to buy something so valuable. He turned away and said that the patriarch said that he wanted to install it. The boy looked at him and said that he already knew, they had already talked about it. Gerard frowned and said that he did not mind him becoming his child, so he would have more chances for a great future. He clenched his fist and said that by choosing this path he would have to overcome many obstacles. Eugene scratched the back of his head and said that perhaps so. He smiled and said that he knew him well, he would not allow anyone to overtake him. Gerard looked at him in surprise. He put his hands on his shoulders and said that he got his name from him and his obedient mother let him not forget it. The boy smiled and said that even after adoption, he would remain his only real father. His father hugged him. The boy looked ahead and thought that it was probably going to happen. It sounded like a pain in the ass, but he would benefit greatly from the adoption. He thought that he had no desire to become the head of the family. Everyone around him was probably convinced of the opposite. He thought that his first wife Theonis and second wife Anasilla were probably keeping an eye on him. He remembered that there were 2 ways to deal with the general hostility. The first was to simply ignore it. A wind blew into him. He prepared to attack. The boy drew his sword. He smiled and thought that the second way was to destroy and rule. The patriarch had invited the families of all the children who had taken part in the blood inheritance ritual. It was a celebration in honor of the triumph of the collateral branch, and in no way a reason for the patriarch to reproach him. Gerard looked around when he was called. The man smiled and said that he had raised an incredible son, rumors that they would soon be able to enter the main branch of their family. Another said that they had something that even the patriarch himself possessed, a muscle-building potion. Was he interested in it? The white-haired smiled and said that they were all lucky to meet. Why don't they become comrades from the side branches, get to know each other better? Eugene looked at them and thought that at least these vile perverts did not notice him. He saw Cyan. He was looking down. Anisilla looked forward and told him to raise his head. She said that from now on he would be compared to him. Without looking at him, the woman said that looking at them, people would remember his defeat in the duel. The fact that the offspring of the main branch could not win the ritual for the first time in history would become a laughingstock. Cyan looked down. The woman looked at him and said that he couldn't just accept this, he had to feel this humiliation, but he shouldn't despair. Even if everyone laughed at him, he was still with the son of the main branch. The boy looked up. His mother put her hands on his shoulders and said that the hero couldn't become a patriarch. But even so, he shouldn't relax. He had many shortcomings, so now he had to try even harder to get the coveted title. She leaned over and whispered to try to be friends with him. Cyan looked at her and asked if it was because they were brothers now. She replied that he should try to strengthen the brotherly bond so that in the future he would become his ally. The boy nodded. He tried to imagine how he would be friends with him. Sale was eating cake and said that she heard that they were now brother and sister. The hero walked forward and agreed. The girl asked if he would call her big sister from now on. The boy looked up and said that she was only a few months older. The girl looked at him and asked for just one. It was not that difficult. She leaned over and asked if he would tell. He thought it was weird to call a 13-year-old girl an older sister. The boy stuck out his tongue and thought he would rather die. Rovirian frowned and said that he could not accept him as a disciple without reservation. He raised his hand and said that the Red Tower of Mages specializes in summoning magic. First, Yod would have to pass a test. The boy looked at him and asked what would happen after he passed it. The blonde frowned and said that it would be great, but in that kingdom his family name did not carry much weight. If he did not show talent that would allow him to ignore someone's opinion, then he would not be able to accept him as a disciple. The white-haired man bowed his head and said okay. Rovirian looked at him and said that since he was an old friend of his father, he would have many opportunities. He would protect him from discriminatory cries and also help him find suitable conditions for his type of magic. Yod looked at him with embarrassment. He lowered his head and thought that he would be happy even if he could not become his student. After all, he would have a chance to forget about the oppressive atmosphere of this family. He looked at his father. Gilead smiled and told me to wait for his approval. It was his choice alone. The guy raised his eyebrows. His mother looked at him. She frowned and said that this was a chance given by his father. He should accept it with gratitude. He will be able to practice the magic that he adored so much. She put her hands on his shoulders. Theonis frowned and said that he was her son and potentially the heir to the title of patriarch. Let him not forget about it even when he was training in another kingdom. The man frowned and stopped her. The woman took hold of his wrist and said that she only wanted to encourage their son. She frowned and thought that the bitch would probably be overjoyed if her son was going to another kingdom. Theonis looked down and thought that she could no longer influence this. She remembered that Yod did not have the talents inherent in his bloodline. He was naive and weak in character, a weakling. It would be better if he established connections with other mages, increasing his power in another kingdom. The woman thought that he needed to gain the necessary support in the future. She looked at her son and said that he was the legitimate son of the Lionheart family and he should remember this. The boy raised his eyebrows and agreed. After a while, the next day after the banquet, Rovirian together with Yod headed to the kingdom of Aroth. The families from the side branches went to their homes. Eugene and Gerard settled in the spare chambers. The hero thought that today he would practice magic for the first time after reincarnation. He remembered that there are two ways to develop mana: breathing and physical training. Breathing is the process of collecting mana from the environment through inhalation and exhalation. Physical training is collecting mana with the whole body for its subsequent strengthening. Both processes are quite difficult, but breathing is a more effective training method. He thought that in his past life he was used to developing mana through physical training, but later, on the advice of his friends, he began to devote more time to breathing. Lionheart develops mana only through breathing. The boy approached Janae. He smiled and offered to get down to business. In the deep forest, in the Patriarch's domain, there is a source of mana, access to which only close relatives have. The source did not appear on its own. It was created by Burma 300 years ago. The boy frowned and thought that he was still a real monster since he could artificially create a source of mana. The white-haired man turned around and asked if he was nervous. Eugene smiled and said that he was looking forward to it. The guy raised his hand and said that it wouldn't be easy. He would help him, but since it was his first time, he would have to sweat a lot. At a younger age, it was much easier to feel mana. He raised his finger and said that Sel and Cyan started their training at 6 years old. It took them 4 days to feel it, and Yod, I think, 2 weeks. He said that children of the side branches start training at about his age. He thinks that to feel mana, they spend about a month. He smiled and said that he would probably need less time because they were in the source of mana and he would help as much as he could. Eugene looked at him and asked how many days it should take. He answered that it would take about 10 days. The boy laughed and thought that he should shove these 10 days up his ass. He smiled and thought that he would fix it in less than 10 minutes. They arrived at the place. The guys went into the house. Jeanette pointed forward and said that it was there. They went down. There was a large hall in front of them. The guy pointed forward and said to sit in the very center of the circle. Eugene sat down. Jeanette closed his eyes and said that the mana absorption technique that is passed down from generation to generation is the legacy of their ancestor. He raised his finger and said that children from the side branches are forbidden to use this technique, so they resort to the Scarlet Flame ritual, which is much inferior to the original. He began to glow and said that this is the original technique kept in their family. Magic appeared around him. He smiled and said that this is the White Flame ritual. Eugene looked at him in surprise and thought that although he was not personally familiar with this ritual, he clearly remembered its unique formula. He remembered how a layer of mana was very high and dense surrounding his friend from a past life. It materialized in the form of a white flame. At times it even resembled a lion's mane. He thought that in his past life he never had the opportunity to know what it was capable of. Jeanette stepped forward and said that since he couldn't feel mana right away, he needed to concentrate on his breathing. The boy said he could feel it. The boy raised his eyebrows and said he thought he might have concentrated so hard that his senses were tearing him apart. He raised his finger and thought he would show him the difference between real and false mana sensations. He sent mana into it. He smiled and said he couldn't feel it yet. The boy pointed to the mana and said he could feel it. He was showing where he was going. Okay. Eugene smiled and asked how long they were going to mess around with this. Jeanette looked at him in surprise and said he couldn't believe it. He thought even 10 days was an optimistic scenario, but his pace defied all explanation. The boy laughed. He sat down. He frowned and said that since he could already feel mana, they could go further. From now on he shouldn't say words and focus on his body. Eugene closed his eyes and said that he understood. They joined hands. The boy told him to try to breathe slowly. The hero began to inhale mana. Jeanette told him to imagine how with each breath he takes in streams of mana. When they rush into his body, try to direct his mother in the right direction, to his heart. The boy removed his hands. The boy moved away and said that he was doing great. The hero was glowing. The white-haired man frowned and thought that this exceeded all possible expectations. He was already capable of manipulating mana inside himself. Now all that was left was to wait for his body to accept it. He looked at the boy. He thought that this was madness. He remembered that in his past life, feelings and breathing mana were not problematic, but this body copes with mana absorption many times better. With each breath there is more and more mana in his body. He thought that he should remember that such a young body has its limits. For now this amount is enough. His heart lit up. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. The boy was looking at him. He thought that the size of his core was amazing. Usually people start with a much smaller core and practice mana control diligently to grow it to this size. Jeanette smiled and said that he was a real monster. The boy grabbed his hand and asked if it was a compliment. He confirmed. The boy walked forward and told him to go back. After a while, Jeanette raised a finger and said that the essential difference between the white and scarlet flame rituals is the splitting of the core inside the body. No matter how much he develops with the scarlet flame, he will only have access to one core inside the body. He said that once a certain threshold is overcome, his core will split into several parts. He continued that when this happens, he will be able to increase the mana in his body much more productively. The interaction of several cores experimentally increases the owner's strength. The boy said that they called these cores stars. The ancestor of their lineage, as well as the creator of the white flame, owned 10 stars at once. In the entire history of their family, no one has ever managed to achieve such a number. Jeanette smiled and said that he and his brother each have 6 stars. His brother's children created 1 star each. He is not sure about Yoda, but the twins will definitely reach the 2nd star within the next year. He looked up and said that since the brother and sister began training mana at the age of 6, it means that it will take them 8 years to go from 1 star to 2. Eugene looked at him and asked what about him. The boy raised a finger and said that he will definitely be the fastest, if of course he does not shirk training. The boy smiled and said that he will do his best. He smiled and thought that not only did he reincarnate in a much better body than his previous one, but he also inherited the Burmut method of training mana. He will not let the potential of this body rot. He walked forward and thought that although he was not sure that he could reach 10 stars, he needed to find out all the details while he was training with the white flame. The hero smiled and thanked Burmut. Thanks to him he could achieve much higher results. They came home. Jeanette smiled and said that he would report to his brother how everything went and told him to go rest. The boy smiled and thanked him. The boy left and he thought to hell with rest. He thought that such fatigue would disappear in no time after a short sleep. Since now he had started training mana, he had a lot of work to do. Nina looked at him in shock. She approached him and asked if he had already returned. The boy looked at her and asked her to go to his room and get his sword. He took the sword out of its sheath. He looked at it and wondered if it would work. He began to transfer mana into the sword. Nina looked at him in shock. She was blown away by the wind. A tornado arose. A voice asked Hamel if it was him. The hero said he remembered him. It was the voice of the wind spirit king, Tempest. The boy looked at the gathering stream of energy. The spirit asked him if he had gone through reincarnation. Eugene asked him with surprised eyes how he knew that. The streams of wind united into a menacing face. Tempest replied that he would never forget Hamel's soul, because even after so many years, and even in a new body, the soul remains the same. Looking at the child with his head down, he said that many years had passed since anyone called upon the storm sword, and he wondered if it was one of Bermut's descendants. But then he felt the boy's soul. The white-haired man's eyes flashed with rage as he asked why Bermut had not killed all the demon kings. He raised his fist and reminded them that Tempest had been watching them, and even after his death, he continued to fight side by side with them. The wind spirit looked at him and replied that he really didn't know what Bermut was thinking at that moment, since he had sheathed his blade during the battle with the demon of imprisonment. The boy asked again with a puzzled expression. Remembering the bodies lying on the floor, Tempest said that the battle had been fierce, but the same could not be said about its outcome. Remembering the two standing figures, he said that at the end of the battle, only Bermut and the demon of imprisonment were able to stand. Imagining the fighter sheathing his sword, the spirit said that the white-haired one sheathed it, did not kill the demon king of imprisonment, and did not head for the castle of the king of destruction. Eugene froze. He clenched his teeth in anger and exclaimed that he had enough of this nonsense. Clenching his fists, he loudly declared that he had heard that Bermut had made a deal with the king of imprisonment. He asked what kind of deal it was. Looking at him, the wind spirit replied that he knew nothing about the terms. The boy indignantly asked if he knew anything at all. Tempest, without taking his eyes off him, told him that the only ones who knew the details were those who participated in that battle, and the moment Bermut put away his sword, he could no longer hear anything. The white-haired man with an angry face reminded him that he said that everyone except Bermut and the Demon King were dead. He asked if he should go to Bermut's corpse and ask in that case. The wind currents began to disappear when the spirit said that they almost ran out of time. Tempest frowned and told him that with his current mana supply, he technically couldn't summon him himself since he had opened the gate himself when he sensed Hamel's soul, but now it was time to close it again. Watching the spirit disappear, Eugene demanded an answer. Tempest said that next time, when he was strong enough. Blood began to flow from the boy's nose, but he continued to ask for an answer. He fell to the ground. Nina ran up to him, frightened. Looking at his darkened face, she screamed loudly. The white-haired man was lying on his bed. He opened his eyes slightly. Jumping up, he grabbed his head. Looking at his trembling palm, Eugene mentally noted that he seemed to have used up all his mana, but it made sense considering his meager supply. Remembering the wind spirit, he began to think about how spirits were able to remember living beings by their souls, and so Tempest recognized him as Hamel. Thinking about his previous incarnation, he thought that all this time, in the corner of his mind, the thought was spinning that he was not a reincarnation at all, but only an entity that had inherited his memories. The boy grinned. Clenching his hand into a fist, he mentally noted that he was now completely sure that he had been reborn, and that he was still the same Hamel as 300 years ago. Nina peeked into the room. She ran up to the master and asked if he was okay. The boy looked at her and replied that everything was fine, and then asked how long he had slept. He looked away when the maid said about half a day. He muttered that the others were probably very worried about him. The girl waved her hand and said that the patriarch and Mr. Janet were currently in the next building, so she would let them know that he had woken up. The men stood by Eugene's bed. The white-haired man looked at Gilade as he said that Nina had commanded him that as soon as he pulled his sword out of its sheath, a raging wind enveloped him. The man asked with a surprised face if he had really managed to summon the wind spirit. The boy hesitated before answering. He touched his chin and mentally noted that given the size of the storm, there must have been quite a few witnesses, and although he could not reveal the entire truth, it was worth giving away a small part. Looking at the men, he said that the king of the wind spirits had appeared to him. The brothers froze with surprised faces. The protagonist smiled widely and noted that he had told him that he wanted to see who was calling on him because it had been a long time since the last time. Janet waved his hands and asked if that was really true. He said that no one since Bermut had been able to summon the Spirit King. Remembering Tempest in front of him, Whitehair noted that it had told him the same thing. Pointing his finger, he added that although his power was very weak now, the spirit said that it was waiting for the day when they could meet again and then return to the spirit world. Janelle looked at his laughing brother. Gilade, with a smile on his face, said that Eugene was truly an incredible child. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that his brother told him about what happened in the mana source, and that he sensed the mana in an instant and even managed to create a core with the white flame ritual. Looking at him with joyful eyes, he said that this fact alone was incredibly amazing, but to think that he managed to attract the attention of the Wind Spirit King himself. The protagonist smiled back at him. The man waved his hand and said that after a short rest, Janet would once again help him with his training. He smiled contentedly and told her that he had intended to leave after the blood inheritance ritual was completed, but now he believed that watching him grow would be more important. The boy looked up, puzzled, and replied that he appreciated it, but did not want to take up too much of his and Surgeon's time. The boy waved his finger and replied that he should not think of their help in that way alone, and then added that he was very lucky to be mentoring him. Smiling, he waved his hands and said that he would also be training Cyan and Ciel at the same time, and the patriarch would help with that as well. Gilead looked down and thought that it would be great if this could help the twins become more motivated. The siblings stood with swords in their hands. The girl awakened the blades and told him that Eugene had already opened his first star during the ritual. The boy held out his weapon and replied that he knew. He clenched his fist when the sister opposite him noted that it had taken them forever. He indignantly told her not to exaggerate, because even for the main branch, 1 month is an outstanding result. The brother and sister looked at each other, mentally noting that, after all, Eugene was able to reach 1 star on the very first day. The boy jumped up. The girl ran towards him. From the furnace, they met in an attack. The white-haired man was lying in his bed. Getting up, he wondered if everyone else had left. He grabbed the sword. The white-haired man was taking it out of its sheath. A blue light appeared around the blade. A blue fairy flew up. Looking at her, the protagonist recognized her as a low-level spirit sylph. He mentally noted that with his current mana supply, this was all he could do. Looking at Sylph, Eugene asked what her king told her. The spirit remained silent. The boy sighed and grabbed his hair, thinking that given the intelligence of low-level spirits, it was unlikely that he would be able to start a conversation with her. Looking at her with angry eyes, he ordered her in a dark voice to go and tell that old man that if he lied, he would personally finish him off. Sylph frowned. She flew over Eugene's head. He saw the fairy disappear. Heading towards his bed, he thought about how he was the only one who died in the imprisonment king's castle, and everyone else was reborn in the demon realm. Sitting down on his bed, the boy mentally noted that now, the only ones who knew about the deal between Bermut and the Demon King. Frowning, he thought that he would need to look into Helmaud. In his mind, he imagined Senya thought that he should also look into Eroth. Imagining Anna's, he thought that he should also pay a visit to Ura's. Then he remembered Moron. He realized that he also needed to go to Luhar. The protagonist mentally noted that in all these lands he had a chance to track down his old companions. He looked at his hand and thought that, however, he would not be able to leave right now because with his childish body it would be simply impossible to go such a long way. Clenching his fist, he told himself that one day this day will come. The boy ran his hand through his hair. He looked at his muscular body. Looking at his reflection, he noted that time flies very quickly because he is already 17 years old. The white-haired man touched his chin in front of the mirror, noting his beautiful physique. He thought that this was quite obvious because he trained literally every day until he lost his strength. Eugene lowered his eyes and grinned, mentally noting that thanks to the ritual of the white flame, he had already reached the 3rd star. Looking at his reflection, he told himself that this was not enough. Frowning, the protagonist mentally noted that in order to fully utilize the potential of this beautiful body, he must learn the things he had ignored in the past. The mansion was illuminated by the bright sun. Touching his chin, the boy said that he planned to go to Eroth to learn magic. Cyan raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He was lying on the ground while Eugene was telling him that this morning, as usual, he was training with the white flame ritual. The boy with a shocked look began to ask if he really. The white-haired boy smiled and answered in the affirmative. 3 stars were spinning in a circle. The protagonist was engulfed in blue flames. He stood in front of Cyan. He pointed at him and asked with fear how this was even possible. Gritting his teeth tightly, he mentally noted that he had started training his mana 7 years later than him, but he was already able to form the 3rd star, while he himself was still tinkering with the 2nd. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, the guy said with a smile that it was possible since he was a genius. Looking up, the white-haired man muttered that he wanted to finish him off right here. The protagonist asked him not to be so rude to his own brother. Cyan drew his eyebrows together and noted that he was the one who beat him half to death every morning. Eugene smirked and said that he himself asked him to train together in the mornings. He added that no one was forcing him. The guy took her away. Getting to his feet, he asked why he suddenly wanted to learn magic. He asked if he had forgotten what happened to Yod. Introducing the boy and the blonde man in the cape, he began to say that after the blood inheritance ritual, he went to the kingdom of Eroth following Sir Rovirian, but could not prove himself worthy of being the Tower Master's apprentice. The white-haired man waved his hand and added that for the next 4 years, Yod was no better than a servant in the Tower of Magicians, and he did not manage to achieve anything despite his connections and opportunities. Eugene began to emit a negative aura, noting that someone had spoken too much. Cyan asked with fear, did he really say something unnecessary? He turned away and said that the guy should have stayed in the main estate, and not stuck his nose up in an attempt to become a mage, because if he went to Eroth, without turning his face, he noted that Sel would be very upset. The protagonist waved his hand and asked through laughter if he was really talking about that girl who didn't talk to him and always trained alone. Throwing the sword and leaving, he noted that he didn't believe him. Turning around, the guy indignantly asked him where he was going. The protagonist replied that he wanted to meet the patriarch. Turning around, he smirked and noted that he should tell him about reaching the 3rd star, and also ask for approval. As he left, Cyan froze. He kicked the sword sharply. Clenching his hands into fists, he indignantly asked why he suddenly wanted to learn magic. Gilade asked with surprised eyes if he really wanted to. Eugene stood in front of him, giving a positive answer. He said that he was going to Aeroth to learn magic in the circle of its users. The patriarch waved his hand and said that in the entire history of their family, no one had ever reached the 3rd star at such a young age. He delivered that if he continued to try so hard, he would be able to open the 4th before he came of age. The guy looked at him and said that in the morning, having opened the 3rd star, he realized that his current training was not enough and that it was too insignificant. Standing in front of the man, he said that he wanted to learn everything that his strength could, and although he did not know whether he had a predisposition for magic, if he began to learn now, he would be able to look at the very concept of mana from a different angle. Frowning his light eyebrows, the white-haired one said that the very fact of learning something new was an invaluable experience, and he was sure that it would bear fruit. Bowing his head, he began to ask. Gilade touched his chin with his hand. He looked at his adopted son. Eugene looked up when asked. The patriarch smiled and asked if he could ruin such a strong desire to learn. He said that even as a patriarch, he understood him. Frowning, he added that, however, the boy would have to give him his word that he would never practice dark magic. Introducing a cramped tower, he said that in the kingdom of Aeroth there was a dark tower of magicians where terrible sorcery was taught. Introducing magicians in black cloaks, Gilade said that unlike in the past, there were no more disgusting rumors about them now, and people no longer saw them as a threat. He remembered Burmut and added that, however, they, the Lionhearts, were the descendants of Burmut the Great. The man folded his arms and said that this was why dark magic was forbidden to them. Eugene lowered his dark gaze, thinking that he knew very well about the monstrous deeds of the demon kings and dark creatures. Looking at his adoptive father, he asked not to worry. The white-haired man smiled and said that he despised dark magic. He walked down the hallway. A sound was heard from the side. A voice behind the door said that she needed to talk to him. The guy put his hand on his belt and said that if she wanted to talk, then let her go out into the hallway. The girl replied that she could not because she smelled bad after training. Ciel stood at the door in a cramped room and asked if he was really leaving for Aeroth. The protagonist looked at the door and asked if he should tell her Cyan about it. The girl answered in the affirmative, adding that he also told her that he had reached the 3rd star. The two of them pressed their backs against the door, and Ciel asked why he was leaving. The guy replied that he wanted to learn magic. The girl replied that he already had spiritual magic. She added that even if he lacked family magic, he didn't have to leave because they could hire a magic professor from the capital. She glanced sideways at the door and added that if he left, he risked letting her and her brother catch up with him. Eugene crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he didn't mind because it would be more fun if they caught up with him. He smiled and noted that they hadn't sparred together for a long time. The girl looked down and asked if he would stay if she became his sparring partner. The white-haired man looked up and replied that he would leave anyway. She called him a fool. With a gloomy face, Ciel asked how long he would be gone. The protagonist said that it would be clear when he got there, but most likely he would be gone for several years. The girl folded her arms and asked why it took so long, adding that there was nothing good about leaving your homeland. The guy sighed when he asked if he thought about his father. Remembering his father on a horse, he replied that he would be fine without him because he had already gotten used to life here, and thanks to regular hunting, he had even managed to lose weight. Ciel put her hands on her chest and said that Uncle Janet would most likely be very upset. Eugene noted that this would probably be the case. The girl raised her head and asked what about her brother. She said that he looked upset when he came to her. The protagonist put his hand on the door and asked if it was true. He noted that, unfortunately, he still had to leave. The white-haired girl's eyes widened as he wished her luck in her training. Lujin began to leave. The girl peeked out from behind the door. With concern in her eyes, she asked if he was really leaving. The guy waved his hand at her. She bit her lip and called him a fool. Leaning on the door, Ciel muttered that she didn't want him to leave either. The guy stood in front of his father. Gerard looked at him with a smile and said that when he came to Aeroth, he should try not to get into trouble and shirk his studies. Eugene smiled and asked in return not to stop looking after himself while he was not around. The man began to laugh. Standing in front of his son, he noted that he had already become taller than him. The protagonist grinned. The father, with a confident look, told him to take care of himself. The white-haired man stood in the portal and looked at the others. Gilade smiled and asked if he really didn't need guards. The guy pointed at himself and answered negatively, noting that he could stand up for himself. The man looked down and mentally noted that this was true because at such a young age he had already reached the 3rd star and he and Yod were completely different. The rest of the family looked at the guy. Wujin turned his displeased gaze. Looking at his crying father, he asked him to stop crying and then asked why he decided to fall apart before his departure if he had held up so well before. He extended his hand and said that even his tears would not make him stay, and then asked why he did not say goodbye to his son with a smile on his lips. Gerard wiped away his tears. He smiled widely and laughed. The protagonist smiled back. He turned to the portal. Heading into it, he told everyone that they would see each other again. He found himself in the capital of the Kingdom of Magicians Eroth, Pentagon. Its 5 magic towers formed a pentagon, and in the very center was a beautiful castle. A flying machine was flying across the sky. The white-haired man looked down, thinking that he had already been here in the past, but the capital had changed greatly. The guy looked at the large shining blue circle, mentally noting that only in this kingdom can you find a teleportation gate located in the sky. He noted that the dates to keep the station in the air involved many different types of magic, and thus it symbolized the perfection of Eroth's knowledge and its demand throughout the world. The blonde in the hat was taken aback by the sight and asked if it was not wonderful. He pointed and noted that this bland view was one of the cultural treasures of their kingdom. This man was the city's guide. He waved his hand and said that there were 15 hovering stations in the capital, and all of them were created by Senya the Wise. The guy knocked on the chariot and asked if it meant that she had created them too. The man waved his finger and the answer was yes. Taking out a guidebook, he began to tell that although these technologies were already several centuries old, they were regularly diagnosed and were in excellent condition, so the risk of accidents was practically zero. Eugene waved his hand when the blonde began to talk about the route around the capital. The guy froze with his hand raised and said that first he wanted to see the Senya the Wise estate. The guide showed 3 fingers and exclaimed that this was a great choice, and then said that while in Pentagon, he would definitely have to see 3 things: the Senya estate, the magic towers, and the night view of the city. People were walking along the streets. Sitting in the chariot, the guide said that 300 years ago, immediately upon returning from the demonic lands, Mrs. Senya became the youngest tower master in the history of the kingdom, and in her honor a statue was erected, which is located in the park of the Green Magic Tower. The blonde waved his hand and said that Senya the Wise almost always stayed in her estate, and 200 years ago she suddenly left, leaving only the last, saying that she needed rest. The protagonist looked at the guide and asked is it really unknown where she went. Introducing the group of mages, the guide replied that they had no idea, and a large number of Senya's disciples and other mages had tried to find her traces, but all in vain. The man imagined 2 powerful mages, adding that no one had managed to find out where she had gone. He pointed and said that what was even more annoying was that the day she left was her own birthday, and although it was only his guess, he believed that she had gone to the demon world of Helmaud. The white-haired man looked at him in confusion and asked why she was doing that. The guide introduced the sorceress standing near her friend. He said that exactly a century had passed since the day she had to leave the body of her comrade, Hamel the Reckless, and return home from the demon lands. Waving his arms, the blonde man said that Senya could not stop thinking about her dead friend, and her heart was thirsting for revenge, which was why she had decided to leave. He folded his arms and asked with a smile if he had heard about it. The blonde noted that Sir Hamel was said to be in love with Lady Senya and confessed it to her in the last seconds of his life. Eugene clutched the guidebook and asked with anger in his eyes what kind of nonsense he was talking about right now. The guide looked at him with a puzzled look. The guy, darkening, smiled nervously and began to make excuses. The man laughed nervously and threw his hand behind his head, saying that he seemed to not like the idea of affection between the 2 heroes. While the protagonist turned away, he told him that there were also other theories regarding her disappearance. Looking at one of the magic towers, the guide told him that everyone knew that Senya the Wise hated demons and the dark magic tower, and until the very end she opposed the existence of dark magic. The man presented the bloody body of the girl, and said that some people speculated that the cruel mages who insisted on building that tower were responsible for the death of the lady. The white-haired man noted with a darkened gaze that there was no way such scum could have killed her. The blonde man frowned and stated that he completely agreed with him, and that this theory had already been heavily criticized. Eugene looked away and mentally noted that the dark mages were not strong enough to even touch her, but what about the Demon King? Imagining the huge shining eyes above the tower, he mentally noted that Helmaud communicated with the kingdom of Eroth through the Dark Tower. Remembering the appearance of the girl, he noted that Senya's existence must have been a great hindrance to them. The white-haired man lowered his eyes, thinking that this was enough reason to get rid of him. The chariot landed on the ground. The boy froze with his hand raised. Looking at the large estate ahead, he mentally asked himself if Senya really died. People were folding their hands in prayer near the building and asking for help to pass the exam and get into the Tower of Magicians. One of them said that he had already failed 11 times. Walking past them, Yujin noted that it was very busy here. The guide said that these were students preparing to enter the magic tower. He waved his hand and added that unfortunately, their financial situation did not allow them to stay here on a permanent basis because only the entrance to the estate costs tens of thousands, which would allow him to enjoy the views of the garden. He added that he would have to pay several times more if he wanted to see everything from the inside. Walking further forward, the protagonist asked why the prices were so high. The man answered that it was because there were many people here who were willing to pay it. He took out a card and began to tell with a smile that there was a myth that if you pray in front of the portrait of Mrs. Senya in the main hall, you will be able to pass the exam to enter the magic tower. The guide handed the card to the guard. On it, the man saw the name of the Lionheart family. His colleague began to open the door while he asked the guy to go through. When he entered, the guide in the passage said that he would wait for him here, and he could enjoy what he saw inside. The door slammed shut. Lujin grinned. Looking at the luxurious room, he noted that he was now going to find out how that girl lived. He walked along the corridor. Looking around, the guy mentally noted that the Senya estate was simply huge, and they say that she just sat in it for hundreds of years. He remembered how the girl, leaning on a shield, asked him about his plans for the future. The protagonist froze, rewinding his hand. The sorceress waved her hand when he asked why she asked him all of a sudden. She noted that he was wasting the best years of his life fighting for others, but later he would need to find his own happiness. The warrior tightened the bandage and replied that he did not know, as he had never thought about it before. Senya pointed to the sleeping moron and noted that he had declared that he would become king in the future. Hamel waved his hand and called him crazy, after which he noted that a wish alone was not enough to ascend the throne. The girl smiled softly and replied that it was his wish after all, and no one had forbidden them to dream. The guy stepped back and asked if she was drunk. He imagined himself saying her words with a lustful face and grimaced, muttering that it was disgusting, and his hands shook from awkwardness. The sorceress clenched her fist and called him an idiot, adding that she was trying to be serious. The protagonist asked about her plans for the future. Senya gritted her teeth in surprise. She looked away sadly. Looking at her portrait, white-haired remembered that she wanted to live an ordinary life, get married, have a child, and then become a grandmother. Eugene looked at her face. Putting his hand on his belt, he thought that she should have met a good man, turned to him, and spent the rest of her life in peace. He mentally asked why she let herself be doomed to loneliness within these walls. The guy reached for the painting and said the name Senya. He suddenly froze when the guard next to him said that touching things was prohibited. The protagonist looked at him, thinking that he had ruined this moment. He turned around and told himself that he did not come here to admire the portraits. He thought about the huge library in this building, occupying an entire floor. The guy came to the library. Touching the books on the shelves, he thought about how all the shelves were filled with books about magic, and Senya must have left some kind of clue here. He clenched his fist when a guard suddenly appeared and said that touching it with his hands was strictly prohibited. The protagonist scratched his cheek, realizing that he couldn't rummage through the books either and would have to settle for the titles on the covers. He recalled seeing the necklace in the vault, but thought about how it wasn't even registered in the treasury. He wondered if the necklace from his past life had just accidentally caught his eye. Grabbing the red crystal, Eugene thought that it was too implausible, but perhaps the way the Wind Spirit King recognized him was how the necklace had reacted to his soul. As he walked forward, he thought that his reincarnation was definitely not a coincidence, and if it was Senya. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, thinking that she should have left at least some clue. He stood in front of her portrait. Looking up with a saddened gaze, the protagonist mentally noted that he had been to the library, the bedroom, looked through countless rooms, but still hadn't found anything. Clutching his head, he mentally noted that he didn't have a single idea. The protagonist frowned and told the girl that if she wanted to tell him something, she should have left at least the slightest hint. He wondered how he was supposed to do anything without a drop of information. He looked at the guard. Opening his mouth, the guy turned to Senya. He showed her the middle finger and told her that if she didn't like his behavior, then let her find him personally. Eugene pursed his lips in displeasure. He turned around. Walking away from the portrait, he muttered that if she was alive, of course. Night was covering the mansion. The guide smiled nervously and noted that the gentleman seemed to have gotten very carried away while he was looking around the estate. In his heart, he was unhappy that he was made to wait until sunset. The boy tossed him a gold coin and said it was extra for waiting. The man thanked him. Pointing to the side, he asked where the gentleman wanted to go next. He said that since this city was popular with tourists, there were many amazing restaurants here. The white-haired man said that he wanted to head straight to the Mage Tower, and then added that he would not need to be accompanied after that. The chariot took off. The blonde perked up when Eugene said he wanted to ask a question. He waved his hand and asked if he knew anything about Yod Lionheart, his older brother. The guide's gaze darkened, and he said that his name was known to absolutely every young mage in the Pentagon. Sitting opposite the man, the boy said that it so happened that he was in debt to the Red Tower, and his older brother had been in the kingdom of Aroth for 4 years. He touched his chin and asked if the man could tell him about the rumors that surrounded him. The guide nodded and bit his lip. Eugene continued waving his hand, saying that he had never had the chance to talk to Yod since his adoption, so he needed to know about him so as not to screw up when they met. The protagonist pounded his chest with his fist and said that he promised not to be angry and would never tell anyone about this conversation. Then he swore on his family name. Throwing a dark look at the blonde, he noted that all that was required of him was to tell him about the rumors. The man adjusted his cap and looked away, saying that he did not know that much. He pointed with his finger and said that he often had fun outside the tower at night. Eugene stroked his chin, thinking that Yod was 2 years older than him, which meant that he was now 19. He replied that at that age it was natural to spoil yourself. The guide waved his hand and exclaimed that this was not quite the usual fun. The guy looked at him. They smiled awkwardly when they started talking about succubi at the same time. The protagonist clenched his teeth and fist, indignantly asking what this idiot was doing. He stood up and angrily asked where the succubi came from if they weren't somewhere in Helmaud. The frightened man asked him to calm down. Introducing a cramped tower, he said that although they were not in Helmaud, the Dark Tower was located very close by, and not only dark mages lived in it, but also some types of demons. The guy buried his face in his palm and asked if it meant that his brother was having fun with the succubi from the Dark Tower. He removed his hand when the blonde nervously said that it was more for pleasure than entertainment. He said that such a place is in every city, and even in Aroth an abandoned alley formed, now used for dishonest purposes. Introducing the Red Lantern Street, the guide said that this alley was famous for its black market, but there were also several establishments that provided succubus services, and if rumors were to be believed, Mr. Yod often used their services. The white-haired man crossed his arms and asked where the alley was. The blonde man told him that the place was called Valero, but the entrance was not open every day, and it only turned into a depraved abode during the full moon. Eugene looked away with an angry look, thinking that he had no plans to get close to Yod at all, and he wanted to focus on his own concerns, keeping a distance between them. He clenched his teeth in anger, wondering how this idiot, who was called the eldest son of Lionheart, a descendant of Burmut, was having fun with succubi. He waved his hand when the guide nervously asked him to keep their conversation a secret. The protagonist asked him not to worry and said that he would not tell anyone, including his brother. He imagined himself punching him in the face, thinking that right now it was nothing more than rumors, and until he found solid evidence, he should refrain from giving him a good slap. The guy turned around, thinking about the full moon. He looked down on the city. A girl was waiting for him at the entrance to the tower. The girl with purple hair and a cap asked if he was Eugene Lionheart. She bowed when the white-haired one came closer with an affirmative answer. She said that her name was Hira, and she was a mage of the Red Tower. The sorceress took off her hat and noted that the master was waiting on the top floor, adding that he had planned to meet him in person, but there was a small problem. An explosion was heard on one floor of the tower. The guy looked up and asked what happened there. Hira put on her hat and said that she believed he knew that the Red Tower specialized in summoning magic, and among all the top magic, summoning had the highest failure rate. 2 monsters flew out of the window. They were grabbed by large red hands. The hands squeezed the monsters. Rovirian jumped out of the window. He pursed his lips in irritation. The man was floating in the air, looking at the students. He called them idiots for summoning shadow beasts. The blonde pointed his finger at them and indignantly asked if they could imagine what could have happened if they had let these creatures go. He shouted that they had no intelligence at all, only an instinct for destruction, and they would have to start hunting in the capital, the snot of huge crowds. The students looked at him with frightened faces and said that they were very sorry. The wizard frowned and shouted, telling them to pack their things and get out of the magic tower. He suddenly noticed something. Eugene was standing at the entrance below. The magician landed next to him. Smiling widely and spreading his arms, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, then noted that the guy had grown a lot since their last meeting. Rovirian waved his hand and said that he hardly recognized him. The white-haired man replied that he, on the contrary, had not changed at all. The man smiled and agreed with him, adding that rejuvenation magic works wonders. The protagonist grinned, thinking that he was actually different from the Rovirian he saw 5 years ago, and thanks to mana training, he could see it perfectly. Looking at the man around whom a blue aura sparkled, he noted that he was damn strong. However, Senya was still not fit to hold a candle, but this was more than a decent level for the Tower Master. The blonde looked at the guy and asked if he was interested in learning magic. The white-haired man answered in the affirmative. The magician arched an eyebrow and pointed a finger, saying that magic was a fascinating art, and although it was difficult to master, he was sure that he would do well. He shifted his gaze. The door to the tower was opened. The man turned to an angry face. The white-haired boy screamed as the door swung open. Seeing the scared boy with the emaciated face, the protagonist realized that it was Yod Lionheart. He twisted his lips in irritation and mentally noted that he probably felt very good after the night spent with the succubi. Rovirian pointed at him and asked Yod why he didn't greet his brother. The boy grabbed his head and face and started muttering. The white-haired boy looked at him with an angry look and said in a dark voice that he was very glad to meet him, after which he added that he hoped that they would get along. Yod stood nearby and smiled nervously. The magister gave him a displeased look and asked what he was doing. He said that if he had nothing better to do, then he should go back and sit down to read. The white-haired boy started to close the door. They were left alone when the door closed. The wizard waved his hand and said that he was very sorry that the boy had to witness such a sight right after arriving. Eugene replied that everything was fine. The wizard smiled nervously and said that Gilead had told him that he did not want to learn magic from him personally. The guy replied that he did not want to burden the master once again. He looked at his hands and said that, moreover, if he took lessons from Rovirian, people would start to speak unflatteringly about his family. Clenching his fists, he grinned and said that this is exactly why he wanted to learn magic on his own. The blonde raised his finger and proposed a plan of action. He said that he would not burden him with expectations, and such would not interfere with the learning process. He pointed to Hira and said that if he liked something, he could contact her at any time. The protagonist thanked him. The master smiled broadly and said that for now he was in the magic tower, and although it was not as luxurious as his family's estate, it was quite suitable for waiting for life. Eugene smiled and asked if he could visit the library right away. So 1 month passed in the Red Tower of Magicians. The guy visited the library every day without a single absence. He came early in the morning and sat at the table all day, reading books on magic to learn as much as possible, and returned to his room only in the late afternoon. A few hours before going to the library, he always trained his mana, and before going to bed, the protagonist trained his body. The white-haired man got up in bed in the morning. Because of all of the above, he often did not get enough sleep, but thanks to his genes, he managed to get rid of fatigue in just a few hours. Eugene frowned and thought with a smile that he had read all the books in the library. He realized that the time had come. 300 years ago, Senya created an impeccable method of manipulating magic. The protagonist remembered the sorceress with books. He noted that at first it was her personal method, but after becoming the master of the Green Tower, many magicians from all over the capital began to poach her knowledge. The guy imagined a shining point in his body. He then imagined a wheel, noting that by gathering the mana in his body, he then spun it into a ring, thus creating a magic circle. He noted that when the amount of mana began to exceed the capacity of the circle, it began to increase in size. The white-haired man walked down the corridor, thinking that 2-3 centuries later, many mages use a magic circle, and the only ones who do not use this method are the owners of spiritual magic and dark mages, who push off from completely different methods of mana manipulation. The protagonist opened the door slightly. Nina was waiting for him inside. Looking at her, he simply began with a normal circle. The girl stretched out her hand and answered in the affirmative. She added that there were other formulas, but the mana circle was still considered the most effective method. Standing in front of her, Eugene said that he wanted to change it slightly. The sorceress said that it was hardly a good idea. She asked how he was going to do it. The boy with a confident look said that he wanted to mix the magic circle with the Lionheart method. Hira frowned. She pointed her fingers and said that mana control and martial arts and the use of magic were two completely different things, and without the proper technique, such magic was impossible to handle. The girl pursed her lips and mentally noted that he could also get hurt when the mana exploded, and that was only in the best case. The white-haired man placed his hands on his waist and said that this was exactly why he wanted to try it. He smiled and thought that he hoped it would work. After all, this was why he had read every book in the library of this tower. Hira scratched her forehead thoughtfully, thinking that he was at a rather difficult age now and would not understand until he saw it himself. She agreed. The girl summoned a staff. Putting it forward, she warned that at the slightest hint of failure, she would intervene. She stood at some distance and said that if he was injured, then not only she would be held responsible, but the tower master himself would be put in an awkward position. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Looking at his hands, he began to release energy. The sorceress froze in gloomy anticipation. She watched the student. The guy held his hands up, noting that the white flame ritual and the magic circle were completely different methods, but their essence was very similar. He imagined several stars and a ring of light, noting that during the ritual, mana is controlled by forming stars, and in the magic circle, circles are responsible for this. While his body was blazing with energy, he thought that if he added his stars to the circle, he would be able to greatly increase the amount of mana he could absorb and store, and he would literally be able to command it as he wanted, and it would be very annoying if he made a mistake and was unable to control his power. The girl watched what was happening with her mouth slightly open. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she mentally noted that he perfectly controlled such a huge amount of mana. She thought that the mana should have dissipated by now, but it did not. She wondered how this was even possible at his age. An orange light appeared on the guy's palm. The fireball sparkled with flame. It began to fade a little. The flame turned into a blue sphere. Hira pressed the staff to herself, mentally noting that he managed to embody magic that required a deep understanding of the very essence of magic. And not only did he do it on the first try, but he also removed the flaw in the form of the speed of reproduction. The white-haired man held it on top of his fingertip, thinking that he had done well for the first time. He looked at the sorceress and asked if she could summon a monster to test the spell. The girl looked up thoughtfully and asked if a golem would do. She held out her staff and began to summon a monster. A stone monster appeared in front of her, and she told him that it was a golem made of cabrium, and although it was unable to defend itself, its previous body itself was a very strong defense. The protagonist aimed his finger. A blue beam flew out of it. It hit a solid stone. Hira and Rovirian stood in front of the trusted golem. The blonde frowned and asked again if it meant that Eugene had used the white flame ritual to create a magic circle. The girl glanced at him and answered in the affirmative. She noted that she found no flaws in the purity of the mana or its density. She added that if you ignore the type of magic, the power of his attack spell surpasses a third circle magician. The man froze with surprised eyes, thinking that it was simply a monstrous talent to use martial arts to create a magic circle. He thought that this was no longer just impressive, and he was literally terrified now. The wizard imagined the guy and mentally noted that at this moment he already had 3 stars of white flame. He wondered if 3 stars could be said to be equal to the third circle of magic. He sat down on a chair and noted that the girl said that he went somewhere. Hira confirmed, adding that he said that he had some plans. Rovirian touched his chin and called the sorceress. He glanced at her and asked if he should write a letter of recommendation to Akrian for Eugene. The girl covered her mouth in surprise and reminded him that only high-ranking mages, aristocrats, and members of the royal family had access to this library. Bolden created a piece of paper and a pen, saying that he thought the guy was qualified enough. Looking at the golem from the yard in his chest, he noted that it took him only a month to study the entire introductory course of magic, after which he immediately recreated the magic circle in practice and, with its help, pierced through such a strong monster as the golem. Grabbing the created items, the man said that he would certainly write a letter of recommendation, since the brightest talent has the right to be treated properly. Hira looked at him and said that other mages could start asking questions. The blonde, lowering his eyes, replied that this would only mean that they were mired in their own worthlessness and envy. Turning to the sorceress, he asked what his plans were if he still did not know the city well. The girl with a surprised face answered that Eugene said that he wanted to meet a friend. Rovirian raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked again. It was a busy day in the Murdan Square. In the center stood a large statue of Senya. The protagonist looked at it and thought that every time she achieved something grandiose, she grinned like on this statue. A man approached him. A muscular man with a beard and mustache asked if he was that same Eugene. The white-haired man froze with a shocked face and asked Garguis if he was him. The guy with a glowing face answered that it was him. The protagonist wondered if it was normal to look 30 at 18. The relative extended his hand to him and noted that he had grown noticeably, but was still small compared to him. Eugene replied that it was not so, and that he was the overgrown one. They shook hands. Garguis frowned and said that just a handshake was enough to show how hard he had trained for the past 4 years. He started rummaging around in his pocket, saying that it still wasn't enough. He held out a bottle of purple powder and said that he had brought a muscle-building potion especially for him. The protagonist replied that he didn't need it. The guy, still beaming, waved his hand and asked why, noting that it was only thanks to his family's potion that Mr. Gerard had managed to lose weight and build muscle. Eugene asked him to stop trying to sell him that swill in front of his family. He waved his hand and asked why his relative had suddenly asked him to meet, adding that he doubted that he had come all this way just to meet him for the potion. The guy crossed his arms and asked if he had heard of Valero Alley. The protagonist frowned and replied that he had heard a little, mentally noting that this was the place to offend that abomination called Yod. Garguis drew his eyebrows together and said that he had heard rumors that a giant egg would be put up for auction there. The white-haired man froze in confusion, thinking of chickens, and asked again. When the guy enthusiastically repeated, he asked him why he needed the egg. The guy, frowning, introduced the mage and said that the egg was highly prized among mages, and it would be useful in making his own potion, for which he would find an opponent in Aroth. While they were standing in the square, he offered his relative to go with him and said that although he had brought a fairly large sum with him, he was afraid that it might not be enough. Eugene crossed his arms and indignantly asked if he really thought he would lend him money. Garguis' eyes widened. He fell to his knees. He bowed his head and began to beg. The protagonist immediately began to ask him to get up, noting that he was already attracting too much attention. The guy leaned his hand on his knee and thanked him, after which he said that he swears on his name that he will repay him properly. He pointed his finger and said that he was also told that in addition to the egg, there will be many other interesting lots at the auction. The white-haired man replied that he understood. Garguis touched his chin and asked if he was not interested. He muttered that although, given that his relative owns Wynneth, it is unlikely that he can be pinned down by a rare weapon. Eugene raised his hand behind his head and said that he was interested in the street itself. He remembered how a couple of days ago he crossed paths with Yod in the corridor. Remembering his emaciated, frightened face, he noted that it was clear from it that the withdrawal from the succubi was twisting him from the inside. The protagonist frowned, thinking that this bastard would definitely run to Valero during the upcoming new moon. Yod nervously chewed his nail. Light was leaking from the windows. The guy walked down the corridor, thinking that Rovirian had called him immediately upon returning to the tower. Bringing his eyebrows together, he thought that it was very timely, because he just wanted to ask him a couple of questions about Yod. He was standing in the office in front of the magician. The blonde waved his hand and invited him to sit down. They both sat down at the table. Looking at his interlocutor, the white-haired one asked if he wanted to talk to him about something. The man magically raised a piece of paper. Having handed it to the guy, he asked him to look at it. The protagonist grabbed the sheet, his face distorted with shock when he realized that it was a letter of recommendation to a Korean. Imagining the giant white building, he noted that it was the Royal Library, which was popular even 300 years ago since it stored the pride of the city, the essence of mana, and no matter how many books were in the magic towers, they could not compare to the writings that the Royal Library contained. Looking up, Eugene mentally noted that even he should be modest sometimes, and then said that he believed that at the moment he had not yet reached such a level. The blonde folded his arms and said with a smile that on the contrary, he thought that now was the right time. Imagining the guy surrounded by many books, he said that he had not yet managed to delve deeply into magic, so his possibilities were limitless. And even if he did not manage to delve into the contents of the books of the Royal Library, the mere fact of studying such a large amount of knowledge would greatly expand his capabilities in magic. The mage smiled slyly, saying that one day this knowledge would transform him into something incredible. The protagonist read the letter of recommendation, thinking that Akrian contained writings dating back to the mythical era, and that it also contained the works of great philosophers who were considered geniuses of their time. He raised his head and asked if Ms. Senya's notes were to be found there. Rovirian raised his finger and answered in the affirmative, adding that her notes were also to be found in the Green Tower. Introducing the girl holding the pen, he said that the 3 original works were called Magic Craft, in which she recorded her knowledge of magic and magical essences until the moment of her disappearance, and they were kept in the Royal Library. The man spread his arms wide and said that Magic Craft was recognized as the greatest work in the history of the kingdom, and that not a single copy could be found in the entire world. Looking at his interlocutor, he added that only the first volume had been published to the general public, but even that would be enough to ensure that there was no longer any need to read any other book on magic. Taking the letter back, Rovirian skyped that right after he read the first volume, all the magic he had studied for many years seemed like child's play. Looking at the sheet of paper, he said with a smile that although this letter did not guarantee him entry into the library, he would like to know what the guy himself thought. The man looked at him and asked if he would mind if he sent this letter of recommendation. In his thoughts, Eugene said that this was a stupid question, and he naturally did not mind. In reality, he said that he would be very glad, but was afraid that this could bring unnecessary worries to the master. The blonde spread his hands with a smile and asked not to worry about it, because for him it was a mere trifle. The main character folded his hands on the table, thinking that the understanding that the wizard was determined to send the letter. He wondered what would happen if he gave a negative answer, because he was not just the head of the magic tower. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking that now was the best time to ask his question. He said that he wanted to know something about his brother. Imagining Yod surrounded by girls, he said that he found out about it the same day he came to the capital, and was told that instead of concentrating on his studies, his brother spent most of his free time having fun with succubi. The wizard froze. The white-haired man pursed his lips, gauging the reaction. He thought that the wizard probably knew something. The blonde averted his eyes, saying that he didn't know how best to express himself. He put his hand in front of his face and said that it was true, and although he warned Yod several times, he was unable to follow all of his actions. Imagining men surrounded by succubi, he began to tell that in the past many people died because of this, that succubi sucked out all the life energy from them. However, after the end of the war, when the behavior of the demon kings and their servants changed, remembering the brunette with red horns, the wizard said that this also affected the succubi, and although they, as before, suck out the soul from a person, they do not kill, since the Night Witch, Queen Helmaud, forbade this. Eugene put his fists on the table and said that this does not cancel his brother's actions. Rovirian agreed with him. He touched his chin and asked to try to treat this with understanding. The guy with a puzzled face asked him again. The blonde began to remember 2 stages of Yod's life and said that he left his family 4 years ago, and such expectations and hopes were placed on him, but the lack of talent did not allow him to reach the desired level. He recalled watching him train and telling him that he had gone through many failures, and although the teachers of the tower and he did their best, it did not bear any fruit. The wizard looked down sadly and said that his high status entailed a lot of pressure and it only increased with time. Looking at the protagonist, he delivered that he thought it would be useful for him to at least get distracted a little and warned him in advance not to get too carried away. He said that he believed that when Yod went on a rampage, his consciousness changed. Eugene looked at him with a displeased face, mentally noting that he could not say that he did not understand him at all, but he was well acquainted with the pressure since he himself lived in the main estate for 4 years. The guy remembered the cunning Anasilla and the daring Theanis. Then he remembered the twins, who had not only passion but also talent since childhood. Imagining the scared child, the protagonist noted that Yod was always under pressure. Imagining him alone in the Tower of Magicians, he thought that the reason he still hasn't left the tower is because even under the current conditions, he has it easier here than with his own family. Eugene clenched his fist on the table, thinking that he understands that his situation is not easy, but running to the succubi at every opportunity is too much. Imagining the dark horned entities, he mentally noted that even though times have changed, demons are still the same creatures that will never be able to coexist with humans. Frowning, the guy thought that he will have to find out for himself what happened to his brother. Under the full moon, he found himself on the alley of Valero, glowing with red light. Among the crowd, 2 men in capes were walking. Gargues, in the form of a blonde with sideburns, asked why this disguise was necessary. Eugene, whose hair and eyes had darkened, replied that as children of a noble family, they couldn't show up in places like this because rumors would immediately spread about them. The guy turned to look at him and agreed. The protagonist took out a means of transmitting communication, and a voice asked if they were there. He asked how he knew. The guide was standing on the balcony of one of the houses, telling them that this device only worked within Valero, and he would let them know when he saw Yod. The brunette frowned and asked if he would be able to find him. He asked what if this idiot also used disguise. The man, covering his mouth with his hand, replied that Yod never used transformation magic, and they said that he always wore the same cloak so it wouldn't be hard to recognize him. Eugene clenched his teeth in displeasure, wondering if this barracksman really liked rumors about him. He mentally noted that if it were his son, he would have castrated him already. Gargues stood in front of him and waved his hand, asking about his relative's own affairs. The guy looked at the means of communication and said that he would deal with them a little later. Starting to walk with a frowning face, he noted that first they were going to the auction. There were many auctions on the Valero alley, but they all followed a common set of rules, and the first of them was that all bids were made anonymously. People were walking along the dark corridor. It was noted that each participant, not counting companions, occupied a separate room, thus keeping their identity secret. The man in the cape and mask said that people would have 3 buttons at their disposal, and if they wanted to place a bid, they would need to press the blue one to increase the bid, yellow, and if they needed help, then the red one. Gargues and Eugene were sitting on the couch. The blonde crossed his arms and said that he did not expect that his relative would want to take part in the auction. The guy replied that he needed to pass the time and was interested in how these trades were going. An image of the organizer appeared on the screen. The brown-haired man in the mask bowed and greeted the guests. Looking ahead, he said that their auction was for items of particular value in the magical world, and they carefully collected only the best of them, with a biased approach to the selection of materials from Helmod. A man with an item approached the room and the man announced that the first lot was the Horn of Balerx, and its starting bid was 10 million cells. Then they sold a blue provision fruit, the root of the mandrake. Next was a bud of a usback flower. The brunette sighed tiredly when the man introduced a poisonous spider. He asked his brother if he was sure that the giant egg would be sold today. Gargues frowned and answered in the affirmative, noting that he heard that it would definitely be put up for auction today. The organizer pointed to the assistant and said that now they would have is not fully studied metal, which has been moving from one auction to another for a long time. Eugene propped his face up with his hand, listening to the fact that perhaps today there would be a person who would appreciate this lot. He wondered if this item was being described more than others because they had not been able to get rid of it for a long time. The brown-haired man waved his hand and said that this metal was discovered in the Kazard zone of the Helmut Hills. In the moonlight it emits a truly beautiful glow. But, frankly speaking, apart from this there is nothing valuable in it, and it cannot be processed and is not able to accumulate mana. Introducing the woman at the window, he added that, however, this metal can serve as an excellent decorative item, because, as already said, it scatters moonlight very beautifully. The man opened the box and said that its starting price was 1 million cells. The protagonist's eyes widened. He immediately pressed the blue button. He froze, and the relative looked at him in surprise. The organizer waved his hand and asked him about the bet. Eugene muttered with a dark look that he had bet 1 million cells, and mentally noted that he would never have thought that he would find it in such a place. He imagined a large blue sword, which was called the Blade of Dim Light. The guy noted that it was charged with destructive power when turning into a sword, and it was a blade that had yet to go down in history. He stared at the stone with tension, realizing that it was the Blade of Moonlight. The employee handed him the box and congratulated him on his purchase. While Eugene opened it, the blonde asked why he needed such a useless thing. Looking at the blue stone, the brunette mentally noted that this was indeed a fragment of the blade of moonlight. Imagining his past comrade and the chained sword, he thought about the fact that in his past life they also found a weapon on the Kajard Hills in the heart of the dark dungeon. He wondered what if, on the way back, Burmut returned the blade to its original place and sealed it there. Thinking about the shining sword, the protagonist noted that it was so dangerous to use that it recognized only Burmut as its owner, and each of its swings was accompanied by a successful destruction. Imagining the broken sword, he thought that perhaps it was not enough for his comrade to put a seal on it, and then he crumbled it into small pieces. Looking at one of the fragments, Eugene thought that he hoped that at least a small particle of power was contained in these fragments, but there was nothing here. Holding a tit piece of stone, he mentally noted that now it no longer emitted ominous energy as it did 300 years ago. It was completely empty. The guy perked up. He put the communication device to his ear, and the guide told him that Yod had arrived. Putting on his hood, he said that he had to go. Gargwis asked if he was going to watch until the end. The brunette took out a card and answered negatively, and then said that he would leave it to him so that he could use it to bet on the egg. A full moon was shining above the alley. The protagonist held a means of communication and asked where he should go. The man began to explain that on the north side of the alley there was a Rafflesia store and he needed to go there. The guy saw a Tambovskaya in the form of a flower. Looking at it, he wondered if it was here. At the entrance, two green demons in a suit were waiting for him, asking if he was a client. The guy looked at them from under his brows, thinking that this was the first time he encountered them since Reincarnation, and in his past life he would have killed them long ago. Standing near the entrance, he said that he would like to gain access. Looking at him, the demonic began to tell that the entry fee was 2 million cells and included the duration of the session and any dream of his choice. He asked if such conditions were suitable. The brunette took out 2 bills. When he entered, the demons remarked that they hoped he would have a great time. There were many men and succubi inside. While one of the girls brought him a drink, Eugene thought about Yod. Turning to her, he asked where he could indulge in dreams. The brunette with horns smiled lustfully and asked if he was in a hurry. She stroked his chest and asked if this was his first time with them. She told him that they had a basement for this. The girl began to pour a drink, offering to try it first and noting that a few mugs would help him loosen up. The protagonist stopped her and said that he did not need alcohol, after which he asked to show the way. The succubus touched the corner of her lips and noted that he probably felt awkward saying that, in which case she would lead him to the right room. They walked along a dark corridor. The girl pointed her finger when the guy said that he was a little scared because it was his first time doing something like this. She assured him that he had nothing to worry about because she would only drink a drop of his energy, and the next day he would feel weak. Eugene frowned, thinking that now he knew what the basement floor was like. He handed the girl a bill and said that he just wanted to take a nap. He asked her to take payment for the drink and said that he did not need change. The succubus took the money with a puzzled face, asking what was wrong with him. She pointed to the side when the guest asked where the exit was. The brunette told him to follow this road until he found himself in the nearest restaurant. The demon at the exit asked if he liked the dream. Eugene asked him to bring the best dishes they had and not to forget to add more meat. He sat at the table and ate. Chewing, he frowned, realizing that it was him. 2 demons were dragging a guy along with them. This man was an exhausted Yod. He was holding onto the monster's shoulders. The protagonist ground his teeth out in anger, wondering how dare Lionheart's eldest son not only have fun with succubi but also rely on demons. The white-haired man was taken away from the restaurant. Eugene immediately stood up. He walked down the street behind the demons and his brother. Frowning his dark eyebrows, he tried to figure out where they were going. The brunette carefully peered into the dark alley. The monsters opened the door for the guy. The protagonist watched this. He went out into the alley. People appeared in front of him. 3 men blocked the way. One of them frowned and ordered him to get out of here since there was a store here. The guy, looking at him, asked what kind of place this was. The brute grabbed him by the neck. Stretching out his hand, he noted that he was not joking and again told him to leave. Eugene grabbed his hand and replied that he actually didn't mind laughing. He hit the man in the chin. He flew back. He landed on the ground with a loud thud. His comrades grabbed their weapons and began to send threats. They surrounded the brunette. One of them made a dash. Another swung his sword. Eugene fled from their attacks. Rushing past, he dealt each of them several blows. The men fell to the ground. The protagonist stepped on the head of one of them. Continuing to press, he asked if they were ready to answer his question now, and then asked if they were all unconscious. He kicked the man in the head. Moving on, the guy noted that he would find out everything himself. He punched a wooden door. It fell to the floor. Eugene frowned, mentally noting that he smelled drugs, after which he wondered if his brother was also addicted to this. He thought he had already realized that he needed a rest, but this was too much. 3 people appeared around him and asked who he was. The man with the body of a beast pointed at him and asked how he got in here and why the guards didn't stop him. The protagonist began clapping his hands, noting how cheerful the company had gathered: a man, a demon, and a beastman. The Trinity rushed forward, shouting that he needed to be gotten rid of. The guy shot mana at them. All his blows hit the target. When the men fell to the floor, the brunette asked them where Yod was. The beastman raised his trembling head. Eugene began to get something, saying that, however, he could not tell him anything, because he would find him himself. The beastman looked at him with fear. The protagonist raised his sword above his head. A flash appeared, and the wind began to rise. The wind flow flew to the side. It broke through the walls of the building. The brunette pointed the sword at the man and thought that he had checked the entire first and second floors, but he was nowhere to be found, and this means that. He raised his finger up, noting that the 3rd floor remained. The guy fired. He climbed up through the hole. He stepped onto the floor. Eugene froze, realizing that there was only one room on the floor, which meant that Yod was definitely there. He saw a dark cloud of energy by the door. He took out a shard of the sword. A powerful stream of energy hit it. The crystal hung in the air, blocking it. The stone sucked in all the dark aura. Taking it, Eugene mentally noted that this trinket was very useful, and although it was only a small fragment, even it was capable of absorbing mana. When a man appeared in front of him, he wondered if it was dark magic. The surprised man in the cloak held a staff, thinking that this spell was supposed to finish off the intruder, and he clearly used some kind of defense mechanism. He wondered what it was. The guy remembered Gilead's face, telling him not to mess with dark magic. He clenched his teeth in resentment, thinking that he had strictly ordered him not to do this, but his own son, a descendant of Burma. Looking at the man, the brunette told him to run, adding that he would not pursue him. 3 stars shone on his chest, and he angrily told him to just get out of his sight. The stars began to spin. Energy raged around the protagonist. He angrily looked at the man in front of him. The old man in the cloak froze with a surprised face, noting that these white tongues of flame framing his body resembled his left mane. He wondered if this was really. 2 demons came out of the room. They looked at the intruder. The brunette grinned smugly and said that they were the ones accompanying Yod. The men's hands involuntarily moved. The protagonist abruptly pulled his leg back. He took a fighting stance. Frowning, he told them to attack. The demons started jumping at him. The protagonist swung his sword. When he struck, the monsters were caught in a whirlwind of air. Blood started oozing out of their bodies. One of them rushed at Eugene again. He slashed at it with his sword. The green hand flew to the side. The guy rushed past his opponent. He raised his hand. Then he grabbed the demon by the face. He slammed him into the wall. The dark mage was watching all this. The guy's hair started turning white. The man looked at him with fear in his eyes. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he was really Eugene Lionheart. The white-haired man frowned and told him to get out of here. The old man backed away, asking for permission to explain everything. He clenched his teeth, realizing that no one was even listening to him. The mage gripped his staff tightly and began to cast a spell. A cloud of energy flew at his opponent. The protagonist cut it. The energy spilled out of the wall behind him. The guy ran at the man. As the blade approached, the old man wondered how he could block his strongest blow so easily. The blade was at his neck. Eugene stopped and told him not to move, and if he tried to move, he would cut his neck. He walked into the room. Yod was lying on the bed in front of him, and there were dark magical attributes all around. The white-haired man saw a cube with a large blue object inside. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, mentally noting that this was a cup that demons use for rituals. He asked what was inside the cup. The frightened mage told him that it was a unicorn's heart. The boy's eyes widened, and he began to think that due to their powerful mana and divine power, unicorns were called water deities, and their hearts were considered a much more valuable ingredient for sacrifices than human ones. The old man spread his arms wide when asked if he was trying to make a deal with the Demon King. He replied that he wouldn't dare, and that it was warned by the Baron of Helmaud, Lord Alfred. He folded his arms when the white-haired one turned around and asked who it was. The man said that it was a subordinate of the Duchess of Noir, Zabella. The protagonist remembered the demoness with long horns and mentally noted that she must be over 300 years old by now. He clenched his teeth, thinking about how Helmaud was currently in chaos and lawlessness, and although Zabella was significantly inferior to the Demon King, she was still a night witch, which meant she was strong enough to hold the title of Duchess of Hell. Eugene spread his arms wide and asked if he understood correctly that Yod was going to sign a deal with some incubus, one of Zabella's minions. He turned and with a glance noted that in addition to this, in an alcoholic and drug-fueled stupor, he had used the unicorn's heart for a sacrificial ritual. He asked if he had missed anything. The mage fell to his knees and exclaimed that he had only followed Yod's orders. With his head on the floor, he said that even the money that had been used to buy the gray unicorns had been given by him, and he could not disobey his orders. The guy waved his hand and noted that of course he could not, since he was beside himself with joy that the eldest son of the Lionheart family would pay him to initiate the conclusion of a contract with the master. Pointing at the mage, he said that if he succeeded, this Alfred would have gifted him with such an amount of energy that he had never dreamed of. He added that in addition to this, he probably also managed to make a deal with that old woman Zabella. The white-haired man looked at the magician with disgust and said that his greed was to blame for everything, and if he did not want to die, then he had better shut his mouth and stop blaming others for his sins. The man was shaking with fear. Eugene approached Yod on the bed. The guy opened his eyes. The protagonist clenched his teeth in confusion. He began to hit his relative in the face and order him to get up. The beaten Yod tried to understand what was happening. He sat up and called his brother by name. The white-haired man looked at him gloomily and asked if he had come to his senses. The guy grabbed his wounded cheek. He began to crawl back and ask his relative what he was doing here. The protagonist looked down at him and replied that he had been watching him. He began waving his arms and saying that he had been told that he was going through a difficult time now, so he was really trying to understand him. He admitted that he realized that these small joys he had discovered helped him to distract himself from this terrible situation. Eugene grabbed his head and said that, however, he approached his face and said in a dark voice that he should have stayed away from dark magic. The veins on the boy's angry face bulged as he asked how Yod, one of the direct descendants of the Lionheart family, the heir to the main branch, dared to make a deal with a demon. While his brother held his head, the boy muttered that he was powerless. The protagonist hit him with his forehead. While he was sobbing in pain, he spread his arms out to the sides and asked what did that mean. Pointing at the boy, he exclaimed indignantly, asking if he had thought about the consequences he would have to face after making such a contract. He noted that his soul would pass into the demon's possession, and if he told him to kill, he would have to kill, and if he told him to die, he would have to die. Yod grabbed his head with legal words about how becoming a dark mage would disgrace his family. Eugene pointed his finger at him and angrily asked what he would do if the demon ordered him to kill his parents or siblings, or to rob the Lionheart treasury. The guy shrank on the bed and exclaimed that he was told that he could disobey orders, and he gave his word that he would not cross his own moral principles. The white-haired man frowned and asked if demons were really like dragons and elves to him. He exclaimed that promises were empty words for them. He closed his eyes and repeated the words about his brother not going to follow orders. He said that he could do so if he was ready to risk his life. Looking at him with disdain, he asked if a worm like him was capable of such a thing. He called him a weakling who couldn't get it together, and therefore escaped from reality into the world of prostitutes and drugs. Yod lowered his head. Looking at his brother, he muttered. Raising his tear-stained face, he asked what he even knew to be so rude to him. Eugene smirked and asked if he really wanted to say that he was sticking his nose where he wasn't wanted and didn't understand something. The guy on the bed clenched his fist, saying that he had no idea what it was like for him when he was adopted 4 years ago, and all attention was focused only on the new one. He asked if he knew how he felt when his father gave all the support only to him. The white-haired man looked at him with disgust and noted that he was not deprived of this either. Pointing his finger at his brother, he said that he had the same support, he had undergone the white flame ritual, and would also have the opportunity to become the apprentice of the master of the magic tower. Yod muttered in tears. The protagonist frowned and asked if he now understood that the reason he was better than him was not because the patriarch loved him more. He said that it was because he was not his equal to begin with. The guy sat on the bed and clenched his fists, saying that he had innate talent. Eugene replied that it was not only that, and talent was only a small part of becoming the strongest. He introduced the twins with weapons and said that they still practiced hard every day. Then he imagined his brother lying on the bed with a girl and noted that at the same time, all he does is play with succubi, pouring alcohol into himself and finishing them off with drugs. The white-haired man with a gloomy look asked if he really thought that dark magic would help him become the next patriarch. Yod, looking at him, answered that he wanted to become the patriarch of the Lionheart family. Continuing to cry heavily, he declared that he would become a dark mage and go to Helmut, and in a place free from prejudice, he would finally be appreciated. A fist flew into his face. The protagonist threw it aside. The guy hit the wall. He fell to the floor. Blood gushed from his nose. He shook himself when his brother ordered him to repeat the words. The white-haired man with madness in his eyes asked if the descendant of Burma really wanted the recognition of demons. He waved his hand and asked if it was really more important for him to gain the favor of demons than the respect of his own family. He asked if he really thought he would be revered there. Eugene grabbed his hair and said that he didn't get it, that he had nothing valuable except for belonging to the Lionheart family. Yod was shaking with tears. The protagonist reached into his pocket, saying that he had received everything that others could not dream of, and now he knelt down waiting for the demons. Taking out a communication device, he said that he no longer intended to listen to his whining, and now he would arrange a conversation with Rovirian. After a while, the guy pointed at the dark mage and asked the guard to take him away. They began to take him away, and in the room with the brothers stood a blonde man. He clenched his teeth tightly. Then he looked at the student with sadness in his eyes. Yod stood at some distance and addressed the master of the Red Tower. He was shaking with fear, saying that he did nothing. Raising his frightened eyes, he said that he did not join the ranks of dark mages. The wizard looked at the floor, noting that he was trying, however. Looking at the boy, he noted that he had defiled the name Lionheart. The man placed his hand on his chest and added with displeasure that he had insulted his own father, who had trusted him with his future, the mages of the Red Tower who had trained him, and himself, the mentor who had wanted to help. The boy looked up, dumbfounded, and began to mutter that he had not meant to. The wizard grabbed his hand and told him to stop making excuses. He added that he would have to use force, which he would gladly do. Rovirian looked at the student with hatred and told him to just shut up, and if he really wanted to apologize, then let him ask his father and mother. Yod clutched his head in fear. He fell to his knees, and the wizard turned away, saying that it was time for them to leave. That same evening, after midnight, Rovirian invited Gilead and Theonis to Eroth. They were sitting at a table in a dark room. The man and woman were sitting with upset faces. The blonde looked over, hearing the arrival of another person whom he called. A man began to enter the room. The master of dark magic of the magic tower named Balzac Ludbit bowed slightly and said his name. The white-haired man looked at him, mentally noting that he had been the headmaster of the cramped tower for decades, and was also considered one of the 3 legendary dark magicians who signed a contract with the Demon King of Confinement. The man in dark glasses looked up. Theonis looked at him with an angry look and asked who gave him the right to come here. Balzac sat down at the table. The blonde folded his hands and asked the lady to remain calm, since the master of the dark magic tower had nothing to do with what happened. The woman slammed her hand on the table, indignantly asking if he had said earlier that he was the one who introduced Yod to dark magic. She asked if he really thought she would believe this nonsense. The master opened his mouth and said that not all of Eroth's dark mages were trained within the tower's walls. Introducing the old man in the cloak, he said that a mage named Jevid was behind the unpleasant incident, and that the Mage Guild should be blamed for it, not the Dark Tower. The man waved his hand when the brown-haired woman tried to object. Gilead frowned and asked for what purpose the master of the Dark Tower decided to visit them if she was not involved in what happened to her son. Balzac waved his hand and said that he would like to take responsibility for himself. He pointed his finger and noted that several centuries ago, if a person was suspected of involvement in black magic, he could be accused of a crime against humanity and executed. But after Burmut the Great made a contract with the Demon King, people were given freedom of choice. The patriarch rubbed his chin as he heard the words that in their time, familiarity with dark magic and signing contracts with demons was considered a crime, so he would rather respect the wishes of the Lionheart family. The man glared and asked him not to cross the line, noting that his words sounded like he was unwillingly humiliating his own dignity, allowing them to respect the greatness of his family. The dark mage smiled and answered in the affirmative, adding that he did not want to start another war, and that was why he was here. He noted that by taking the blame on himself, he would spare them from stupid consequences. Remembering the gang of men, he added that the law enforcement agencies would deal with the drugs. Then the man introduced the succubi and said that the drug dealers would be put behind bars, and the succubi would also receive their harsh punishment. Theonis frowned and asked what kind of responsibility they were talking about then. Balzac looked at her and said that he would cruelly torture and then kill the one who made a contract with Jevid, and the devil would not enslave Mr. Yod. The candles in the room went out. A clot of mana appeared on the tip of the man's finger. Taking it in his palm, he said that he would now convey the words of the Demon King of Imprisonment. Eugene's eyes widened at the mention of this name. The dark mage began to wave his hands. Hieroglyphs appeared around him, and he began to say that the Demon King was very upset that the beloved Burmut family had become an object of disapproval. Running his finger along the hieroglyphs, he said that this was why the decision was made to forge Alferhoin. The guy lowered his head. He clenched his teeth tightly in anger, mentally asking how this scum dared to speak so tactlessly about the Burmut family. Gilead clenched his teeth. He waved his hand. The dark mage placed his hands on the table and apologized again. He said that he understood that his words would not calm his anger, but the man looked up and said that he still needed to know that he could count on the full support of the Dark Tower and the Demon King of the Imprisonment. The patriarch lowered his head. Balzac rose to his feet and bowed, asking for permission to take his leave. He said that he hoped that their next meeting would take place in a more reasonable atmosphere. He turned his gaze to Eugen. The dark mage smirked. The boy frowned. Balzac headed for the exit. Gilead covered his face with his hand. The white-haired man looked at him when the patriarch asked if he could leave them. The white-haired man began to rise. The 3 adults were left alone. The man folded his hands and said that he should apologize to the mage for raising his son poorly. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that it was only his fault because he was too demanding of Mr. Yod. The patriarch covered his mouth and said that he would take his son back to the family estate. Theanis looked at him with shock in her eyes. She frowned and began to ask if it was really necessary, because the boy still hadn't become a dark mage. The woman spread her arms out to the sides, saying that he wouldn't make the same mistake twice, and she was sure that he would learn from this and work on himself for the rest of his life. So Gilad lowered his eyes and said that in the entire history of the family, none of the descendants of the main branch had ever turned to dark magic. Rovirian looked at him with sadness, listening to the words that the patriarch's decision was indisputable, and the fact that Yod was his son did not give him the right to desecrate the family name with impunity. He added that he would not allow him to stay in Eroth. Theanis screamed with fury in her eyes that his life would turn into hell in the estate. She imagined the twins, thinking that all this time they remained in the dark about how things were going with the members of the main family. She thought that Yod no longer belonged in the Lionheart residence, and he should definitely stay in Eroth. The brown-haired woman waved her hands and told her husband that he did not lift a finger for their son, while Anasilla and her children lived happily ever after, and the patriarch doted on them. The man looked at her with sadness and asked if she really thought so. He put his hand on the table and said that he never singled out any of his children, fulfilling the whims of each, and when Yod wanted to devote himself to magic, he sent him here. The woman slammed the table, saying that if he really cared. She was breathing heavily. Theanis clenched her fist and declared that then the patriarch would do everything in his power to ensure that Mr. Rovirian took his son as an apprentice, and in case he shied away from his studies, it would be worth assigning someone to him who could guide him on the true path. Gilad closed his eyes and asked her to stop. He covered his face with his hands and asked how long she would shame him and his family. The brunette pointed at herself and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense this was, noting that she would be the one to bear the stigma of shame. She noted that as soon as her son returned to the estate, absolutely everyone would turn against her. The woman waved her hand and said that if the patriarch insisted so much on his return, then she would take him to her family's estate. Frowning her light eyebrows, she angrily said that he did not allow Yod to cross the threshold of the Lionheart residence again, and he would study magic there where no one would oppress him. The man removed his hands from his face and began to say that if she wished. Theanis froze when he, lowering his eyes, added that if her son agreed with her decision, then she could do as she saw fit. Eugene walked down the corridor. Balzac, hidden in the shadows, called him by name. He smirked and asked if he wanted to have a little chat with him. As he approached the guy, the dark mage said that due to the current situation, they were unable to have a proper conversation. The white-haired man frowned and replied that he had nothing to discuss with the demon's lackey. Balzac smiled and noted that he saw that he didn't like him very much. The protagonist, looking at him with an evil look, noted that he was not the only one, and he didn't like absolutely all dark mages. The man looked away and muttered that 300 years had passed, and the relationship between dark mages and the Lionheart family left much to be desired. He pulled back his hand and said that it upset him greatly, and although it was embarrassing to point this out, he did not harm the guy in any way. He said that he might hate dark magic, but asked him not to do that to him. They froze in silence. The dark mage touched her chin and said that he had heard of the protagonist, and then told him that a few years ago he had caused quite a stir at the blood inheritance ceremony. Balzac smiled and said that he had also been showing excellent results in magic lately and had received a letter of recommendation from a Korean. He turned around and said that he should not spread this information, but within the scope of his responsibility he could offer something useful. The white-haired man frowned and asked what he was talking about. The man adjusted his dark glasses and said that a recommendation from the Red Tower alone was not enough to gain entry to the Royal Library, and other masters and mages would refuse him, explaining that he was not qualified enough. He grinned mysteriously and said that therefore he, as the master of the Dark Magic Tower, could write a letter of recommendation for him. Eugene put his hand on his belt and asked him why go to such extremes. The dark mage pointed his finger and said that he admired his talent, and to be honest, he was not on good terms with the master of the Red Tower, and although he had no complaints, Rovirian hated him only for his essence. He showed his palms and said with a smile that if he supported his student, then perhaps he would start to treat him more leniently, and this was his chance to make a good impression on the Lionheart family. The white-haired man looked up and replied that if he wrote him a letter, he would accept it, but that did not mean that they would become friends. Balzac smiled and said that it was enough for him that his opinion of him would change for the better. He turned around, noting that this was all he wanted to tell him, and then apologized for wasting his time. The guy, looking at his back, asked if he really had nothing to do with what happened to his brother. The man took steps. As he walked deeper into the corridor, he told them that he was infinitely proud to be called a dark mage. Balzac turned around and said that incompetent mages insulted such a beautiful dark magic by their very existence, and if Lionheart himself were its follower, he would not have accepted him with such meager knowledge. He He waved his hand and asked the boy if his answer was satisfactory. Eugene lowered his head, remembering Yode's face. Turning around, he called him a pathetic parody of a man. At night, he sat in the room in front of the bowl. In it lay the blue heart of a unicorn. The white-haired man thought about how Gilade had previously allowed himself to keep it, since he had put an end to his brother's shameful behavior and deserved a reward to match his efforts. The protagonist reached for the heart, thinking that it could be used for various purposes. He placed his hand on it, thinking that the easiest and most profitable way would be to absorb its mana. The boy grinned, mentally noting that despite the fact that it belonged to a monster, there was almost no filth in it. Mana began to flow from the heart into his hand. 3 stars flashed on Eugene's chest, and he thought that at this rate, he would get a quadruple star before he turned 20. He stood with the dried-up heart in his hands, thinking that the lion hearts would faint from such news, because in the entire 300-year history of this family, no one had ever managed to reach the 4th star before reaching adulthood. He imagined Gilade and Jeanette thinking that they had 6 stars each, and such people were considered among the strongest in the world. The white-haired man clenched his hand into a fist, mentally noting that therefore he, too, would do everything possible to get the 5th star. He imagined Burmut and his past self, thinking that as Hamel he would put all his efforts into perfecting the white flame ritual created by his friend. The protagonist crushed the heart. Garguis folded his fists on his waist and declared that the giant egg cost him 30 million cells. Eugene crossed his arms and cursed in irritation. The relative put his hands on his back and began to tell him that they needed to hurry, because if he did not manage to make the payment before midnight, they would be sold to the next participant. The white-haired man asked why he was so attached to them. They were standing in front of the counter. The man accepted the correct card with a surprised face. He smiled broadly and asked if the guy wanted to open an account at their bank. He answered negatively. When they went outside, Garguis called his relative back. He furrowed his brows and noted that they said they would deliver the eggs to his residence once they confirmed the payment, and Eugene couldn't pass up such a rare opportunity to see the giant eggs in all their glory. The white-haired man gritted his teeth and asked if he really wanted him to come all this way for some eggs. He touched his chin, noting that maybe he should try. The boy waved his hand and said that he knew he wouldn't refuse, and then noted that he could share the extract with him. The protagonist replied that he wasn't going to eat them. As he walked behind his relative, he mentally noted that he didn't care about the eggs and just wanted to watch Garguis use the Scarlet Flame ritual technique. Looking at the crowd, he thought that he wanted to see with his own eyes the difference with the White Flame ritual. He looked over, puzzled. His eyes widened in shock. Eugene started jumping over the fence while the white-haired man was asking where he was going. The protagonist jumped down. He started running fast. Sweat was running down his surprised face. Eugene pushed through the crowd and extended his hand. Running past people, he thought that he couldn't be mistaken when he saw this unnatural purple hair, which required a colossal amount of mana to maintain. He continued running. The guy stopped when he saw the girl's back. He called out to Senya with a dumbfounded face. Ahead was a girl with purple hair. Eugene looked at the girl in surprise. He was worried, thinking about what he would say to her. He looked at the girl in the hat, thinking that Senya hadn't changed at all in these 300 years, but he looked completely different. She wouldn't recognize him. He imagined her scolding him and thought that he was still the same Hamel, but only reborn in the business of the descendant of Burma. Hearing this, she will ask him to stop talking nonsense and beat him to death. He is sure that she is still the same grumbler who does not know how to choose her words. Eugene extended his hand and called the girl. He wanted to take her hand. However, the guy's hand passed through the void. He was amazed. The hero stood next to the girl and thought, is this a ghost? No, this. The silhouette of the witch became transparent. He thought it was a magical hologram. The hand dropped. The blonde stood behind the girl. She looked forward and then turned to him. Eugene stared at her. He worriedly thought that he should tell her that he is Hamel. How can he do this? The hero impudently showed her an obscene gesture. Senya smiled. Her mouth opened as she began to silently say something. And more, and even stronger. Eugene saw how she dissolved. The hologram almost disappeared. The standing guy repeated, "Did you find him?" He smiled. Turning, he said that he had found Senya too. He walked among the people. Eugene stood on the balcony. Frowning, he thought that Senya was alive. She was looking for him. He remembered the scattering rays and wondered how she knew it was him. Maybe the same way Tempest had recognized his soul. Or did she see the pendant? He picked up the decoration with his fingers. The white-haired man remembered the image of the girl and thought that she knew about his reincarnation. But since she sent him a hologram, that meant she couldn't come in person. Eugene opened his mouth, saying that meant her body couldn't move. He pictured his friend wrapped in chains and wondered if she had done it herself or if someone else had cast a spell on her. What if it was the Demon King of Imprisonment? He threw his head back, saying that he now understood what was going on. She had found him. With a determined look, he declared that this meant it was his turn. The boy heard his name being called. Garguis extended his hand and asked where he had suddenly rushed to. Eugene waved him off, declaring that it was none of his business. Words were heard among the houses. Does he want him to demonstrate the ritual of the scarlet flame? Garguis crossed his arms and asked why he was so interested in it. Since he had studied the ritual of the White One before leaving the estate, the boy replied that he was curious. The man closed his eyes, saying that it was quite simple. The strain tore his clothes. The boy put his hand on his hip, asking if it was necessary to tear his clothes. The elder posed, saying no, but it was easier to get into the mood. The man with the beard exhaled. His body was surrounded by flames. He was directing the flames in all directions. Eugene looked at this, asking if the core was also split when using the scarlet flames. Garguis remembered the men and said that the main line originally left the core intact, but his ancestors tried hard and managed to multiply it to 5 stars. He raised his hands, saying that he only knew of a few branch families that had achieved this through secondary methods passed down from generation to generation. He raised his hands, saying that his training had not been in vain either, since he already had 2 stars. Eugene thought that even though Garguis belonged to one of the main lines of the family tree, his ancestors, had only managed to reach 5 stars. He touched his chin, thinking that this was all they had achieved in 300 years of refining their skills. As for the white flame ritual, it was only available to members of the main line. He imagined Burma surrounded by bright flames, and then imagined people with weapons, while the scarlet flame was owned by all the other families. Therefore, there would always be a shining abyss of envy between them. Eugene rested his hands, thinking that this was strange. Burma could not be called greedy. He looked seriously, thinking that he wanted to learn the scarlet flame ritual, but who knew that it was so useless. Waving his hand, the hero said that he was going. The man raised his hand and asked, "Already? What about the giant eggs?" Making an obscene gesture, Eugene replied that he did not need them. The semicircular gray room of the basement of the Red Tower, Eugene's research room. The blonde crossed his arms, thinking that it said that Senya's latest records were in Korean. He imagined a magic book, thinking that there must be some clues in her books on sorcery. He imagined a light and dark mage, thinking that they had agreed to write letters of recommendation for him, so there should be no problem with access to the royal library. The guy was reflected in the shard and mentally addressed Senya, saying that he knew that she had waited 300 years, but let her hold out a little longer. Opposite the guy, a shard was hovering. He imagined himself hitting it with fire, and thought that a light touch of moonlight with the blade would cause the mana to break and dissipate instantly. But just one fragment was not enough to split high-class magic. The guy took out his sword, saying that he was still able to deal with small spells, so it was worth a try. Bright balls were shining around. Eugene said that if he could withstand the power of this fragment. He smiled slyly, saying that it meant his unity with mana was so strong that it surpassed the power of the white flame ritual. Hira held the book and asked in surprise in the research room. The frightened blonde said that yes, for several days now explosions and subsequent vibrations were heard from there. Looking at him, she said that she would go check. In any case, she was going to pass on the order from the master of the Red Tower. She headed for the exit. Knocking, she called Eugene, and was surprised to hear a roar. She burst in, asking if he was okay. The naked guy covered his head with his hands. The hero stood in the settling dust. Hira looked at him in amazement and asked what he was doing here. Looking at the girl, the blonde replied that he was increasing his mana and doing magic training. The girl touched her chin, asking, with magic training, and thought to herself, without a magic circle. She saw a blue fragment and thought, what is this? The walls and floor are in cracks and fractures, and on this fragment there is not a scratch. Eugene extended a glowing hand, saying that like this. A beam of flame flew from him. The fireball flew forward. An explosion was seen. Dust settled everywhere. Hira frowned, thinking that he acted faster and skillfully used the core as a magic circle. She looked at the young man surrounded by flames and thought that he even strengthened his unity with mana. Is this really a combination of a fireball and a magic projectile? Folding her hands, she asked, is he practicing combat magic techniques? The white-haired man extended his hand, saying that he pays most attention to practicing the mana itself and is quite successful. He clenched his fist, thinking that at first the magic dissipated before the surge of power occurred, but now he can control the mana, gathering it into a clot of energy and then creating an explosion. Hira was happy, saying that it was amazing. She was told that a roar could be heard from his research room, so she was afraid that he would get hurt from such hard training. Eugene put his hands on his hips and asked if she came because she was worried about him. The girl replied that she also wanted to tell him that the master of the tower wanted to see him. Picking up his clothes, the white-haired man answered that he understood and asked if he should go up to him on the top floor, to which he received a negative answer. Turning, he heard that he was waiting for him in the royal library of Akrian. The castle had high blue roofs. Pentagon, the capital of Eroth, in the center of which, at the intersection of 5 towers that make up a pentagonal figure, is the Palace of Abram. There were ships sailing near the castle. Since it was located in the middle of a great lake, it was only possible to reach it by ship. Neither floating carts nor spells could transport anyone to its gates. Senya held a staff in her hands. This was because the lake, as well as the palace itself, were surrounded by a demonic seal, cast by Senya as a sign of friendship with the royal family of Aeroth, and its power had not weakened even hundreds of years later. Hira glanced sideways at the boy who thought he could go crazy. He looked at the castle, thinking that ever since the day he came to Aeroth and began to understand magic a little, it still seemed impossible to him that someone could cast such a huge seal. The girl turned around and asked if he wanted to visit Abram. Eugene looked away, saying that he was just looking. It looked good. His desire to go there alone would not be enough. Hira raised her finger, saying that it was true. The castle gates were only open to the highest nobility and the masters of the magic tower. The boy looked at the witch. Hearing that, however, the latter were forbidden to use magic inside the palace. Exceptions were made only for members of the royal family and palace magicians who had taken an oath of allegiance. Eugene looked at her, asking if this meant that the masters of the magic tower had not sworn allegiance to the royal family. The girl thought for a moment and answered that this was not the case. They served faithfully and truly, but had the right not to carry out unreasonable orders. The magic towers and Aeroth followed an agreement on mutual cooperation. She walked ahead, saying that it was not the palace itself that maintained closer relations with the magic towers, but the parliament. The palace had its own magic alliance, which meant that the tower masters worked exclusively with the parliament. She said that there could be no talk of any hostility between the magicians. They approached the high castle. Hira showed 3 fingers and said that 3 people opposed letting him into a crayon. Looking, she said that the master of the blue tower, the master of the green tower, and the master of the magicians guild, he needed to get their permission to enter a crayon. Hira bowed, saying goodbye, and then she clenched her fists and told him not to be too nervous and wished him luck. Eugene showed a thumbs up and thanked him. The magicians were sitting by the tower. The hero bowed and introduced himself. The man with a mustache, the captain of the palace magicians, Trimpel. The fair-haired master of the red magic tower, Rovirian. The man with a beard, the master of the green magic tower, Generok. The gloomy brunette, the master of the blue magic tower, Hiriduf. The blonde girl, the master of the white magic tower, Even. The brunette in dark glasses, the master of the dark magic tower, Baltzak. A fair-haired man, the master of the mages guild, Efgard. The guy stood up when he heard the request to raise his head. The blonde man in glasses said that his name had been on everyone's lips for several years now. He had long dreamed of meeting him. This is the heir to the throne of Aeroth, Hanan. The white-haired man frowned at him and thought that Hanan was the first in line to succeed him, a genius who had reached 5 stars before coming of age. Hiriduf waved his hand and said that he had heard of him too. The masters of the dark and red towers were insistent in speaking out in his defense. He looked at Eugene and said that he knew of his talents, but were swordsmanship and magic compatible with each other. The man frowned, thinking that he was only 17. How could a young man who had just started learning magic receive a letter of recommendation to a Korean? He introduced the mages and thought that there was definitely something fishy about this. The master of the red magic tower was an old friend of the patriarch, and the master of the dark tower must be trying to get closer to the Lionheart family in hopes of covering up his shame over the recent incident. Looking at them, Eugene said that he understood their doubts about what he should do to gain access to a Korean. Rovirian waved his hand and asked to demonstrate his abilities so that his highness and the wise mages could make a decision. The brunette smirked and said that it would actually be nice to show dissertations and talk about the research he had done, but he believed that he had done nothing of the sort. Eugene stood with his fists clenched. With a determined look, he said that he would begin then. 3 stars flickered. Eugene was engulfed in bright flames. He stood in front of the mage. Hiriduf chuckled, propping his head up. Trimpel touched his chin and mused that Eugene had not separated the core and the magic circle. Instead, he had connected several cores to form a single circle. Efgard also watched and thought that he had only been training mana for 4 years and had already achieved such high results. Generok touched his beard, thinking that this was not enough. There is a big difference between understanding magic and skillfully controlling mana. There was a tornado above the guy's palm. He was holding a ball of fire. Diamonds appeared from it. He was surrounded by a blue glow. Eugene created a sword from mana. Trimpel was surprised to think that he did not even need to pronounce the spells. He simply made a smooth transition between them without making a sound. To reach such a level, the deepest understanding of magic was required. The white-haired guy stood, embraced by power, and heard a request to use the aura of the sword and magic at the same time. Looking at him, Generok wondered, can he do this? Eugene smirked. He took out his sword from its sheath. Even twirled her hair around her finger. The sword was covered in glow. The guy held the sword. His other hand was embraced by the aura. Hiriduf frowned, thinking that the magic circle remained intact. Using the core to do this, he confidently maintains the aura and the spell. Rovirian waved his hand and asked what they thought. Interlocking his fingers, Genroku replied that they should discuss this together. The blonde looked at the youth and said that of course, could he leave them for a while. Eugene put away his sword, agreeing. He headed towards the exit of the hall. He touched the door handle. The man turned and addressed the master of the Red Tower. Pointing his finger, he asked if he was sure that he did not give him instructions. Rovirian replied that he had said this many times. He looked to the side and said that Eugene did not have a teacher. He read all the records of the Red Tower on the theory of magic and practiced them himself. Iriduth touched his chin, saying that is it enough to study one theory to reach such a high level of mastery. Hanin smiled and said that after all, he is Lionheart. The guy with glasses continued that the Keel Empire is a descendant of Burma. Every resident of the continent knows firsthand how strong their bloodline is. He spread his hands and said that he personally immediately realized that Eugene was a genius like no other. Even leaned on her hand and said that the magic that young Eugene demonstrated to them, although it was a first-level circle, was essentially superior to it in strength. They also felt that, right. The girl touched her cheek with her hand, saying that the purity and precision of the execution were at a high level, but what struck her most was his unity with Mana. They must study him, but she was afraid that even a fourth-level dispelling circle would not break this child's magic. She shifted her gaze when she heard that he was still too young. Efgard folded his hands, saying that he must admit that he was gifted, but given his age, there was no hurry. Looking at the blonde, he said that according to the high authority of Akrian, he thought it would be wise to entrust his training to the master of the Red Tower, as long as after a few years, his acceptance into Akrian would be unquestionable. Of course, after that they would give him a pass to the Royal Library. Trempel touched his chin, saying that he thought this situation should be seen as an investment in the future. He looked away, saying that the 17-year-old talent from the Leonhardt family, he was young, but despite his lack of skills, he had limitless potential. He introduced the boy and his crest, saying that they were on good terms with his family, but that did not mean that they could not do a favor to Eugene personally, thereby investing in him. Genroku looked away, saying that no matter how capable he was still an adopted son, which meant that he would not become a patriarch. Balzac said with a smile that it would be one of the twins, a boy named Cyan. He remembered what was with the sword, saying that technically Yod was still the legitimate heir, but given his recent behavior, he would not win the fight for the title of patriarch. The guy in dark glasses said that in any case, one should not underestimate Eugene's strong position in the Lionheart family. Trempel raised a finger, saying that it was true, the time would come, he would build his own family, get married and have children. Everyone sooner or later left the family residence. Clenching his fist, he said that then they would invite him to Akrian. In a few years he would gain enough experience, and if he did not forget the favor they did for him, he would become a reliable ally for them. Balzac spread his hands, saying what they had said 4 years ago. Speaking at the blood ceremony, Eugene was several times stronger than all the others. The mage's eyes glowed red. He said that since the Lionheart family recognized his potential, with the support of Aeroth, he could definitely become the next Burma. Genroku laughed. Putting his hand down, he asked if there was too much praise for him. Were these his own sayings, or did someone help him come to such conclusions? Balzac intertwined his fingers and asked, and who was it? The man's eyes glowed green. He said that the Demon King of Imprisonment, with whom he made a contract, he was just curious, did he somehow influence his statements? The brunette adjusted his glasses and laughed, saying that he was currently busy with Helmaud's affairs, and besides, his eye glowed red. He explained that if he spoke on his behalf, he would act differently, acting much more decisively and using force. Iriduth frowned, asking what he meant. The aura around him darkened. Balzac smiled and apologized if it sounded too rude. He only wanted to say that he treats the will of the Demon King of Imprisonment with special devotion. Even stood up and ordered to return to the main topic of discussion. She put her hand on her hips and said that she doubted that they would be able to come to an agreement at this rate and suggested that they vote. The guy must have gotten bored waiting for the verdict. Hanin intertwined his fingers and said that it was a great decision and asked to be allowed to speak first. The guy with glasses said that he was in favor of accepting Eugene into Akrian. The white-haired guy was reading a manuscript on the wall. There were many books on the shelves. The Royal Library of Akrian not only contains magical scriptures, various treasures, but also the writings of many legendary mages who left their mark on the history of magic on each floor. Eugene read the text, thinking that these walls were soaked in history. They said that this was a library, but it looked more like a museum. He touched his chin, thinking that there were 15 stories in Akrian, of which they wrote the name, should be from the 12th to the 15th floors. Eugene turned around when he heard his name being called. Even was waving at him. The girl was smiling. He thought that she was the owner of the White Magic Tower, the best summoner of this era, the person who had made a contract with 2 spirit kings at once for the first time in history. Eugene looked at her, thinking that she was considered a great mage, even for magic that had nothing to do with spirits or summoning, and wondered out loud if they had finished their discussion. She said that they had decided everything. If they had to come to a single decision, it would have taken days, maybe even weeks. Even raised her finger and said that that was why they had voted. She presented silhouettes and said that 5 people agreed to allow him to enter Akreen, 2 were against, and only 1 was neutral. Looking at her, the white-haired man said that meant the majority agreed, then could he go to the upper floors? Even covered her smile and said that he could, but didn't he want to know who agreed and who didn't? The hero replied that he didn't care, the main thing was that the majority was for him. Closing her eyes, she declared that he was a bore and said that she would tell him herself she was neutral. Pointing her finger to the side, the witch said that she was not against his entry, she just didn't want to participate in this pointless argument, voicing her opinion. The men were standing in front. She asked if he could see their angry and irritated faces. They had decided everything based on the vote, but they were still arguing. Hiraduf glanced sideways at the guy, and then turned away displeased. Even crossed her arms and asked if he noticed how the owner of the blue magic tower shook his head. He agreed. Raising a finger, the girl said that it was unexpected. He was very unhappy when the hero entered the room. She thinks he was against it at first, but after seeing it, he changed his mind. Even smiled widely and asked what he thought, who was against it. The hero replied that he had already said that he didn't care. The sorceress put her palm and said that it was the owner of the green magic tower and the head of the magic guild. The hero repeated that he didn't care. She frowned and asked if he was really 17, too boring a reaction. Even got angry and asked if he wasn't angry at this attitude, how dare they refuse Leonhardt or something. The guy walked away and said that since the approval was given, he was leaving. The girl extended her hand, stopping him. She pointed her finger at the weapon and asked, and about the sword on his hip, it was the storm sword, right? The sword blessed by the wind spirit king. Eugene touched the weapon and confirmed, asking, so what? The blonde folded her palms cutely and said that she always wanted to make a contract with such a powerful spirit, but he never responded no matter how many times she summoned him. She clenched her fists, shouting that she tried hard. She even asked the Thunder and Earth Spirit Kings, but they said that the Wind Spirit King would never shout a contract with a human. Even clenched her fists angrily, saying that she had sent a letter to the Leonhardt main residence more, but it seemed like they never lend their family heirlooms to outsiders. Did these petty people really think she was going to steal the sword and run away? She wanted to use it to make a contract. Why were they so snobby? Eugene pointed his hand, saying that no matter how touching her story was, he wouldn't give up the sword. Technically, it wasn't his, he was just wearing it with the patriarch's permission. Blue Eyes greedily approached, saying that everything would be fine since she wouldn't tell anyone. He just needed to take out his magic thing and trust his sister. She leaned over, saying that it wouldn't take long anyway, no more than a day. If he wanted, he could keep an eye on everything. Eugene touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that the Wind Spirit King was no good. He hadn't shown up even once in the past 4 years. Looking at the girl, he thought that he believed that with the current amount of mana he would not be able to summon him, but if it was the owner of the White Magic Tower. The girl was beaming. Eugene thought that this was the only summoner who had made a contract with 2 Spirit Kings at once. If she used even as a guide, this old man might respond. Looking at her, the white-haired man thought that it was not so profitable to agree to his offer now. She was completely in his hands, so he would squeeze out more. The guy shook his head, asking where he could get a pass. Even answered that she would bring him. He held a black card in his hand. He thought that this was an Akreen pass. It was just a ticket with his name on it. The girl rested her head on her hand and asked if he knew that ancient familiars lived here. All of them once served great magicians who left their mark on the history of Aroth. She introduced the figures of the king, knight, and witch, saying that the king of magicians who founded Aroth, the battle mage who was called the father of battle magic, and the great Senya are also here. Eugene looked at her silently. The blonde smiled, saying that he had such a boring reaction. Wasn't he interested in Senya? She waved her hand and asked if he hadn't been looking for her on the first day of his arrival. He was on a tour of her mansion that time when he met the brother from the branch house in Mardane Square. Putting the pass in his pocket, he asked how she knew so much. Even replied that she didn't seem to know that he had become very popular. The guy walked away, saying that he was sure that was the case. The girl pointed her hand and said that he was mean and asked if he was going to give him Winnif. The hero said no. There was a square door in the hall. The girl pointed her finger and asked if he saw that hole next to the door. If he inserted the pass there, the elevator would open. Eugene inserted the pass. The witch standing next to him asked if he was going to the 12th floor. He really liked Senya. The white-haired man entered the elevator and asked she wasn't going to wait for him here, was she? Even spread her hands and said that she didn't have much free time. She would like to go with him, but then he might feel ashamed. She covered her mouth, saying that it was a shock from facing the truth for the first time. It was a spell that left a very strong first impression. Looking at Eugene, she asked if maybe he should take diapers with him. He calmly asked why. The girl laughed slyly, saying that he was a baby, he could poop in his pants. The white-haired man clenched his teeth angrily. The door was closing when she said to have fun with a smile. Eugene leaned against the wall of the elevator. The arrow pointed to the floor. The guy stood in the open door. The hand lifted his hat. The girl took off her hat and said, "Welcome to the Senya Hall." The pink-haired girl called him by name. Eugene asked in surprise, "Senya?" The white-haired man pointed his finger in surprise and asked, "Is she Senya?" The girl put on her hat and said no, she was the familiar in charge of the Senya Hall. The guy remembered the girl's words that there was even a familiar Senya here and thought it was her. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked, did she just call him by name? How did she recognize him? The girl replied with confusion that he had registered his name on the first floor. Raising her finger, she stated that not only she, but all the other familiars here were connected to the Korean magic system and knew everything that happened within the walls of the library. Looking at the familiar, the hero asked what he should call her and received the answer that Senya called her Mer. The white-haired man raised his eyebrows. Isn't that an abbreviation of her last name? And Mer did. Mer looked at him and exclaimed that yes, it was a cool and honorable name that no one else was worthy of. Eugene crossed his arms and thought, she created a familiar that looked exactly like her and gave her her last name. What was she thinking? The girl was surprised when he asked if all familiars looked like humans, since he didn't know much about it, and answered that no, the familiars on the other floors didn't look like her. Mer was a small copy of Senya. She answered that she was special. Her creator was the wise Senya, the faithful companion of Burmat himself, whose personality formed the basis of her personality. The guy remembered the blonde man's words and asked, isn't the state of living beings forbidden? Mer answered in surprise that she was not alive. She presented a shining silhouette, saying that she had no soul. Unlike other living beings, her body was made of Eugene's magic and her consciousness. She pointed her finger and said that here. In front of her was a ball surrounded by signs. Eugene looked at it in surprise and asked, what is this? Tilting her head back, Mer said that this was a good question. The force of the tilt caused her hat to fall off. She put it on and proudly showed the ball, saying that this was Senya's life's work, the witch's scripture. The guy repeated in amazement, thinking that magic scriptures were divided into 3 parts, the upper, middle and lower. It turned out that Senya was able to finish right before her departure. He pointed his finger and asked, why is this scripture? Mer closed her eyes, saying that this was just a delusion, thinking that all scriptures should look like writing. The white-haired man indignantly exclaimed, what nonsense. The girl spread her hands, saying that naturally he would not understand. Shaking her finger, she said that his limited brain simply wasn't enough to comprehend all of this, because even the masters of the magic towers couldn't understand Senya's magic. The hero looked at her silently. He thought that full of pride, with a smile more like a mockery, even an arrogant attitude towards the work of her life. The familiar was an exact copy of its creator, and the guy thought that she had perfectly adopted Senya's personality. Touching her chin, the guy asked Mer if her character was much different from hers, to which he received the answer that no, she had changed, based on the personality of the young Senya. She imagined a pink-haired girl and said that she had become more refined and elegant, no longer distracted by her emotions, focusing only on the research and development of magic. Eugene remembered the emotional girl and thought, is it her? Pointing his finger, he asked what she meant by saying that her consciousness was in the witch's scripture. Mer touched her chest, saying that her consciousness was made up of spells found in the witch's writings. Her purpose in existence was to protect and control the writings, and she had been ruling this hall for 200 years. Eugene walked into the room. He came closer to the orb. He remembered Rovirian and thought that when he first read her higher description, he realized that all the magic he had learned was nothing more than child's play, and he thought that this was definitely superior to ordinary magic. Turning around, he asked if she knew where Senya had gone and why. Mer spread her hands, saying that of course not. Her departure was very sudden and unnoticed. Her students, servants, and even she did not know anything. She imagined the silhouettes of the mages, saying that even when King Eroth, the masters of the magic towers of that time, the master of the magic guild, and countless mages asked her about Senya's whereabouts, she told them that she did not know, but they refused to believe her. Closing her eyes, she said that these fools broke into the witch's scripture to look at her memory, but their skills were not enough, so once every few decades they come to try again and find at least a grain of information. The guy looked ahead, thinking that they were looking through Mer's memory not only to find out about Senya's whereabouts, although many mages respected her. He imagined how the hands grabbed the familiar, thinking that no one could handle the material for countless experiments right before their eyes. Looking at the ball, he said that he heard that only the highest description of the witch is available in Akrian, the rest are here too. The familiar was surrounded by a glow. She said that no, only the original scripture is here, because Senya extracted the middle and lower from the original, leaving the original and the highest scripture here. She looked closely at the guy and said that he is a real fan of Senya. The white-haired man replied that everyone admires her, isn't that right? Touching his face, The girl asked what because he comes from a family of swordsmen. Usually Leonhardt is admired only by Bermut, his descendants are clearly not ordinary guys. She introduced the white-haired man and said that according to what she knows, after returning to Eroth, Senya has never met the Leonhardt family, including Bermut. The hero looked ahead, thinking that according to Leonhardt's records, he changed a lot after returning from Helmaud. He did not even meet with his comrades. He introduced the companions from Senya's previous life and his Moron, who only met again because of Bermut's funeral. Crossing his arms, he thought that although he was unsociable, the fact that he hadn't met anyone since returning, and what was happening to his family, it was all too strange. Shifting his gaze, Eugene asked if she ever talked about her companions. The pink-haired girl recalled the faces of her companions, saying that she called Moron a fool and said that Anna's was like a snake. Crossing his arms, the hero asked what about Hamel. He held back his anger at hearing so many curse words and asked if she hadn't said that Senya was elegant and refined. Closing her eyes, the familiar replied that even an elegant and refined person could have a few skeletons in the closet. Always when Senya talked about companions, she looked like she was about to cry. Eugene looked at the girl in amazement, hearing that she suffered especially during conversations about Hamel. Looking down, the white-haired man asked what she said about Bermut. The girl in the hat repeated, Bermut. She imagined the silhouette of the white-haired man and said that absolutely nothing. She did not praise, did not call him names, did not judge him, she just remained silent. Eugene stood in front of the portrait. He looked at it and thought that it was the same as in the mansion. Mer pointed her finger and said that the smile in the portrait was fake. Senya had never smiled like that, not once. She remembered sitting on the chair opposite and said that when she talked to her to adopt her character, she casually asked her about it. The girl asked in surprise why she hung a portrait of herself with a smile everywhere if she was always sad. Senya opened her mouth. A shadow fell on her face. She replied that if people were to see it for generations, it would be better to leave a smile behind than a face full of sadness. Mer stood next to the guy and said that she could not leave Akrian and had never left it, so she had not seen it in person, but she knew that Senya had the same portrait hanging in her mansion. She remembered the image and said that the artist had drawn her smile on this portrait without permission, so she did not like it very much. With a sad look, she continued that even though Senya said so, it was better than not seeing her at all. The white-haired man looked at her sadly. He reached for his hat, but the girl knocked it away. She scowled at Eugene and told him not to cross the line. She put her hands on her hips and said that although she was shorter than him, she had lived for 200 years and did not want to be treated like a child. They walked through the hall, Mer telling him that it not only contained the witch's scriptures, but also the magical equipment that she used. Pointing her finger, the familiar told him that this staff was her favorite. In front of him was a wooden staff with a red stone. Eugene said in surprise that it was an acacia. Mer giggled, saying that she thought he would recognize it. The hero imagined the tree, thinking that they said that the fairy tree only grows in the great forest in the homeland of the elves. Acacia is the most powerful magical tool in the world, made from the roots of a 1,000-year-old tree that grows in the center of the forest. Mer stood behind the boy and said that the elves believed that the tree held the spirits of their ancestors and maintained the world. She waved her hands and asked if he understood what she was saying. The almighty elves cut off one of the roots of this tree to make this staff and give it to Senya. The boy looked at it, thinking that she was not an elf, not even a half-elf, she was only a human, but even so, she was closely related to the elves. He imagined a basket with a baby in it standing in the forest. Senya did not know who her parents were. She was abandoned in the great forest of Samar, a great jungle in the southern region of the continent. A girl with long ears noticed the child. An elf passing by heard Senya crying and took her with her, and that is how she ended up in the kingdom of the elves. The elves surrounded the laughing girl. The other elves did not like Senya very much, but when they learned of her incredible talent, they accepted her and taught her magic. Mer spread her arms and said that Senya was the first owner of the staff made from the roots of this tree. That's not all. In the center, a red stone was shining. The familiar said that the red stone inserted into the staff was this. The white-haired man replied that it was the heart of a dragon. The girl showed 2 fingers and confirmed, saying that there were only 2 magic staffs in the world that used the heart of dragons, Acacia Senya. Eugene continued, Blood Mary, becoming gloomy. He introduced the magicians and the smiling man, saying that the person who now has this staff is one of the 3 dark magicians who made contact with the demon king of confinement, Count Edmund of Helmaud. He introduced the skeletal demon, thinking that 300 years ago, the owner of the staff was a lich named Belial. He was a subordinate of the demon king of confinement. Eugene touched his chest in the same way as Hamel, thinking that he was the one who killed him. He recalled the terrible battle, thinking that fighting the demon king of confinement was much more difficult than the other demons. There were those strong enough to compare them to the demon kings. He imagined the red sword. 3 of them were especially strong, a square shield and a staff with bones, a dagger, a shield, and a staff of confinement. Hamel was covered in blood. The white-haired man recalled that when he defeated the Shield of Confinement, he received a serious wound. After the battle with Belial, there was a huge hole in his chest. Looking forward, Eugene asked if he could support him. Mer smiled and said that of course, but he could not use its power. She imagined hands reaching for the staff and said that the acacia only recognized Senya as the owner. When she left, many mages tried to take possession of it, but no one could gain her recognition. Eugene reached for the staff, asking, "Is it true?" He took it. The boy's body was covered in radiance. He held the staff and thought that the acacia did not even try to accept the mana he poured in. The hero frowned, thinking that he assumed that maybe she would acknowledge him. After all, he had seen the image of Senya. It would have been better if she had left him the staff instead of the useless pendant. He let go of the item, hearing that he seemed to like Senya very much. The boy replied that he would not say that. Mer looked at him, saying that he was lying. His eyes always sparkled when he talked about her, and he was very attentive when he looked at her things. Looking at her, Eugene said that he simply liked old stories. The familiar raised a finger and asked if it was true, then he would like this book too. She walked forward, took a book from the shelf and handed it to the boy. Eugene looked at it grimly and thought that it was the adventure of the great warrior Bermut. Name held the book, introducing its characters, and said that it was a famous picture book. Senya did not like to talk about what happened in the title, so this book was the first to tell the world the legend of the great Bermut. Eugene ordered to remove it. The girl asked why. He got angry, saying that he liked Hamel, whom he respected and honored more than anyone, but in this book they made him stupid and useless, who only had wind in his head. Mer held the book in surprise, saying that this was the original, so it should be different from the versions released today. It was first published 300 years ago in Aroth, although it is not known who the author was. The hero extended his hand, thinking that the story was different from the one he read. He imagined Hamel falling in front of Bermut. Hamel was a fool. He challenged Bermut to a fight every time they met, and each time he cried humiliated and unable to touch even a hair of his. The guy was shaking nervously, thinking that maybe he was humiliated, but he definitely touched him. Once he even dropped a drop of blood, Annis clearly wrote this. Mer beamed, saying that if he liked Senya, then he would probably like this too. She went forward and called the guy to follow her. Eugene followed her. They stopped in front of the holograms of the heroes. The guy pointed his finger in surprise, saying, "What is this?" In front of the guys stood 4 holograms of warriors. The girl raised her hands and said that these images of Madame had extracted from her memory. They should not be confused with portraits. These are the real images of Madame's comrades. She explained that the handsome man standing in the middle, with long hair, is the great Bermut. Next to him stood a beautiful girl. She was dressed in a nun's robe and smiled like a stingray. This is Saint Annis. The menacing man, folding his arms, is the one who is like a troll, but also like a man. Moron is fearless. With the grandfather stood a guy with a ponytail and scars. This gangster, in whose gaze the desire to fight is subtracted. Hamel is reckless. She also said that, ironically, he was almost forgotten by history. Only in the Senya Hall can you see his image. The main character folded his arms and noted that he was handsome. The girl replied that Bermut was really very cute. Well, the guy looked away and said that he was not talking about this old fart, he was saying that Hamel was handsome. The girl was shocked, she thought he had gone crazy, to which he turned and smiled and said that of course, this old fart is good, but he is like the aura of a wild animal. Then he turned away and became embarrassed. The little witch looked at him with bewilderment. They were sitting at the table. He leafed through the book and said that Madame's traces were left on the floors from the 12th to the 14th. Well, what about the last one? The girl looked at him, remembered the books and said that on the 13th floor there were research records and memories of Madame's plans. Since the founding of Acreon, she added that at the moment he would not be able to understand them. She imagined a large library and said that on the 14th floor there were also books with research. But they would be difficult to understand, but since they had explanations, they would be easier than the research records. The guy put his head on his hand and said that even if so, shouldn't they be chosen over the witch's writing? To which she folded her hands and said that of course not, but it was difficult to convey this in words, you just have to try it yourself. They approached the shining sphere. The girl spread her hands and said that the witch's scripture is a method of optimizing mana in circles. Thanks to this, his magical power increases, simplifying the technique for the sake of efficiency by eliminating the need to cast a spell. The guy listened to all this in shock, and she added that the materialization of magic, which uses the division of consciousness, is the only way magic can unknowingly penetrate the body and be stored in it, and can manifest in different ways depending on the situation. Then she clenched her hands into fists and said that the most amazing thing about this is the perfect control of the circle, although in their days most magicians use circles. The method of the magic circle in the witch's descriptions is much superior to the usual magic circle. Simply put, it uses the maximum mana to obtain the greatest power. Eugene looked up and said that he did not understand anything. Senya put her hands on her hips and said that naturally, if a blockhead like him understood everything after one explanation, then the witch's scripture would not be called the greatest book of magic in history. The main character looked at her with disdain and asked what he should do to read them. She raised her hand up and said that he should close his eyes and stretch his hand forward, then lead his mana into the witch's writing. After that, he would be able to read them. He stretched his hand forward. They connected with the ball. He looked at all this and thought that he just needed to pour his mana into it. Nothing had changed at all. But suddenly something surprised him. He thought that it was similar in sensation to a dream, but it was different. As if he began to float in space, could not move, as if he had sleep paralysis. He looked at his arms and legs. He did not have any terrible hallucinations, which are in nightmares. Suddenly he found himself without clothes. He just feels completely exhausted. Ahead was something like a sea, this sea of mana. It overwhelmed him. The young man swam with the current. He was thrown aside. He looked forward. There was some strange whirlpool in front of him. It was a huge circle. Circles started to appear in it too. The young man didn't understand what it was. There were more and more circles. He watched them, and suddenly he flew down. He fell to the ground. He got up. There was a little witch standing in front of him. He looked at her and asked if he had done something strange. She laughed and said that besides the fact that he had fainted. She spread her hands and said not to worry. Many magicians after entering the witch's writing shit their pants. But he simply fainted with foam at the mouth and woke up 2 hours later. Suddenly she imagined the mistress of the white magic tower and the owner of the blue magic tower. Then it seemed that they both had shit themselves. The guy remembered how the woman told him not to shit himself there, and he thought that she was speaking from experience and not just teasing him. After which the girl came up and asked how it was, the experience of entering the witch's writing. The boy looked down and said that it was difficult, it was hard to understand it, and he still doesn't understand. No, he feels like he vaguely understands it, but he can't comprehend the rest using his knowledge and guesswork. He stood up and added that watching the mana circle move was interesting. Countless circles were created and divided within the huge circle. He would only be able to understand it when he reached 9 circles. The girl raised her hand and said that as he said, when Madame first created the magic circle method, she only had 9 stars, but Madame continued to research magic. Then she looked at him and said that because of that, she had overcome her own limitations. She introduced Senya and said that the bottomless abyss, a stage of the magic circle that only she could achieve. She introduced the battle, the magicians. After the witch's descriptions, many magicians set a goal to reach the bottomless abyss, but no one could pass the barrier of the 9th circle. Then she spread her arms and added that if he could use mana without losing a drop, and control all the mana inside this huge circle, then his circle would split once and start spinning. This is the perfect control of mana. Why she looked up and said that although it would be very difficult to create a bottomless abyss, magic would become very easy to use. Even the fireball of the bottomless abyss is much stronger than the hellfire of the 9th circle. Also, all techniques that require a huge amount of mana will become insanely simple. She folded her hands and asked if he understood now. The madam who created the bottomless abyss was absolutely unrivaled, although it would not be possible to verify, but she would definitely have enough strength to kill the demon kings. The young man thought about it and thought that maybe after returning from Helmut, she was not just playing around, she became much stronger after that fight that he remembered. He remembered the fighters, they all became stronger. Well then why did they retreat? He took a fist and thought about Burmut. The boy stood in front of 2 people, even smiled and said that he finished quickly. Rovirian raised his hand and asked how it was to look at the magic scriptures. The boy raised his hand and said that he was not sure. I think with the current knowledge, it would take him years to understand just one book. Then the woman turned to him and said that of course, everything that is here is centuries of studying magic. The boy, even if he is smart beyond his years, there is a limit to everything, especially his own training. Then she smiled and added that for this reason, he must give her support minute. In exchange for this, she will help him study the 10 magic books located here. Isn't that a great offer? The boy thought about it and said that the magic books are not the most expensive of what is here. He smiled and said that maybe she will offer something to receive, for example, some useful item. The woman smiled and said that he knew how to negotiate. She presented several magical items and said that about the staff, he didn't have one anyway. The staff would make it easier for him to control the mana, simplify the techniques. Well, the guy looked away and asked if that was true. The blonde raised his hand and said that he also had many excellent staffs. He could lend the one he liked. The girl didn't like this. She got angry and asked why he was interfering. The man turned around and said that she already had contracts with 2 spirit kings. Why was she so greedy? Well, she got even angrier, clenched her fists and said that he was so small, old, he was afraid that she would make a contract with the wind spirit king and start destroying everything around her, right? The man answered in the affirmative. She started screaming. After so many years of their friendship, he still didn't know her. She didn't want to get involved in politics or anything that annoying. The man looked at her and said that she said it herself, but who knows what to expect from her when she has a power that she never had. She put her hand to her chest and said that she understood what he was getting at, then swore on her mana that she wouldn't change because of this power, even if she made a contract with the Wind Spirit King. The man agreed. She was shocked, and he smiled and said that she swore on her power, so he believed her. Besides, she decided to do it herself. The woman got angry again and said that he was a small snake. The young man put her hand to her forehead and said that he thought about it, but he didn't really need the staff. And the girl started getting angry and shouting that she wasn't going to give it to him, she was only planning to lend it to him. Well, the young man shook his head and said that he didn't say so right away, but he could only lend her the item for a couple of days, and only if she owed him her artifact for a few years, otherwise she could forget about any contracts with the Wind Spirit King. Even was very angry, she called him an annoying little brat. Then she turned away and offered a year for 1 day. The guy took his hand to the side and said, "What do you mean, 7 years in a week? Is she so eager to make a contract with the Wind Spirit King?" The woman shouted that of course it was. Then she raised her hand up, introduced the king, his power, and said that maybe he doesn't know because he is from Leonhardt. But for her and other summoners, the Wind Spirit King is the greatest Spirit King because only he fought side by side with Burma. The blonde coughed and said that if he didn't want the staff. But the woman interrupted him and told him to shut up immediately. This didn't stop him, and he said that the mistress of the White Magic Tower had a very valuable and incredible mother fact. The girl continued to try to shut him up and shouted at him to shut up, insulting him in every possible way. And the young man smiled maliciously and said that he was all ears. The man looked at him and said that it was something called the Cloak of Darkness. The girl was furious, she screamed loudly. The man looked at her and asked why she was so angry. As far as he knew, she hadn't used it for 10 years. But the girl was shaking with anger and asked if he knew what she had sacrificed to get this thing. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it wasn't better to lend it to someone who needed it. He also added that it was better than a useless decoration, and besides, she didn't use it. In response to this, she looked at him with her eyes and simply remained silent. The guy came closer and asked what else to cry about than darkness. She turned away, raised her hand and said that it was ordinary outerwear, it was just fluffy and warm, that's all. But the man added that it was a cloak that contained the highest level of time and space magic. He remembered what this cloak looked like and its effect and explained that it was similar to Gidon's shield, which was gathering dust in the treasury of his people. In short, it literally reflected enemy attacks. And the girl added that everything was not so cool. He could not reflect an attack until he read the coordinates of space and left a trace of his mana on the enemy. After which the man also added that the cloak was enchanted with advanced defensive magic, so the very fact of wearing it protects you and the attacker with the magic of the 5th circle. He smiled, and the girl continued to say that the strength of his defense also depends on the amount of mana of the wearer. Well, the guy continued to tell, he imagined many balls and said that there is also space magic in the cloak. If he still uses different types of weapons, he will like it. He can store equipment in the cloak and use it when needed. Then he smiled sweetly and looked at the woman, who was furious at that moment. The young man smiled and said that this sounds great. He pointed his finger and said that instead of a staff he will take a cloak of darkness. And well, of course, not right now, he still needs to notify the patriarch. The girl stood in front of him and said that she did not agree yet. He grabbed his head and said that it seems that everything is not so simple. His head still hurts from all the shock that he matured, and also, he is hungry, then asked if the man wants to have a snack with him. He smiled and said that of course, he knew a great place in the rich zone of this world. The food tasted great, looked even better. The boy read his head and said that he remembered that he had never seen Erod at night. The man smiled and said that he was already calling a carriage. The girl stood with her back to them and held her head. She said okay. They turned to her and asked if she was really still here. The woman smiled and shook all over. She said that the plate of darkness, if he wanted it so much, she would lend it to him. And the guy with a smile told her not to hurry. He was going to eat, and he also needed to persuade the patriarch. Oh, these requests of poor magicians. The woman was furious. She began to scream loudly, "The guy's us less." The guy said that it seemed to him that the crow died. After some time, a day, Gilade was not against exchanging it. He only said that when borrowing, the caretaker must be present and the transfer must be done by a Melkite. They were standing at the threshold. The boy turned, looked at the woman's cloak and asked if it was really that cloak of darkness. She smiled and asked if it was really cool, and the boy replied that he thought it would look cooler on him. This angered the woman again. She began to insult him. He only smiled and asked her not to be angry. Shouldn't she be glad that they came to an agreement? She quickly calmed down and asked who the caretaker was. She understood that it was not the patriarch. The boy turned and said that it was the patriarch's younger brother and a squad of guards. This was the first time they borrowed treasure, and also because of the problem with. The woman interrupted and asked about the guards. She said that they were probably Leonhardt's dogs, right? The guy looked at her. He thought about the guardians of the family laws, the black lions. They have many names, but as Melkett said, their role is not much different from the dogs. They honor the laws of the family even more than God's. He imagined the family flag. Then he remembered the man with the coat of arms on his chest. A year ago, Janet joined the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. It was not surprising. If you have enough skills, and you are just burning with the family ideology, then you do not have so many paths. He remembered the Knights. The Order of the Knights of the White Lion serves only the main branch of the family, while the Order of the Knight of the Black Lion obeys everyone. And he also remembered the brothers. They are ruled by the Senate, those who, regardless of the branch, left their names in history. Even Gilead, being the patriarch, does not reach the level of those old bastards from the Senate. He looked ahead and thought that the Order of the Knight of the Black Lion, for 4 years spent in the main residence of the family, he never had the opportunity to see them. He smiled and thought that the Order of Knights was selected from the most loyal and excellent people, and also the Senate, who personally commanded them. I wonder how strong they are. A carriage appeared in front of them, and inside were girls. They looked at the carriage. The woman said that this was all show. The guy turned to her and said that he thought that she respected the Great Burma, to which she raised her hand and said that the boy should not think she respected him, but she did not really like their family. The main family suppressing the side branches and for stupid fear cannot cause admiration. She also said that she could not stand their vile Senate, consisting of a bunch of pathetic old men. Rovirian looked up and said that however, she should not show them her feelings. The carriage landed. He added that if she really wanted to borrow the wind, she should try to avoid anything that could anger them. The girl looked at him and said that she was offering them a fair exchange. Did he really want her to lick their chocolate eyes? Then she grabbed the cloak and added that with this dear cloak of darkness and the wind. At that moment, the young man intervened and asked not to stain his cloak with her stinking snot. He still had to wear it. The carriage doors opened. A girl stood on the threshold. She had long gray hair, and here she was standing in front of them. The young man was shocked. He raised his hand and asked what the hell she was doing here. It was his sister. She stepped forward and said that her mother's birthday was coming soon, so she came to buy her a present. Then she looked at him and added that she was also interested in how he was doing. The guy was surprised and asked again. The girl looked at him with a menacing gaze. Another young man stood behind her. He waved and greeted the main character, and then he put his hand on his shoulder. A man with a beard. He said that not much time had passed since their last meeting. Then he looked up at the guy and said that they would always have time to hug, so they should get down to business. The main character looked at him and thought that this was a berry. One look tells you that he is strong. The man adjusted his sleeves. The guy thought that his pose and physique, he is a copy of the Search. Another young man came out after him. The guy looked at him. He thought that this nasty guy was a magician. Although his presence was quite expected, the section concerns windows and problems with the lot. He frowned. Someone else was following him. She took a step forward, and now a woman with a red tie was standing in front of them. She looked at them menacingly. She jerked her hand. The guy looked at her and thought that she had neither a sword nor a spear. Most likely she was a hand-to-hand fighter. Given her form, she has the highest position here. The girl came closer and told the blonde that 20 years had passed. She heard that he became the owner of the Red Magic Tower. Rovirian smiled and said that he thought he had already told her then that he would soon become the master of the Red Tower. The woman thought for a moment, turned away and added that it had been so long ago that she did not remember, although she did not care. Then she looked at the young man. He bowed. The girl asked if he was Eugene. The guy answered in the affirmative. She looked at him and said that her name was Carmen. She was his great aunt, but she also told him not to call her that. The young man was shocked. He looked at her and thought, is this really his great aunt? Is she Aunt Gilead? He frowned, thinking that his comrade's memories, not surprised that she looked so young for her age, but why did a man of such caliber come all this way? The blonde raised his hand and said that it was cool in here, suggested going inside. They all sat down at the table. The guy continued to look at the woman and thought that she was the younger sister of the previous patriarch, who did not marry and stayed in the residence of the main family after she joined the Order of Rets of the Black Lion, currently the third commander of this knightly order. Next to him sat a man with a beard, Nathan Lionheart, vice captain of the 3rd Legion, originally from a family of a side branch. And the third man, Palago Lionheart, a magician from the 3rd Legion, belongs to the magic branch of the family. He is responsible for today's case. Suddenly the man spoke. He presented a sword and a cloak, said that the Sword of the Storm is the main thing of the family, and the Cloak of Darkness of the Mistress of the White Magic Tower. He also added that in the terms of the deal, for each day of their holding the ball, the guy gets a year of owning the Cloak of Darkness. He looked at the woman and asked if she agreed. She said yes. He got a thumbs up and said that he had prepared a contract. At that second, the contract appeared in front of the woman. She leafed through it and said that if the ball was destroyed, a corresponding payment was set. What did that mean? What would happen if she destroyed the sword? Carmen intervened and said that she would have to pay with her life. She was sitting by the window. Then she looked and added that the storm sword was a treasure that they could not value. If she wanted to borrow it, she would have to risk her life. To which Even raised her hand and said that her life also had a value that could not be valued with money. Great Aunt lowered her eyes and said that maybe in this city it was so, but not in their family. Pelago spread his hands and said that they should calm down. They did not need to bet their lives. He smiled and added that he respected her as a fellow magician, and did not think that she would make a stupid mistake like breaking the ball during the conclusion of her contract. Then he looked at her with shining eyes and added that he believed that such a thing would not happen, but if the sword was destroyed, they would discuss this problem differently. The woman was unhappy. She asked what would happen when they had the right of control. At that moment, the grandmother intervened again. If she didn't like something, she could not lend the sword. After all, they didn't know her anything. If it weren't for the patriarch, she wouldn't even have gotten off the throne. The girl moved her hand to the side and said that who would believe that they came here just for her? They clearly had another reason. The woman took out a flask and said that everything was so. She was here for more important problems. She looked at her watch and said that she promised to meet Balzac in an hour. She needed to discuss Laud's issues with him and also interrogate the dark mage in prison. Then the blonde man turned to her and said that the last time they talked to the cheese, she said that she would follow the city's law, but now everything sounds different. She needs to explain herself. The woman continued to look at her watch and said that although the patriarch had told them to follow the laws of the city, Sinan thought differently. This incident had tarnished the glorious name of the family. The bastard from the dark magic tower had to pay. At this point, the guy looked at her in shock and wondered if she really used her pockets as watches. He had never seen anyone carry such a heavy and uncomfortable watch. The girl turned to the side and asked the woman why she needed a wristwatch if she carried a pocket watch anyway, and why she was holding a cigarette in her teeth if she didn't even smoke. The woman slammed the watch shut. She raised it up and said that she had already received permission from the king and parliament. It would be much easier to interrogate this pathetic worm, so why should they make each other's lives difficult? The girl got angry. She thought that she was a hag, dodging questions. And the young man continued to look at them and think that there must be a permit. They paid such a large sum that the parliament simply could not refuse. This interrogation would cost the family a pretty penny. The grandmother looked out the window and said that they had little time. What did she decide about the ball? And the girl began to tap her finger on the table and think that she would need about 3 to activate the sword and make a contract with the king of wind spirits. She thought, in the worst case, she would get the cloak in 2 months. Then she signed and shouted that she agreed. And so the woman stood as a ball and the guy in a cloak. Suddenly the grandmother came up to him and said that he had an excellent design. She looked at him from under her brows, said that there was something special about the collar. It reminded her of a lion's mane. She lowered her eyes and added that the color was not suitable. White would be better here, as if it were the flame of the white tribe method, or the color of ash. Now he looks more like a knight of the black lion. The young man was shocked. The woman looked at him in silence. The girl came up to him and whispered in his ear to give it to her. Couldn't he see how she was asking for it? The young man turned around and said that she hadn't said anything like that, but the girl raised her hand and said that she shouldn't say anything about it. He looked at her in silence, and her coat was placed on her shoulders. Then he took off the coat, held it out and told her to try it on. The coat immediately fell off, and there she was, standing in the young man's coat, showing it off as best she could and saying that it looked good. Then she handed it back to him and said that it would have been better if it had a picture of a lion on the chest and a family symbol on the back. And the owner of the coat held out her hand and shouted that anyone might think that she had given it to him, but he must not dare to forget that she had only lent it. He must not ruin her coat. They put her coat on Grandma's shoulder and said that it was time to leave, pretended that they hadn't heard anything. Cyan turned around. Sale was standing behind him. She smiled and said that she would wait for the main character. City, the guy said that he almost forgot. He had to tell her brother to get rid of the porn with the cat, girls, which he was hiding under the bed. The girl was shocked. She asked again. The guy raised his hand and said that he was afraid that when he came back, the maid's uniform would also include cat ears. The young lady turned away and said disgustedly that it was disgusting. She would tell her mother. Then he came closer and said that it was a little. Why didn't she just hint to him? Said that cat ears were not what their maids needed. She turned and asked what kind of ears he liked. And the guy asked in surprise how their conversation came to this. Then she looked at him and said that he said that cat ears are not it, so he likes some other ears. And the guy replied that he prefers regular ears, then suggested that they stop. They had to go get a gift. Then he looked at her and asked why he even needed to go buy gifts for her mother. He doesn't even know her. The girl threw up her hands and said that she knew. He just had to follow her. He looked at her displeased and said that there was no point in him accompanying her if he was just going to walk around here doing nothing. She turned around. She put her hand to her chest and asked if he really was still an asshole, if he really wanted to make her walk around alone, together, where she had never been. and he rolled his eyes and said that she was not a stupid little girl anymore. Well, the girl turned away, closed her eyes and told him not to say anything, she would go with her anyway. He folded his arms, smiled and said that he had no choice, he knew how offended she was. Then the girl remembered that he had recently had a birthday, asked how he celebrated, maybe he threw a party. Well, the guy walked forward and said that he didn't celebrate anything, he was just reading books in the library of the Red Magic Tower. She asked what about gifts, and the guy said nothing. Roverian Cheese and Lady Hero wanted to give him a couple, but he asked them not to do anything. Suddenly the girl asked who Hero was, and the guy said it was the Red Magic Tower mage and looked at her like she was an idiot. She turned around displeased and asked if it was a woman. The guy answered that her name was a woman's name, how many men did she know with that name? Then he raised his hand and said that she didn't come all this way just for a gift, did she? She should tell him what she was planning. The girl became embarrassed and said that he quickly understood the most useless things. She turned away and added that she was trying to convince her to become her mentor. After all, her brother was going to follow the path of the patriarch, and she did not want to become a patriarch. Then she turned around and added that it seemed like her mother wanted to organize a wedding for her. The guy was shocked. The girl turned away and said sharply that this was not what she wanted. Also, she did not want to hang around in the main family's residence and become an ordinary lady. The young man took his hand to the side and said that it meant she wanted to join the Black Lion Knight Order, right? And she walked and answered that she knew that she was not up to it now, but she really wanted to study with their great aunt. The guy answered that this was good. The girl turned around and asked what exactly. He smiled and said that she was trying to do something herself and not just sucking money out of the family, then asked how Cyan was doing. Then she remembered her brother and said that he often talked about him. He asked her to find out how many stars he had already achieved. The guy looked at her and briefly answered 103. The girl turned around and said that this was the same as before he left, he also still had 2. Why did the guy look up and ask her if she would find out anything about Laud? He heard that he had returned home. The girl looked away, remembered the boy and said that the lady was currently looking for a mage to teach him at home. The guy looked at her and asked if she meant a private tutor, and she spread her hands and said that it was funny. It looked like she was still going to teach him magic. Despite what he had done, he was not going to become a patriarch anyway, so why not let him do what he wanted? Then she grabbed the boy by the hand and told them to finish this heartfelt conversation and go get a bite to eat. She was hungry. Did he know any good restaurants nearby? And the protagonist looked at her and said that there were many, it would not be as good as at home. The young lady smiled and said that she did not care about the taste. They continued walking. She added that when eating out, not only the taste is important, but also the atmosphere. Bloody hand. The man wiped it off and said that he seemed to have died. The grandmother looked away and said that he had not cracked, no matter how much he had been tortured, it seemed that he truly knew nothing. They stood next to the body. She also said that it was funny, this pathetic low-ranking dark mage decided to contact the main branch family. Either he had forgotten what fear was, or he was just crazy. She looked down. The man said that he believed that he was in despair. Then he went ahead and added that he had started practicing dark magic decades ago, but had achieved nothing. If he died without achieving anything, his soul would become the property of the demons and he would not be able to be reborn. He imagined how this mage approached the woman and said that that was why he had gone to extremes, thinking that even if it put him in a difficult situation, he would be able to get out of it unscathed and using the power he would gain from selling the lodge. The woman looked at him and said that she had heard that the witch was starting, the queen had nothing to do with it. Then she looked at the man with glasses and asked what he thought. Balzac extended his hand and said that he did not understand. For some reason it seemed to him that she was blaming him now. He had done everything for their productive cooperation, everything that would show the sincerity of his apology. The woman looked at him and said, why does it seem to her that he is behind all this and not this pathetic magician? To which he adjusted his glasses and replied that he understood why she thought so, but in that case, what was his benefit then? He put his hand to his chest, smiled and said that if he was behind this incident, he would have frozen his tracks so that not a single relative of hers would know anything. He had destroyed every little thing, every insignificant detail. Cyan stood next to her, said that he had many questions, and the man with glasses spread his hands and said that His Majesty, the Demon King of Imprisonment, blesses him with endless trust and love, for which he is grateful, and in the city there are many who do not like that he is treated so well. Then he looked at his hand and added that in his opinion, the one who hates him probably did it to create this misunderstanding. Again, according to the rules of glasses, and the woman said that these are just words without evidence, but he said that she also has no evidence that he did it. She does not know how many times to tell him that it was not him. He smiled, looked at her and said that because of this, not only he is at a disadvantage, their family too. And she replied that he can think whatever he wants. She looked at him and added that he should not forget to watch his words. Is he capable of taking responsibility and facing the consequences of everything he says? Well, the boy threw up his hands again and said that as a loyal servant of the Demon King of Imprisonment, He loved their family as much as His Majesty, so he sincerely apologized and cooperated. The young man looked at him with malice, while the man continued to say that he was a human, so he could not do anything about the fact that he was upset about their accusations. He grabbed his shoulders and said that he, the master of the dark magic tower and the servant of the demon king of imprisonment, can accept the fact that they did not intend to show him respect, but he cannot tolerate the incessant insults towards him and His Majesty the demon king of imprisonment. The young patriarch was about to attack. He stood in front of him, but his grandmother stopped him and said that she did not want to cause trouble on someone else's land. And the man with glasses said that if they wanted, he could take care of everything and no one would notice. She looked at him and said that no one should notice, it was enough that his head remained on his shoulders. He adjusted his glasses, and she raised her hand and added that it was worth noting that someone from her family clearly wanted to please the prestige of the main branch. She looked at the dead man and said that although this was just a guess, since they could not find out anything, absolutely nothing, that is why she suspected him. He adjusted his collar, thought that he would certainly cover his tracks, and said that he was wrong. Then he turned to them again and said that as he had said many times before, it was not his fault. Besides, there was no point in him doing something like this. The woman turned away and said that she believed him. She stepped forward and said that it was an unpleasant sight. What about the incubus who tried to make a contract with Laud? She came very close to him and said that she had seen many cruel and vile scenes in her long life, one of them right in front of her. He raised his hand, and a similar magical hand of black energy appeared from it. He said that since she insisted, and she directed the energy into the ceiling, creating a hole. From there fell the guy's head with horns. He extended it forward and said that His Majesty, the demonic king of imprisonment, took their souls. If she wanted, he could give it to her. But the woman said that she did not need it. He threw the head to the ground, and she stuck it to the side, and the head smashed against the wall. Blood got on the man's cheek. She turned around, and leaving, said that they were coming back. Then she turned around and said that just in case, she would warn him if anyone contacted Eugene. And the man wiped his cheek and said that the only one who could control his actions and decisions was the demonic king of imprisonment. She turned and frowned, and he looked at her fearfully and added that she had no right to tell him what to do. They left. The woman turned to the young man and asked what he thought about all this. Then she remembered the dark mage Amelia and said that she suspected her. She is the one who envies the position of the master of the dark magic tower. The demon king of imprisonment allows those who have made a contract with him to do whatever they want. Also, he does nothing about quarrels between subordinates. The guy moved his hand to the side and said that if she did this, then Nahama is also behind it. And she replied that she is suspicious, most likely a war will break out within a few years. They continued walking. The women added that most likely they will attack Tarat first. Nahama has always had problems with Tarat. She frowned and added that he would have to mobilize all his resources and that all his forces would be called upon for her actions, and their family would be no exception. He looked at her and asked if she thought that Amelia had been counting on this. The woman replied that she also had to remember that it could be a normal incident without any conspiracy, as the man had said. She continued walking and asked him what he thought would have happened if she had not ignored the provocation earlier, and he got angry and said that they would have fought him then, and everyone, including her, would have died there. She looked away and said that it was very modest of him, and Uno smiled and said that he was not suitable for fighting mages. She stopped and said that she was unsure, so she did not fight him. Then she turned around and said that she would watch Laud. She remembered the young man, his mother, the coat of arms. The black lion had already headed to the residence. They would not kill him since he was from the main branch, but they would not allow the following mistakes. He was living the rest of his miserable life under surveillance. Naturally, all his rights would be revoked. Then she looked up and said that she had heard that his mother was looking for a magic teacher for him, but it was unlikely that anything would come of it. If someone was behind all this, then they were trying to contact him again. The guy remembered the young boy, thought that he liked magic so much. How did all this happen? Then he closed his eyes and replied that he understood everything. They were entering the carriage. The young lady waved her hand and said goodbye to the protagonist. He smiled and told her that they would see each other soon. Then his great aunt turned to him and asked how he felt about joining the Order of the Knights of the Black Lion. He was surprised and asked what she was getting at. And the woman turned around and said that the position of assistant captain of the 2nd Division was vacant. If he wanted, she could recommend him for it right now. The main character lowered his head, thanked her for the offer, but he would have to refuse, then wished them a good journey. She remained silent, and leaving, she said that it was very annoying. They flew away. The guy looked at the blonde and asked if the owner of the white magic tower really didn't say anything. He looked away and replied that no, she would have immediately started bragging if the contract had been successful, but considering that there was no news from her, there must have been some complications. Castle, the woman raised her sword up. She stood at the top. She gritted her teeth and thought that she had definitely sent a message to the spirit world, so why wasn't he answering? She rubbed her nose and continued to think that she didn't even use magic to maintain her body temperature, everything to raise her susceptibility to the limit. Even her fiery watermelons didn't attract him, the old fart. She screamed, "O great king of the wind spirits, ruler of hurricanes," she asks him to make a contract with her. Suddenly lightning appeared. An eagle came down and addressed her. She realized that it was the king of the lightning spirits and screamed that she hadn't called him. Why had he appeared? And he flew closer and said that another king of the spirits asked him to tell her to shut her bare-ass mitten. He was really fed up with her. The woman covered her chest in shock and started screaming that he could hear her. She was the greatest prize of the Vadal spirits in the world, and the only one in the whole world who could make a contract with him. She started throwing the ball in different directions and screaming that he should appear in front of her. He definitely wouldn't regret it. To which the spirit told her that she should finally calm down. But the woman was furious. She screamed for him to get out, insulted him. The eagle exhaled and struck her with lightning. The woman fell, and he looked at her and said that she could not give that king what he wanted. He flew over the city and added that the Lord of the Winds directed his gaze to the north, to the kingdom that no one could conquer, a desire that he could not forget even after 300 years. She was shocked. She brought the sword dissatisfied. The main character looked at her and thought how she managed to become a granny in just 10 days, and even did not sign a contract. Then he looked at her and turned to her, asked if he managed to sign a contract. She looked at him with fury and asked if he decided to show off, began to insult him and said that if it were not for her ambition, he would have been picking shit with a spoon a long time ago. The guy got scared and asked her to leave him alone, and the woman continued to pour. Next to her sat a little witch, who slammed the book shut. She jumped off the chair and went to her. Then she came up and told the stooped granny to slam the mitten in the library. The woman continued to scream furiously. The guy covered his ears and said that she was too loud. Then he looked at her and asked if he really said no. The king of spirits did not tell her to lie about it, and she furiously replied that she had no need to lie and again began to insult her young man. He shook himself and said that at the end of the day they will succeed 10 years, but he, as a great gentleman, can reduce her debt to 9 years if she gives him the sword right now. She held it in shock and looked at it. Then she held it out, and leaving, she cried, said that her power of darkness was lost, the guy should take good care of it, and he said goodbye to her. The guy continued reading the book. The leader of the giants was of incredible size. He lived for hundreds of years and was the strongest leader in the history of the giants. He imagined a man with glowing eyes. He moved forward with his army, 1,000 people against hundreds of giants, only hundreds. You ask, in the face of absolute power, no one would have the courage to fight back such terrible creatures. The man took a step forward. In the fight against them, the number of warriors did not matter. It was Burma. The book said that on the battlefield he was of great importance. The army stood before him. Knights, who imagined themselves God knows what, came to him. They introduced themselves as some Order of the Rose or something like that. They called their names, to which no one cared, from a high bell tower. The man screamed that they would fight together with them. Really fight together? Far from it. Not all of them together, and they wouldn't even be able to wipe the giant's ass, not to mention some kind of victory. Besides, he didn't like to fight in large groups. He turned around. There was only one person who could fight next to him, and on whom he could always rely. Hamel approached him. He looked at him with burning eyes and said that he needed a left hand, then asked if he could handle it. He looked at him and said that he liked the right hand better, this overgrown right-handed man. They looked at the giant, and the man said that his comrade then had the right hand. They began to fight. Only the holy sword could end the life of the giant, protected by the power and the demonic king. This holy sword recognized Burma as its master. That's why he was the only one who could kill the giant. His head was lying on the ground. It was a very creepy sight when it was cut off, but even so the giants did not retreat, but the power of the demon king, which interfered with the magic of people, weakened after the death of the giant. They began to fight, after which the magnificent Senya came out on the stage. The main character looked at the book and asked if she wrote it. Hira was shocked. She clenched her fists and said that of course not. Is he really a fool? And the young man smiled and said that yeah, he had never seen such self-praise. Beautiful, cute, charming, yeah right. The girl raised her hand up and said that he should stop insulting her mistress, who in their right mind would add such praise to their own name while writing a story. Then she pulled her teeth and said that even if it was him, she would not forgive such insults. The guy looked and said that he understood everything. He put his hands on the table and exhaled. Then he left. The girl followed him and asked where he was going, and he answered that he was going to look at the witch's scriptures one more time. She looked at him and said that this was of course good, but wasn't he too arrogant for someone with such a low level? And the guy smiled and said that the more difficult the tasks, the better the process of solving it. She ran after him and wished him luck. He approached the ball. After the Order of Knights and the Black Lion left, for the next 10 days, he spent most of his time inside Acreon. The guy looked at him and thought that now he is not able to create an abyss in himself. For this he needs at least the 9th circle, if not higher. Then I remembered the circles inside the ball. The bottomless abyss, in simple terms, it is a great circle that contains many small circles, infinitely increasing in number. This circle can be rotated, destroyed, and recreated with just one thought. If we generalize, then all manipulations with mana are aimed at increasing strength. He also thought that he wasn't using a standard magic circle. He was rotating white flame stars to create a circle that would replace the real one. He imagined those same stars and added that if he could add another circle made of stars. He remembered his previous life. What he learned in his previous life was a cheap mana training method that low-level warriors use. Hamel supplemented and improved it through countless battles, and the witch adjusted it in the right direction, and just like that, he invented his own mana training method. He imagined the core of the inner one. It must be nurtured and constantly explode the mana that this core is made of, and then spread the explosive mana throughout the body. He also imagined one of his battles. Only with this he was able to cut off the giant's leg and arm. Then he remembered his comrade who told him that he really was a talented warrior. He remembered the witch who said that he seriously bought this terrible training method with money, and how she got angry and said she didn't understand. He trained with that trash method. He looked down and thought, how did she ask him then that he had risen to such a level? He looked up. In front were the circles. He no longer blacks out when he looks at the bottomless abyss, endlessly in the circles being created and the great circle holding them back. Now he can see the movement of mana inside the abyss. He smiled. He can handle it. Hamel, no, Eugene can create a bottomless abyss for you using the white flame method. 2 years passed. He turned 19. The castle, his birthday. He was writing something. He was sitting at the table. A little witch came to him and asked if he was hungry, and she leaned on her hand and said that it was soon lunch. The young man replied that he was not much, but if he went now, he would lose all concentration. The girl moved her hand aside and asked why he was in such a hurry. He was writing a dissertation, and then asked if it wasn't better to approach it gradually so he would make fewer mistakes. The guy threw down his pen and said that he was in no hurry at all. At the same time, he checked what he had written and didn't see any mistakes. She shouldn't worry, he knew what he was writing. The young witch raised her finger and said that usually, magicians spent decades writing a dissertation on their own research. And he looked at her and said that he was far from being an ordinary magician. She slammed her hands on the table and said that that was the point, that he was writing a dissertation. It was too much, he should stop and go into research for at least 10 years. The guy smiled and said that she was so worried about him, a little girl. She fell silent. Why did she start waving her hands and saying that she said not to cross the line of what is permitted, and she cannot be called that? She has already lived at least 200 years longer than him. And he smiled and said that she was a little grandmother then. The girl got angry and thought that she could just finish him off. He raised his pen and asked if she wanted him to leave. The girl became embarrassed. Why did he raise his hand and say that he has been coming here for 2 years now, but he is the only one who visits her regularly? The girl looked at him and sadly said that that was the point. The other magicians had already seen the witch's writing once. She remembered each of them and said that the magicians who saw the witch's writing with their own eyes were amazed and shocked. They all tried to analyze it. She also added that in the end, they failed. All they did next was start creating their own magic. They approached the circle. She added that he was different. For 2 years he came every single day and tried to understand the witch's writings. She lowered her eyes and said that he really was going to leave the city when he finished his dissertation. The young man lowered his eyes and replied that even if he stayed, what would he do here? She spread her hands, imagined him in a robe, and said that anything. She did not know when the master of the Red Magic Tower would retire. But if he wanted, she was sure that he would gladly accept him as his successor. But he replied that he did not want to become the master of the Magic Tower. The girl raised her hand and said that then, what about joining the army of the Court of Magicians? The captain really wants to hire him. And the guy continued writing and said that he always behaved too friendly. He did not like it. Then she remembered the prince and said that he liked him too, thought that if he worked well for him, he would be revered for decades. Well, he lowered his eyes and said that he appreciated his relationship with him, but it was not for him. She spread her hands and said that he could not become a patriarch anyway, so why did he want to go back to his family? And he replied that he did not have to have any special reason to go back home. The little witch lowered her head and said that what he had achieved over the years surprised even her. Only half a year after they began writing the dissertation, he was able to simplify the complex magic dissertations of other mages, and in the process, improve his own magic. And he looked and replied that he was writing this dissertation for himself. After all, he was the only one who could use it. He was only writing it to organize his magic, nothing more. He was not going to reveal it to the academic association. Then he lowered his eyes and thought that no mage would be able to use the white flame circle method. He remembered the blonde man and thought that regardless of the magician and his understanding, it was physically impossible. The man spread his hands and said that he did not use the normal magic circle method. He replaced the circle with stars and the white flame method. But this did not mean that the white flame method users from the main family could easily repeat his path. He looked at the paper again and said that he also tried to repeat it by following his thesis, but he got stuck at the very first steps. He had never created a core before and did not study the white flame method, so he tried to replace his circle, but instead, his mana simply changed the direction of movement. The guy looked at him, he reached 4 stars in the white flame method and successfully added a bottomless abyss to his circle. He created a ring of 4 stars, imagine this ring, and continuously exploded the mana inside. Like he did in his past life, the rotation of the flame ring prevents the mana from flowing outside the circle. This is the same white flame circle method. He planned to create you when he reached the 5th star, but when he met the witch's writings, he changed his mind. He spent time in the library, had to spend a lot of time on the 6th floor in the Space Hall, and on the 8th floor in the Strong Heat Hall. The Strong Heat Hall contained research on magic, the most powerful in the world of fire mages, and he had to study space magic in order to properly use his cloak of darkness. He communicated with the blonde, continued writing, he accepted him as a student, and helped him revise and check his dissertation. He also helped correct the basic spells of circle magic to work with his flame circle method. Most of his time he spent in Acrian, and the rest of the time he spent studying magic with Rovirian. The young man sat, leaning on his hand. 2 years spent in Erot were very harsh. He picked up his pen and asked if Hira was angry with him, and she asked why she would be angry. He replied that she could be angry because he was leaving, even though she didn't want to. The girl threw up her hands and said that she wasn't angry. Did she have the right to stop him? He could just get out of here if he wanted to. She never had the desire to go anywhere, and even if she wanted to, she couldn't. Then she told him to leave. The guy listened to her. She continued to say that he should just leave her here alone, in this boring, quiet, and lonely place. Then she put her hands to her chest and added that she wasn't upset at all, saying goodbye to him after these years they spent together. After all, she wasn't even a living person. She knew perfectly well that these people always do what they want. The young man put the dissertation in his coat and asked if that was true. She said sure, she had lived 200 years longer than him and was used to dealing with people, but she hung her head and said that he should at least talk to her before he left instead of leaving her without saying anything like Madam had done. He stood up and said he agreed. The girl got angry, clenched her fists and said that she was pouring out her soul to him here, but he was still such a calm, unpleasant guy. He turned around and asked why he was unpleasant, and she ran up and said that because she decided so, why it was so, it didn't matter, he was just an asshole. Then she started yelling at him that she hated him. He was an ordinary boy, but he didn't respect his elders at all. Is it so hard to listen to adults at least once? Then she hung her head and fell silent and then said that of course. It was obvious that she was upset. She added that if he stayed in this city, because of her, she would be very confused. Her character is based on the character of Madam when she was young, so her emotions and behavior can be a little childish. The young man looked at her and calmly replied that he understood everything. She looked and said that sometimes she says childish things. She is stubborn, she understands all this. She looked away and added that although she feels stupid saying all this, because she knows that Madam would not behave like this, she feels like she is insulting Madam with her behavior. Then she looked at the guy. He smiled and said that he thinks that a real Madam would behave exactly like her. The girl got angry and said that this can't be, she would not behave like this, he has never even met her. And he looked down and said that he is sure. Then the girl started screaming that he was saying that because of a picture book he had read, it was written purely based on someone's imagination. Madam, who knew she? But the boy interrupted her and said that his dissertation would soon be finished. He looked out the window and said that if he did not hurry too much, he would most likely finish it before the end of the summer. The young lady folded her hands and asked what he was getting at, and he smiled and said that he would visit her before he left Erot because there was something he had to tell her. She looked at him and asked what it was. Was he just going to make fun of her? If so, she would kill him. He simply smiled. Then he raised his hand and as he left, he said that he would tell her everything when the time came. The man greeted the boy with a smile. He looked at him. It was obvious that he was not happy with the meeting. While the man was waving his hand, he asked what he needed again, and he thought that the captain of the magic court, he already understood what he was going to talk about. The man spread his hands and said that the unoccupied position in the troops of the magic court, and which he told him was still unoccupied, if he changed his mind, he could at any time much. But the guy interrupted him, thanked him and said that he would refuse. The man coughed and smiled and asked how the writing of his dissertation was going. If he wanted, he could help him, he just needed to look at it. Then he hit himself in the chest with his fist and said that of course, he knew that his mentor, the owner of the Red Magic Tower, had already corrected it. But didn't the Red Magic Tower specialize in summoning magic? He is good not only in summoning magic, but also in combat magic. It is not for nothing that he bears the title of Captain of the Magic Court. The guy raised his hand and said that he understood everything, then added that he did not even know what he was writing about. The man scratched his head. but inside he was furious and thought that it was because he showed it only to the owner of the red magic tower and continues to keep everything a secret. And out loud he said that he wanted to look at it then. He teaches others no worse than the owners of magic towers. The young man looked at him and thanked him for the offer, but he would refuse. If he accepted his offer now, it would be slightly offensive to his mentor. Then he turned around and left. The man raised his hands and said after him, "This is what he is worried about, but they can keep it a secret." The young man asked to simplify it as he left. The man put his hand to his forehead, and the young man ran away. As he left, he walked and thought that everything would be even worse if he found out that he formed a bottomless abyss. This psycho can even crawl into bed, ignoring all the rules of decency. He was angry. Let's remember the captain. The white flame circle method is not much different from the white flame method. Even a great magician like him would not be able to tell the difference. Then the guy smiled and thought that being able to hide his abilities as a high-ranking magician could be considered a great merit. Rovirian looked at the dust that rose. His hair was flying. He said that not counting what spells he could use, it could be said that he had long surpassed the 5th circle. Then he waved his hand and said that judging only by the facts, the 4th is his limit. The guy also looked at him and added that the bottomless abyss could not withstand more advanced magic. Is he really lacking in understanding? The man thought about it and said that he did not think so. In other words, it had reached its limit of containment. He still did not create a bottomless abyss with his white flame circle method perfectly. The guy listened to him attentively. The man added that he was replacing his circle with a core, 4 stars of the white flame method and 4 cores. It would be more correct to say that the number of cores is equal to the number of circles around the system were broken, and he added that simply put, every time his white flame method advances, his white flame circle method also becomes stronger. But he looked at him and said that he must be careful. Now, the white flame circle method has no disadvantages. The risk can accumulate every time he levels up, since it is a magic method that no one has heard of before. Raised his hand and said that he had already told him this many times. The guy looked at him and asked if he should use advanced magic. The man furrowed his brows and said that unlike the normal magic circle method, the white flame circle method allows him to use high-level magic. He can easily use magic up to and including the 5th circle, but he does not even think about touching the 6th circle. They do not know what kind of danger lies behind using magic that he is originally unable to use. The youth looked at him and said that he understood. The mentor continued to say that he said that after completing his dissertation, he was not going to immediately return to his family, so where did he plan to go? The youth introduced a crab. The mentor said that the little-known ice crabs of the Luhar kingdom. The boy said that he had wanted to try them since he was a child. He remembered Moron, the northern territories of the kingdom, the nation that this monkey founded. The mentor asked him if he really planned to go so far, but there were many ice crab restaurants in the city. The boy smiled and replied that wouldn't it be better to try the dish where it originated. Then he smiled, remembered the scorpion and said that after he ate ice crabs, he would go to Naham. He heard that cactus scorpions tasted pretty good. He imagined a girl walking through the desert 200 years ago. Saint Annas, revered by the Holy Empire of Juras, went wandering without telling the emperor her destination. The last place she was seen was in the middle of the desert. The blonde raised his hand and said that he didn't know that he liked culinary tourism. If he liked crustaceans, why don't they have lobster for lunch today? Restaurant. The young man sat in shock. He didn't think. And in front of him sat the prince. He didn't expect this meeting to take place. They all sat at the table. The prince apologized for interrupting their lunch, then said that he would get straight to the point. He smiled and said that if the guy stayed in the city, the position of captain of the magician's court troops would be his. Then he swore on his name. The young man looked at him in shock. The prince smiled and said that although it would be difficult to do now, in 10 years, he would become the king of Era. The mentor was shocked. He looked at the prince and said that it was dangerous to say such things in public places. After all, the current king was in perfect health. But the boy raised his hand and said that he should not misunderstand him. He had already received a promise about the throne. His succession was guaranteed. The city's residents also believed that he would be the next king. The protagonist listened to him attentively, and he continued to say that the court troops obeyed the king. Of course, out of respect for the Senate, he would have to go through some processes, but in 10 years he would be quite qualified for this. At that moment, the boy spoke. He said that it was an honor for him that he valued him so highly, but he could not even imagine how strong he was now. The prince leaned on his hand and said that it was because he and the owner of the Red Magic Tower were excellent at hiding, and he was very interested in why. Then he raised his hands and added that there must be a high reason for this. He will not say anything, so he can only guess. His eyes lit up. He thought about how his whole body was soaked in mana. It was as if he was scanning the guy and thought that if we take into account only his mana, he is at least on the 5th circle. Then he smiled and said that the witch's scripture, he has already solved the mystery of the bottomless abyss, right? The young man asked if he was obliged to answer, and the prince smiled and said that his question would do as an answer. Then the protagonist added that a doctor for the prince is a bad idea, although to be honest, he did not plan it. They sat at the table. The guy added that it is not because he cannot stand the city or does not like the position of the captain of the troops of the court of magicians, he just does not want to. The prince looked away and said that with his abilities, he could get a high position anywhere. He believed that the power alone could not keep him in the city. Then looked at him and asked, what about knowledge? He introduced the witch. As he knew, the madam created 3 editions of the description of the witch. Then he folded his hands and said that one was in the city, and the other 2 were kept in the treasury of the royal palace. Both the boy and his mentor were amazed at what he heard. The youth remembered the little witch and thought that she said that the madam had 2 more editions. She mentor also looked at the prince for a second and said since when they were kept by the members of the royal family. The prince calmly answered him, so that they would not misunderstand him. The ones they had were just copies that the madam gave them as a symbol of friendship. Even the members of the royal family did not know where the madam and the 2 original editions went. The protagonist looked at him and asked, he says that he will show him the witch's scripture stored in the treasury of the royal palace. He lowered his eyes and replied that it was impossible now. It is true that he has received the favor of his majesty, but the witch's scripture is the greatest achievement in the history of magic. Even he cannot do whatever he wants if it concerns the description of the witch. Then he raised his hand and smiled. It seemed that when he becomes the king, he will be able to use his power to show them to him, which the owner of the red magic tower could not do. He smiled maliciously and asked what he thought about it, also added that he did not think that this was a bad proposal. The guy looked at him. The protagonist folded his hands and thought that there was nothing to think about. In the past 2 years, he fully experienced how incredible the witch's scripture is. The first volume stored in the library is already amazing in itself. How powerful are the others? He imagined the witch and thought that this was not enough. There should be traces related to her that he had not seen yet. Perhaps he could find clues that even the kingdom could not find. They continued to sit at the table. The boy said that if he did not think it was possible right now, then he would look into the city once he ascended the throne. They could continue discussing this topic. The prince smiled and said that he wanted to leave himself the opportunity to refuse. In that case, he would send a letter once his coronation was confirmed. There was a painting hanging nearby, and Anoshu thanked him for his time. The little witch was reading. She was surprised at something and thought that the core and the bottomless abyss were combined perfectly. There was an incompleteness that was originally there, but overall, she could not add anything more. She imagined the core, even if it was not as good as the witch's bottomless abyss, its white flame circle method was far superior to the current circle magic. Then she put the book down, looked at the boy and said that it was amazing. She turned away and said that to tell the truth, although he was far from perfect, he acted as if everything was fine. Didn't he think it was a bit selfish? He was the only one who used this method. For his level, this method was already incredible. She pushed the book away and added that now that his dissertation was over, he would leave the city and asked when he was leaving. And he said the day after tomorrow. She looked away from the girl and said that because of his character, she thought that tomorrow he would no longer be here. But the boy raised his hand and said that he was still a human. He needed at least a day to rest. Besides, the red magic tower said that they would throw an impressive party for him. The girl said enviously, it was great to be him. He would go there and eat a lot of delicious food, and everyone would congratulate him. The boy smiled. He turned away and asked if she remembered that a few months ago, he said that he wanted to tell her something before leaving. The girl ran up and said that she remembered. He took a step forward and said that he needed to check something before he did it. Maybe he should tell someone else what he wanted to tell her so that they could tell her. The girl stopped and got angry. Then she ran after him again and started saying that he suspected her now. He was doing this because he was afraid that she would tell others about his dissertation or information concerning him. The protagonist turned around and asked if he had a reason to suspect. The little witch grabbed her chest and said no. Did he even know how much the others, including the master of the green magic towers, had harassed her while he was gone? She imagined the ball. It was impossible, even if the witch scriptures were completely disassembled and someone tried to look at them by force. All the information and conversations of the magicians that were obtained during the research of this heritage are stored in the farthest corner of the storage of the witch scriptures. She ran after him and said that it is not because he is special, it is a function for the purpose of maintaining the safety of the magicians and the families of the magicians who enter the city. Until someone completely destroys the witch scripture, leakage of its information is impossible. They approached the holograms and the guy said that if it is so safe, he thinks that what he is about to say will also remain a secret. The girl lowered her eyes and said that she has already repeated several times that this is so. How many more times does she need to repeat? And he said that he was reincarnated. Then the guy stopped at one of the holograms and smiled. The little witch smiled and asked what kind of nonsense is this. The boy looked down and repeated, then added that he still had memories of his past life. She threw up her hands and asked if he was joking. Then she added that it was so unfunny that it was impossible to even laugh. And he smiled and said that in his past life his name was Hamel. The girl was shocked. The guy was standing right next to the hologram of his past life. She was shocked and decided to ask again if he was serious, and he smiled and asked if it was really so hard to believe. She thought about it and said that it was really hard to believe, but if it was true, some things associated with him began to make sense. She remembered how the guy worked with the circle. He was able to comprehend the bottomless abyss although he studied magic for only 2 years. He is also able to copy it thanks to his exceptional senses and change its form to one that suits only him. Y moved her hand aside and said that if he remembered his previous life and was a comrade of Burmut the Great, Hamel was reckless. Looked at him and said that here the man was a unique person in many ways. Then remembered the witch and said that she grew up in the forest and the elves and learned magic from them. Remembered more on the fearless. He was the son of the great chief of the tribe. It was a famous fighting tribe in the cruel northern lands. She also remembered Anna's. She was a candidate for saints. The coordinates of the sacred empire spent their entire lives raising her. And the great Burmut. The youth stood right in front of his hologram, said that he was a slave. Remembered how he went to the colonies. He was one of the slaves who were dragged away to make offerings to the demon race. He stole the demon sword to try to survive no matter what. Then he remembered the battle and added that with the first sword he swung, he cut down dozens of demons and the dark magicians guarding them. While he led the slaves and tried to escape, he destroyed hundreds of demonic monsters. The little witch lowered her eyes and said that, to be honest, she thought that this story was greatly exaggerated. Such are the usual legends created to raise the spirit of the people. But the boy turned and said that anything is possible, although he does not know for sure, but it is most likely true. This guy is a monster. The young lady folded her hands and looked at him and said that his Hamel was the most unique and out of all the heroes. He did not start out as incredible as Burmut. He did not have a special origin like the others. The young boy with the sword was lying on the ground. He just picked up the sword in order to survive after his village was attacked and destroyed by monsters. He became a mercenary filled with hatred for monsters and demon kings. Then she introduced him with a bunch of mercenaries. The man walked forward, despite the fact that he had the most ordinary origin. He was able to grow and become strong enough to be equal to the rest of the heroes in just a few years. Then she raised her hand and added that if he was his reincarnation, then she understood where his crazy pace came from. Just although the one who appeared in the books had a bad character, when it came to the speed of his growth, he was unmatched. And the young man smiled and said that this was not entirely true. He remembered his training and said that he tried to surpass his friend throughout their journey since he was hopeless at magic. He gave up on it and started concentrating on things he was familiar with, like swords, spears, and even hand-to-hand combat, all to make his comrade happen. But he never defeated him, not even once. The girl thought about it and asked if he was serious. From a natural point of view, he was also a pretty ridiculous monster, a genius. The guy threw up his hands and said, who cares if others say he was a genius? He turned his head and said that all he wanted was to defeat that bastard, at least once, but he couldn't do it until his death. The girl then pointed to the hologram and reminded him of what he said about the man. That he was handsome. Now she understands why he said that, then asked how he could say that his own face was handsome. Is he out of his mind? And the guy looked at her and asked what's wrong. In his past life he was popular with women. The girl felt sick. Then she folded her arms and asked why he was suddenly telling her this. It was pointless. If he was expecting something from her, she was not able to help with the search for the lady. Well, the young man smiled and only said that he was not saying this to get information. He looked at her and added that he had simply known her for 2 years. He felt it when he first met her. She was very similar to Madame, both in face and character. The girl turned away and said that it was because she was created based on the woman's childhood. He stroked her head. Then he smiled and asked if he had crossed the line. She lowered her eyes and said that she would forgive him only this time, because he, that is, his past life, was the witch's comrade. The protagonist smiled and asked what he thought. Was she dead? The little witch got excited, shouted that of course not. The young man raised his hands and said that he didn't think so either. She wasn't one of those who died without leaving a will. Then he looked at all the holograms behind him and said that he was going to find her. He introduced all his comrades, listed their names, added that he was sure that they all lived somewhere in this world. He clenched his fist and said with a smile that he would find them all. The girl asked him again in surprise if he was really going to bring the witch back. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she wanted to. The little witch was confused and said that of course she did. After which he smiled again and added that then he had to bring her back even more, because the witch was just a bitch, neglecting her spirit familiar for 200 years. Well, this angered the girl. She said don't talk bad about her, otherwise she would be his slut. The guy pointed at himself and said that he had the right. She didn't know how many bad things she had said to him 300 years ago. The girl clenched her fists and said that he was a hero in his past life. Could he swear to that in front of the witch's writing? He looked at her and said that he could, but could she remove the word rash when calling his name? And so they stood in front of the ball. The young man raised his hand and said that his name was Eugene Lionheart. In his past life he was Hamel. He swears on his blood by the name Lionheart that he was telling the truth. The girl flew up in the air. Her eyes were burning. She said that after Mrs. Senya left, many magicians studied the witch's writing in her, but there was something they never learned. The girl sat down, looked at him and said that the information written in the most secret part of the witch's writing, their conversation today would be saved there, and no one in the whole world would be able to know about it. She folded her hands and added that what she was about to say now was known to no one in the city. She looked at him and said that shortly before the lady disappeared. The guy was surprised. He asked what. She looked down and said that a week before she left, she was with her on this floor. She remembered how the woman was sitting on the floor and holding her head. She suddenly fell on the floor, screaming in pain. When she asked her what happened, she said that her spirit familiar died. Why did she grab her chin and say about the grave of Hamel? The witch was furious then. She said that someone broke into the grave. It made her very angry. The young man asked again about the grave. He asked if he really had a grave. The girl spread her hands and said yes, but it was the first time she heard about it. Soon after that the lady disappeared, and she hid this conversation deep inside the witch's writing. Then she looked away and said with pain that since she had not told anyone about this grave before she disappeared, she did not want to put her in a difficult situation, in case it was something she should not have said. The guy looked at her. She added that since he was that very person, he should definitely know about it. He thought about it, looked away and repeated that he had a grave. He imagined an evil spirit and said that she had never heard of either. He thought that his body had disappeared because of a curse, since the Lick's curse destroys the body and soul. The girl looked at him and said that usually yes, but his soul remained fine and was reborn. This means that the body was also preserved, his reincarnation. The young man lowered his eyes and said that yes, perhaps the witch was involved in this. Night, park. The protagonist walked along it and thought that if it was Senya who made a grave for him, and this grave is hidden somewhere. He turned to the side and continued to think, whereas Jana, usually they choose memorial places of the deceased, he does not think that this is the place where he died. Then it dawned on him. He thought that maybe this is his homeland. Suddenly Balzac came up to him from behind and called out to him. The guy turned around and said that he knew that he was following him and deliberately ignored him. The man raised his hand and said that every time he sees him, his mood becomes disgusting. Does he really irritate him that much? The guy answered that he did. Why did the man turn away and add that he heard something about him? The day after tomorrow he is leaving the city to go to Lahore and Nahama. Then he put his hand to his chin and added that he is worried about it. The northern region is very close to Helmut. Eugene looked at him and asked what of it, to which the guy replied that he meant that the influence of the city there is diametrically opposed to here. Before it prohibited the entry of demons and dark magicians, but the royal family changed its mind 5 years ago. He introduced a bunch of demons and said that Helmuta has many different types of demons. Some of them do not obey its master, the Demon King of Destruction. First of all, the Demon King of Destruction is not the only Demon King. The guy tensed up and said that he wanted to say that the Demon King of Destruction is preparing for a new war. The man spread his arms and said that no, the Demon King of Destruction does not like violence. He only respects the Demon King of Destruction. If the Demon King of Destruction does not start to act, then the Demon King of Destruction will not. The protagonist frowned. He thought about the Demon King of Destruction, the strongest of the Demon Kings. He imagined his comrades from his past life and thought that he had only seen him once in his past life. He remembered his surprised face and thought that he was still not sure what exactly he had seen that day. On the wide plain, and only seeing the moving red light, no one could even think of killing him. He remembered how they were all watching him. If Anna's prayer had not calmed everyone down, they would all have gone crazy. Balzac looked at him and said that just because the Demon King of Imprisonment was doing nothing, and the Demon King of Destruction was silent, he should not think that all the demons would also be inactive. Then he raised his hand and said that the demons were cruel. There were quite a few demons who were irritated by this centuries-old calm. It was funny that he said this, but the demons were not the type to enjoy peace. The youth stood in front of him and asked if he wanted to say that they could do something to him despite the peace that the Demon Kings maintained. The man replied that he said that there were a lot of demons who wanted to make a noise. Then he frowned and said that it was not only the demons under the power of the Demon King of Imprisonment, the demons serving the Demon King of Destruction, they could be expected to do anything to break the silence of their king. He raised his hand, introducing those demons. There were also demons of authority who wanted to become the new Demon King. Since there were only 2 Demon Kings left, there were 3 empty seats. Duchess Isabella really wanted to take that position. The protagonist smiled, spread his hands and said, why don't they just get together and vote? And his opponent replied that the demons could just do it for the sake of agreement if they didn't get the results they wanted. The young man looked at him and thought about this Queen of the Night Witches. Could he defeat someone of her level with his skills? He seemed to be alone with his thoughts in a complete void, thinking that no, there was no guarantee that he would win. Someday he would go to Luhar, but not now. Wai looked at the man and thanked him for the warning, then said that first he would visit Nahama and he would visit Luhar later. The man adjusted his glasses, told him to be careful in the desert. The young man asked again if he meant the quicksand storms, but he looked at him and said that it was because of Amelia Merwin. He introduced the girl and said that she was a very strong dark magician even before she signed a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. The demonic king of imprisonment gives him a lot of freedom of action, but allows her much more. Then he raised the card and said that if he meets this girl, he must tell her this. He gave the young man an envelope and said that he did not do anything to her, she will not harm him. The young man picked up the envelope and asked what it was. The man said it was obviously an envelope. The guy asked if he could open it, and he said sure. The protagonist began to open the envelope. There was something inside that surprised him greatly. There was nothing in the envelope. The guy looked at the man and said it was empty, and he replied that it didn't matter what was inside. He snapped his fingers and said with a smile that what was important was that he had a letter written personally by him. And suddenly a new envelope appeared in the guy's hands. The man raised his hand and said that he wouldn't be able to help with unexpected dangers that might arise in the city, but he could cope with the girl's bad temper if he still wanted to go there, and asked him to take the envelope with him. The young man looked at him and asked what the catch was. The man smiled and said that it would be strange if he suddenly stopped treating dark papers with suspicion, but please let him accept this gesture of goodwill from him. The guy looked at him with disdain and asked if he was straight. The brunette was surprised and asked again. The guy turned away and said that he was too nice to him. He was not prejudiced against him, so the fact that the master of the Dark Tower was so kind to him made him feel uneasy. He adjusted his glasses, raised his hand and said that it was indeed possible and suspicious. Then he smiled, extended his hand and asked the guy not to misunderstand. All he wanted was to build a good relationship between them. How could he tell him he wanted to be friends like others did? Then he spread his hands and said that he was not the only one trying to be friends with someone. He was still young and had great potential. And the young man looked away and said that since he insisted, he would accept this letter with gratitude. Then he raised his hand and said that he was very grateful to him for this and should have invited him to the farewell ceremony tomorrow, but he would not do it. It was better for him not to come. He was warning him in advance. Then she looked at him with burning eyes and said that human feelings are a strange joke, so she offered without any of these gay things. But if he really comes to his farewell tomorrow, then instead of feeling friendly, he will rip his spine out through his butt. He turned around, and the man told him that he would not come, he could not worry. And the young man thanked him and said that he was impressed by his wisdom, then said goodbye, and left. The next day, a feast. Hiraduth came up to the guy from behind and asked why he invited him to the farewell, and he turned and answered that they did not know each other at all. The man threw up his hands and said that what about the other owners of the magic towers? He did not know these either. The guy smiled and said that has not he yet understood why he did not invite them. The owner of the tower smiled and said that he should not be too strong. Page of the owner of the Green Tower and the captain of the Court of Magicians, they behave like a tank only because he is very talented. The young man smiled and said that he was probably not talented enough for him. The man folded his hands and exhaled, then said that although he wanted to recruit him, he was not so shameless as to steal the disciple of the master of the Red Tower. Then he looked at him and added that although it was, he really did not invite Baltsac. The guys stood talking, even came to them with snacks. The protagonist said that his master probably would not like his presence either. Then he looked away and added that he would like to hear about this master of the Dark Tower. He heard that in the past he was in the Blue Magic Tower, and he was in the same group of disciples as their master of the Blue Tower. The man smiled and said that it did not matter, in the past or now, he was always mysterious and incomprehensible. He introduced a man with a staff and said that more than 10 years ago, he was supposed to become the next master of the Blue Magic Tower. He is a magician whose magician could be called exceptional. Well, he was also very secretive. Suddenly he left the Blue Magic Tower and went to Helmut. He explained that he wanted to expand his knowledge of magic. Then the man turned away and added that at that time he was weaker than him, and was able to become the master of the Blue Tower only because he left. Again he introduced this man with glasses, but with black magic. 10 years later, he became a dark magician. He moved to the Dark Magic Tower and became the master of the Dark Tower because he received great support from all the dark magicians. Then he looked down and said that he could have become the most outstanding tower master in the history of the Blue Magic Tower. But it seems that this was not enough for him. No matter how great a person's magic is, he will still remain a person. After all, it is impossible to surpass the Demon King. Then he looked at the guy and said that he heard that he was going to that city. The young man answered in the affirmative. He looked at him and said that the deserts were unpleasant places. It was not the best advice, so it was up to him to decide what to do with it. But if he really wanted to go there, it was better to hide the fact that he was Leonhardt. The protagonist looked at him and noted that his teacher had said the same thing. The man introduced the bandits, the demons that lived there, and added that these were troubled times. They said that the assassins who operated in the shadows had stopped hiding. He doubted that they would try to get into trouble with the family and the empire, but it would be better not to attract unnecessary attention. They stood, watching the celebration. The guy said that he would keep it in mind. Day, desert. He moved forward. He had a sword with him. The protagonist led. He grabbed his chest and thought that this cape attracted a lot of attention in a hot desert like this, but fortunately it was equipped with transformation magic. Then he looked ahead and thought that this magic resonates with the feeling of its owner, taking care of both the external temperature and the body temperature. It tries to make the owner comfortable even in such hot weather. He looked at the map and thought that the magic map that the mentor gave him, the coordinates on it are tied to the place where he stands, and it tells him where he is, conveniently. He looked ahead and thought that now he is in the western part of the desert. If he goes from here to the north, he will eventually see Tarat. Why, he looked down and thought that he wanted to first find his grave and go to his hometown, which is on the border, but now there is no need for this. He imagined the inhabitants of the city. Over the past 300 years, the desert has expanded little by little. An unnatural sandstorm slowly absorbs the nearby lands, which is why the hometown of his past life, which is on the border of Tarat, has become part of the desert. The people left the city. It's a small country. They had no choice but to give up the territories that became deserts and disasters, and like a sandstorm, after that, the territories that became part of the desert passed to Nahama. He looked ahead and thought that people could also help. Only idiots would not guess that the process of turning into part of the desert through a sandstorm was caused by sand mages. He imagined these people. 300 years ago, the demon kings raised Haws, causing the demons to advance and the monsters to go crazy. Nahama took advantage of the war and tried to invade the Keel Empire, but in the end they failed because Burmut the Great went after them. He whistled his teeth and thought that in his past life he also hated this country. 300 years have passed since then, but his opinion remained unchanged. There was a lot of sand ahead. In that case, we must first find his grave. Take a step forward. He imagined his friends, mentally asked them to wait for them a little longer. He decided to find them all. He smiled, looked quite determined, and went forward. The end of the first season. Announcement of the second season. The killers attacked the main character. They stood around. He raised his hand and told them to attack, or did they want him to attack first? After which they immediately attacked. Homels dug up grave. Broken walls. The young man sat, looked at it and realized that these were traces of a battle. Who did Senya fight here? Someone approached him. The appearance of the strongest enemy. Amelia was standing behind him, and he turned around, shocked. She was looking at him. A group of men sat on the sand in the blazing sun. They were watching the boy through telescopes. Raman lowered the telescope and said that the guy was simply incredible. He frowned slightly and added that usually foreigners crossing the desert hire a caravan, soldiers or at least a guide, but he was on his own, without even a camel. The man turned to his ally, who asked if it could be some kind of ritual. In time, he raised his hand and added that he had heard that the traveler would become an adult next year, and their tribe has a coming-of-age ritual in which boys who reach this age are sent outside the tribe's territory. Raman looked at him blankly and said that if he was right and this was in fact a ritual, then he did not understand why the famous Eugene would make such a journey to the desert. The boy looked through the scope and said that he didn't know either, and it didn't matter because they just had to obey orders because they had been told to make sure that the boy didn't enter the desert. The man frowned and thought that was the only order, and although he didn't know the reason, he had no right to criticize the decision either. The man smiled and said that he thought the Eugene family was living up to their greatness, and then asked how he could move so fast because he had to be familiar with the desert. He suddenly frowned when he noticed something and stopped talking about how it would be an honor to have a boy born in the desert. He suddenly looked at the commander with fear and said that the stranger was running towards them. Raman quickly glanced through the scope. The boy was heading towards them at high speed, and the man thought that they were keeping their distance so that he wouldn't notice them pursuing him, but he could only see them with the help of the binoculars. The blue flames from the aura fluttered in the wind. The man noticed the white lion's mane in surprise. Eugene looked at them with displeasure. Getting closer and closer, he activated his family's white flame technique. The boy pushed off the sand step by step. The man flinched slightly and thought that the boy was definitely moving towards them, then wondered when he noticed them. He looked at the approaching boy and thought that he was approaching too fast, and it was too late to retreat. He frowned sternly and decided that it was only for the best. Looking back at the team, he grabbed a machete and ordered everyone to take out their weapons. He looked ahead and added that they needed to make the boy take them for bandits, because if they moved him and stole a few valuables, maybe he would continue on his way. The fighters grabbed their weapons. The boy looked at them and thought that judging by the quality of their stealth techniques, they were not killers, and their clothes were like wanderers, but this is probably just a cover. The blade in the man's hands was covered in an ash aura. The young man noticed this and thought that if he could use a spiritual sword, which was already stronger than the aura of the sword, then he could well be a fairly experienced swordsman. The young man smiled contentedly. He remembered his work at the table and thought that a lot of time had passed, because for the past 2 years he worked more often with the former than with the sword. He took hold of the blade's handle and thought that he was studying magic. Of course, it was fun, but Eugene bared the blade, smiled, and finished thinking that he liked physical activity much more. He lunged and delivered a sweeping blow, meeting the enemy's blade. Ramen raised his trembling hand above his head. He quickly jumped back. The man landed on the sand, his soldiers, and rushed into battle. They surrounded the boy. The boy created several magic spheres. The man was surprised by this and thought that the boy was creating magic very easily. Eugene calmly attacked his opponents. The spheres spun chaotically in the air, hitting the soldiers' bodies. The fighters fell to the ground. The boy turned to the commander. He frowned with disdain and asked him who they were and why he was following him. The man frowned slightly and replied that they were bandits. The hero put his sword on his shoulder, smiled, and said that, apparently, Nahama was far from a weak nation. He looked at the defeated soldiers and said that even the leader of some insignificant bandits could use a spiritual sword, which meant that a group of 100 of them would be stronger, and the nation should have even stronger soldiers to deal with them. He spread his arms, called it amazing, and said that with such power they should be able to take over the entire continent. The man frowned awkwardly and said that they were a little special. The boy shut him up and told him to tell the truth. He touched his chin and added that, in general, the man could stop talking altogether since he would find out the truth himself. The commander looked at him in surprise and wondered if this was the famous young master from Lionheart, and although he looked young, he spoke like a drunk mercenary. The boy frowned angrily. The man noticed his bloodlust and thought that a spoiled rich kid couldn't have that. Suddenly, Eugene disappeared from his sight. The man was stunned by what he saw, not understanding what that flash was. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Ramen blocked the boy's blow with his blade. His weapon trembled. The man thought that the first time he was not sure, but since his mana did not collapse from the collision with his Zanpakuto, he must have used the same one. The boy dug his feet into the sand, and it began to raise clouds of dust into the air. The man raised his hand, frowned, and thought that the enemy blocked his view with sand and would probably resort to magic shots again. The commander crossed his arms, covered his body with mana, and used a shield. Clouds of dust appeared as magic projectiles. They hit the man's body, destroying the shield into pieces. Ramen gritted his teeth and thought that the guy managed to destroy his shield, after which he wondered how a 1-star could have such power. Eugene brought his sword back, preparing to strike. He set the blade in motion. The man was shocked but thought there that the guy would definitely hit him. The commander leaned back, looked at the approaching sword and thought that it was too close. The blade suddenly stopped at his beard. Eugene jumped back. He looked at the man and grinned. The commander looked him in the eyes with confusion and asked if the boy had decided to spare him. He frowned in anger and shouted that the kid had no right to mock him. The man rushed into battle. He made a couple of sweeping blows, which the boy easily dodged. The young man took out his blade with a smile. He began to block each blow of the commander while retreating at the same time. He blocked a blow from the machete with his blade and thought that now everything was fine, and that this was the first time he had fought someone who had a sword soul after reincarnation. He frowned with a smile and decided that he would probably like to see more bloodlust in the opponent. Eugene smiled and made a series of short blows. The man recoiled. The boy's blade wounded his body in several places. He gritted his teeth and thought that he had missed a blow, but he was lucky that the cut was shallow. Ramen swung his blade and thought about how dare the guy be so disrespectful to him. He made a sweeping strike. The guy jumped over him. The boy landed softly on the floor. He put the sword in its sheath and smiled slightly. The man looked at him in surprise and asked why he decided to put the sword away. The commander held the machete in front of him. The guy completely hid the blade of the blade. The man said that he had not lost yet. Eugene folded his hands in front of himself and said that he did not need a sword to defeat him. Guilt appeared on the man's forehead. He frowned in anger. The commander rushed into the fight, letting out a battle cry. The boy lowered his head, dodging the attack. He frowned and hit the man in the body. The commander released the blade from his hands. A depression formed in his chest. The guy grabbed his opponent's head. He forcefully pushed his face into the sand. Eugene frowned and asked the man who he was. The commander's face was in the sand. He said his name. The guy hit his face in the sand again. He pulled it out and said that he didn't care about the name, then asked why he followed him and who ordered it. The man clenched his teeth and said nothing. The guy hit his ground again. They say that he probably decided to play the silent game. One of the soldiers got to his feet and asked her to stop. He frowned and said that their master was Lord Tahiri al-Madani. The commander looked at him and told him not to dare to say anything. The guy hit his head in the sand again, looked at the soldier and asked there who this man was he was talking about. The warrior raised his eyebrows tensely and said that this is the world of Kajitan. Eugene looked at the man and thought that this was the city near the western gate through which he passed, and this means that this old man is a subordinate of the Lord. Fluffy clouds floated above them. The soldier said that the master had ordered them to pursue him. The hero was indignant at the informal address. The soldier corrected himself and called him young master. Eugene continued to slam the commander's head into the ground, asking the soldier why they needed to do this. The warrior said that they were not told, because they only had to stop the boy from reaching Kijani. The warrior stretched out his arms, closed his eyes and asked to let the captain go. The boy rose to his feet, dusted his hands and thought that Kijani was the desert ahead. What used to be the homeland of Hamel was now in this desert. He imagined the high whirlwinds and thought that the desert was new, and it was its sandstorms that were taking over the territories of Turas. The boy touched his chin, wondering if it was possible that this was the home of some sand mage, although he was sure that no one would want a visit from the son of a famous family. The boy imagined a girl in a mask and thought that the most dangerous thing for him was Amelia, who had made a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. He imagined a blonde girl and thought that the desert where her dungeon was located was quite far away, and it was also far from the last place where Anis was seen, so he didn't need to go there. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and thought about something. He pointed his finger at the soldier and said that they could go back. Then he moved his hand to the man and added that he would follow him. Without taking his eyes off the captain, he said that he would get to the desert at any cost, so the man would deal with any problems that arose. Frowning slightly, the guy asked if he understood what he meant, because their master was an emir, so it seemed to him that any issue could be resolved by saying his name. The man looked at him in confusion and tried to object. The boy smiled and said that if he was not satisfied with this arrangement, he could return to the main estate of his family and tell how the emir sent an assassin to him in an attempt to steal the treasure of Lionheart, after which he asked him how he liked this option. The commander raised his hands in alarm and said that they did not even intend to attack him. The boy jerked his hand with a smirk and said that there was something valuable on it. The man looked at the sword on his belt. The boy asked if he knew what it was, after which he explained that it was a storm sword that the ancestor of his family, Burmut, used throughout his life. He smiled mockingly and added that absolutely everyone wanted it, so the family would definitely believe that the emir arranged all this for him. The man fell into a stupor of hearing. He looked ahead in fear and thought that if this boy really did that, then their heads could be lost, perhaps even the master would not be able to withstand it. The captain bowed his head and agreed, saying that he would do as the young master said. Eugene smiled contentedly. They walked further into the desert. The man frowned tensely and thought that he had betrayed his master, because his orders were to stop the Lionheart boy from entering the desert, not to go there with him. Raman looked down and added that he did not know what would happen to the subordinates who did not follow the order. The boy suddenly called out to him. The young man looked back at him, asking what position he occupied. The man raised his hand, looked him in the eye and said that he was the general of the 2nd Red Sand Squad, which were the guards personally subordinate to the emir. Eugene frowned and thought that as he thought, the man was a big shot, because during the fight he showed himself to be a general, after which he asked about the sand structure in the desert. The man looked at him in surprise. The guy clenched his fist, smiled ominously and told him not to pretend to be stupid. The general raised his eyebrows in fear and said that he did not know, because it was unthinkable, because a castle loyal only to the royal family has nothing to do in the desert, which is so far from the capital. The guy looked at him suspiciously. He raised one eyebrow and asked if the man was really that stupid. Raman was stunned by what he heard, asking the guy what it meant. The young man put his hands on his belt and explained that this desert was originally the land of Turas, but a sudden sandstorm turned the ordinary land into a desert. He imagined a battle between people and said that the Sultan of Namah said that this was a message from heaven and made a base for training his fighters in the desert. The guy angrily approached the general and finished the sentence about how the desert was now capturing a vast territory, and that they could not do this against the state of Kiel, so these were definitely messengers from Turas. The man frowned and asked what kind of stories these were, because even if his word was true, their emir was not involved in such vile deeds. The youth grinned mockingly and said that the man did not look like such a simpleton as he appeared to be, and then asked if he grew up in this desert. He pointed his finger at the general and said that their lord simply put everything in order, having luckily survived the sandstorm, and therefore he did not want to connect this storm with his master, who does good deeds. Raman was taken aback by his words and tried to justify himself. The boy raised his hand, looked back at the general and told him to remember something, then said that he also did not want to believe rumors in an unfamiliar country. He frowned slightly and added that he roughly understood why their master ordered not to let him in, because if Lionheart entered the place where the desert climate was preserved, there would be problems. The man frowned and said that he understood what the boy was getting at. He clenched his palm and said that if, as the boy said, there were these buildings there, then he would protect it. Raman raised his fist and said that even if it were the Sultan's estate, regardless of this, he would show respect to his master, the Emir of Kajidan. The boy closed his eyes, waved his hand and said that this was a glorious decision. They walked on. The man tried to catch up with the boy, asking him why he should go to the desert. Because there really was nothing there, the boy replied that he would look for burials. The general raised his hands and began to ask him about why he needed this, whether he wanted to visit his ancestors and why he did not say so beforehand. The young man answered with displeasure that it would not have changed anything. Rahman pointed his hand in the opposite direction and said that there were separate tombs in the desert, and he could take the guy there. The young man answered that his option was not suitable. He frowned slightly and said that he was looking for a specific place. The men came out to an oasis. The general looked at him in surprise and said that this should not be in this area. The young man looked at the oasis and said that it was a fake. Rahman asked if the guy wanted to say that it was a mirage. The young man frowned and added that if it was a mirage, then there should be a real oasis nearby, but this was only the magic of illusion. The man looked at him, raised his hand and said that magic is impossible, because there is no need to create a fake oasis with magic. The guy told the man to leave his nonsense in his head and not to say it out loud. He looked at the oasis and said that for travelers in the desert, an oasis is a precious place, and therefore, if you see it, you will want to go there. The general looked at him in surprise and asked if he thinks it is a trap. The young man took a step forward and said that he wants to find out right now. In the direction of his leg, a sword blade was sticking out. The man stretched his hand out in front of him and called out to the master in fear. Suddenly, a man's hand appeared from under the ground, holding a sword. The guy jumped up. The young man turned around and asked if the man thought he would not see it. Yujin frowned, and behind him appeared the image of the spirit of intermediate magic, Gale. His attack raised a large amount of sand into the air. The man was thrown back. The guy looked down with a calm expression on his face. The sand and dust settled, revealing a mercenary underneath. He staggered, his entire body was spattered with blood. The guy sank to the ground, the mercenary collapsed exhausted on the floor. Suddenly, small elevations appeared on the sand. Several more mercenaries rose to the surface. They appeared in front of the young man. The general hurried to the guy, ordering the mercenaries to lower their weapons. He stood in front of the young man, blocking his body with his hand. The general frowned and introduced himself to the warriors as a servant of the emir, and the one towards whom they were showing hostility, a guest of the ruler. He put his hand in front of himself and again ordered them to lower their weapons and retreat, because if they did not do this, he would take this as a threat towards the ruler. The mercenaries took a couple of steps forward. They dispersed and surrounded the guys. The man looked back in surprise and asked why they weren't listening to him. He extended his hand again and pointed at the boy, calling him a guest of the kingdom, the one who was the pure-blooded lord of the state of Kiel. Eugene put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile that he could forget about it, because his words only encouraged these puppets to act since they had already made a decision. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what that meant. The boy frowned and said that since they had already attacked, it meant they wouldn't retreat just like that, and apparently planned to use poison on them, because they couldn't just kill a descendant of Lionheart. The mercenaries prepared for battle. The young man added that he needed to take the lead first. The general grabbed his weapon and thought that there were too many of them, so he needed to help his master and fight too. Eugene beckoned to his opponents and asked if they wanted him to start the game himself. The mercenaries rushed at him with a fierce look. Anis, with her eyes closed, called the hero and asked him why he always carried a weapon that he never used. The guy frowned and said that it would come in handy someday. Senya frowned and waved her hand, asking the blonde to leave him, because he wouldn't listen to anyone anyway. Anis raised her eyebrows and said that it was somehow wrong, because all these useless weapons were his property. The dark-haired man was pulling a cart with a huge number of weapons. The girl asked why someone else should drive the cart. The hero raised his hand, looked back at her and said that he had won in rock, paper, scissors. The girl replied that it was unfair since he had started this game, although it was only his things. The boy pointed his finger at the cart and said that the saint continued to make him look bad, since there was also a lot of her favorite holy water there. The axes, the heaviest ones, also belonged to them. Anis looked at him sternly and said that if this water were only hers, she would carry it herself, but they also use it. The boy pointed his finger at the witch and said that he had told her to drink more moderately, and that if she used her magic, then even the cart would not be useful. The girl looked at him irritably and said that he himself had said that it was necessary to carry it by hand in order to use everything as needed. The young man frowned angrily, pointed his finger at Burmut and told him not to stand aside, after which he asked why he was not pulling the cart. The fair-haired young man turned to him and said that his things were not there. Hamel turned away and said that he was lucky, because it was very convenient to use the magic of expanding space. The witch confirmed this and said that she had long offered the young man to learn this. She touched her chest. The guy showed her the middle finger. The girl said that if he begged on his knees, then she could teach him this, the sacrifice of her own dream. Eugene recalled all this with a smile. The opponents were getting closer. The guy thought that if in his past life he had such a cloak, he would tolerate attacks from his comrades less. The guy's cloak rose into the air. He took out 2 spears from it and decided to try to act the same way as in his past life. He grabbed the weapon and spread his arms to the sides. The mercenaries attacked him. The guy jumped to the side. He found himself in the air behind their backs, swinging one of the spears. The young man threw the weapon, hitting one of the mercenaries. The second enemy hurried to him. He attacked the guy. The young man barely dodged. He stabbed the enemy in the back with a spear. Upon landing, he hit the mercenary on the ground and pierced his body. The next enemy appeared behind him. He attacked the guy, but he moved behind him. Eugene cut off his head, but suddenly 2 mercenaries caught up with him. The third appeared from the other side. The young man waved his hand and threw several knives. The weapons changed trajectory in the air and hit the opponents' heads. One of the mercenaries began to fall to the ground. 2 opponents ran out from behind him. Eugene pulled 2 balls out of his cloak. He attacked one of the mercenaries, simultaneously blocking the attack of the second. He let go of the sword sticking out of the opponent's head and reached for another. The guy chopped the mercenary's head with an axe. The next opponent headed towards him from behind. Eugene waved his hand, throwing an axe, and then pierced the mercenary with his sword. The guy's weapon spun in the air. The axe split through one of the opponents, and the other went into battle. He pushed off the body of a dead ally. Eugene cut off the head of one of the opponents. He landed right in front of 3 enemies. Ramen watched in surprise as the guy deftly wielded the sword and fought the mercenaries. He frowned slightly and thought that this was amazing and that he did not need help at all. All of the guy's weapons rose into the air. He raised his hands and folded his weapons into his cloak. The young man stood among the dead bodies of his opponents. The general looked at him tensely and thought that the guy did not even use his precious sword and used magic only for support, after which he noted that I found owns a huge number of weapons. The guy looked back at him. The man asked if he thought that some should be left alive. The young man frowned and said that for the assassins, the order was a priority, they were safe, and even if you started breaking their limbs, they would still remain silent. The hero looked at the corpses and said that he did not have the talent to loosen their tongues. The guy put his hand on his belt and asked the man if he would go further. The general asked what that meant. Eugene raised his hand and said that he came there to see the mercy of his master, and the assassins did not even recognize the emir of this state, so now he had no reason to go with him. The man said in confusion that the guy could not go like that. The young man asked why, and was he really going to check who he might meet on the way. The general frowned sternly. The guy crossed his arms, turned around and said that he was some kind of useless. The man said that he would try not to interfere with him. Eugene raised his hand, closed his eyes and said that the general could do as he wanted, but he could not hope to receive help from him. And suddenly the ground shook under their feet. The guy jumped high in the air. The bodies of the mercenaries were covered in a red aura. Suddenly they began to dissolve and sink into the sand. The guy frowned tensely and thought that the bodies of the assassins were used in the sacrifice and that it looked like summoning magic. The air and sand began to swirl at one point. The young man frowned tensely and thought that a huge amount of mana was felt from under the ground and decided that something was coming. The man began to be sucked down. He turned to the guy and told him to run away. Suddenly a tornado burst out of the sand. The general was getting closer and closer to him. He covered his face with his hand and thought that it was a sandstorm, and no matter how unexpected it was, such a large storm was an anomaly. He frowned in surprise and realized that it was magic, after which he thought that, as the master said, such a sandstorm was really created by the sand sorcerers who swallowed Kajani. Ramen remembered his fear in childhood. The boy was kneeling and watching as the sand swallowed the city. He-Man clenched his teeth and thought that they covered his home village. He pulled out his blade and ran straight to his death. The man cut the surface of the storm. He stopped with his hand outstretched. The tornado sucked in the wound he received. The man looked at the restored surface. He was scared but frowned and thought that this was a mistake because it was impossible to cope with such a huge storm on his own. Suddenly the general noticed that he was almost waist deep under the sand. The boy put his hand in front of him and used magic. He frowned slightly and thought that with such a wind it was impossible to get out of such a flow of sand and he could only endure it. He looked down and thought about whether he should use teleportation, after which he decided against it. He looked at the base of the storm and thought that something was visible below. Suddenly he heard screams from behind. The man sank into the sand up to his waist. The guy looked at him and frowned with disdain. He pulled the man into the air with my help. The next second, the guy pushed the general aside. Ramen looked at him and called out. The guy frowned and told the general to leave. And suddenly a giant worm headed towards the guy from the sand. It began to close the fall. The young man looked back in surprise. The sandworm swallowed the young man. The man frowned tensely and called out to the master. He fell to his knees, looked at the worm and said that in order to save him, the master sacrificed himself. The man squeezed the handle of the sword and said the name of the young man. Ramen frowned and thought that he would repay him like a real warrior. He rushed into battle, raised the weapon above his head and decided to cut the body of this worm and save the master. The guy fell lower and lower into the body of the worm. He calmly looked deep inside and thought that the sandworm is a monster that splits what it eats and processes it into energy. Since this monster has no organs, it is impossible to get out of it. He frowned with a smile and decided that he could make an exit on his own. Suddenly, a shining hoop appeared in space. The guy used white splitting. The glow intensified. The guy activated his ability over and over again. He grabbed the handle of the sword, being embraced by the aura, and used granulation. The tip of the worm's tail twitched. Suddenly, the guy tore its body apart and broke out. The monster's green blood spilled onto the ground. The guy plunged the blade into the sand. He looked up. He rose to his feet and put the sword back in its sheath. The guy looked back at the worm. Turning his head, he thought that it was magic that created only identical lands and a storm, but it was not a sandworm because it only lives at the bottom of these places. He clenched his teeth, touched his chin, and thought that this was its habitat. The young man imagined magicians in cloaks and a giant worm, and then thought that when magicians want to hide their research, they create a place called a dungeon, and the magic that is fixed in the deserts gave the Santee the nickname of the creator of the dungeons. The young man remembered Senya. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that these worms make their way under the desert and create their own labyrinths. The guy was practicing with a ball. The girl raised her hand and added that it does not take much time, only about 10 days, and if you leave them for a long time, they can create a very intricate dungeon. The young man turned to his ally. The girl twirled her finger and said that after enough time they could simply get rid of them and secure the dungeon with magic. Hamel threw his sword over his shoulder and asked if she was going to create a dungeon and live in the desert. The girl frowned angrily and said that she had no need to hide and conceal herself there. Eugene took a holographic card out of his cloak. He looked at the map and thought that there was a road there, and maybe the outskirts of Hamel's homeland were not far from it. The young man smiled and decided to check it out. Ramen lost consciousness. Suddenly someone called him by name. The man opened his eyes. He looked at the people in front of him in surprise. His arms and legs were bound in sandstone. The man recognized the sand sorcerers and asked what it was. One of the men touched his face and said that he must have gone crazy when he rushed at the sandworm, because his ability would not have been enough to defeat it. He raised his hand and said that he had a few questions, which was why the general was there. Ramen frowned and asked what that meant. The sorcerer looked at him and said the name Eugene. The boy was moving through the dungeon at high speed. The sorcerer asked why he had come to the desert where there was nothing. Then he pointed his finger at the general and asked why he, the emir's soldier, was his guide. The general frowned tensely. The sorcerer approached him and suggested that perhaps the emir wanted to betray Nahama. He looked at the soldier suspiciously and said that the emir's job was to close the road to people who should not get there, and if he did not do that and instead let him. Ramen interrupted him and asked what they were doing in that dungeon. He frowned and remembered the oasis, called it an illusion, and said that the sandstorm was also caused by magic, after which he asked if this was their job. The sorcerer twisted his hand and said that he apparently did not yet understand the whole situation. Sandstone twisted the general's arms. One of the sorcerers said that they would be asking the questions, then asked if he was keeping quiet for the sake of preserving his master's reputation. He added with a calm expression that it was useless, since he would die anyway, then asked if he did not think that in that case a peaceful death would be better than suffering. The sorcerer standing in front frowned sternly and asked why Eugene had come to the desert, since he had been walking with a clear goal from the moment he set foot on the lands of Nahama, so they could not perceive this as anything other than the emir's intention to betray Nahama. The general closed his eyes and thought that they probably thought that the emir was helping this. He frowned sternly and said that they were invading the territory of a foreign state in such a stupid way. He looked at the sorcerer and asked what those who were supposed to protect the royal family were doing in this place, and whether he was developing a storm and desertification. The sorcerer turned his head to the side and said that the man was greatly mistaken, because to create a sandstorm that could also support a war in the desert, such forces were not enough, because about 100 sandcasters would be needed. The man looked at them in confusion and asked what they were doing there. The sorcerer squeezed the general's hand again and twisted his limbs, saying that he had no reason to answer. He looked angrily at the general and asked why the young man had come to the desert. Ramen closed one eye and answered that they did not need to know, because the young master was already dead, and that they had killed him. One of the sorcerers raised his hand and said that it would be better this way, because his life meant nothing anyway. The general looked at the sorcerers. The men began to discuss something. One of the sorcerers frowned and asked what happened, because he had been eaten by a sandworm, so he could not survive. The interlocutor raised his hands and said that a hole had been found in it yesterday. The sorcerer asked if he had made it before he died. He touched the mask and said that this could not be left like that, because the assassins were conducting searches in that place and should soon catch him. Ramen raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing that the young gentleman remained alive. The sorcerers looked at each other. One of them asked what would happen after this, to which the second replied that it would not be the best option to mess with Eugene, so they should erase his memory and leave him outside the desert. He frowned slyly and said that, nevertheless, it would be better for them to keep an eye on him because they could get a reward for such a good deed. The third sorcerer quickly turned around and said that they were lucky that the guy was not around. Suddenly, they noticed Yujin standing nearby. The guy looked at them sternly. The sorcerers frowned in alarm, thinking about how he came and what happened to the assassins. One of them activated his ability and looked into the depths of the cave. His gaze was directed far into the darkness. The man found the dead assassins. He raised his eyebrows tensely and thought that the assassins stationed in this place were so familiar with the area that they could conduct searches with their eyes closed, and that such a concealment technique was difficult to recognize even for outstanding warriors. The guy frowned and thought that their level was not so high, and their technique was incomplete, and they were not skilled in the use of magic. He remembered how he fought mercenaries in his past life and thought that those assassins were the best in this country, had the concealment ability of magicians and were more cruel and stubborn compared to people. He looked down and thought that there were too many armed forces. If this place was important to Nahama, then they must have better assassins than these. He frowned and wondered if the Sultan had anything to do with Nahama. The general frowned and called out to the young master. The boy raised one eyebrow, looked at him and thought that he was trying to make him escape, but he was here. The boy took a step forward and addressed the sorcerers, saying that he had many questions. One of the sorcerers lowered himself to the ground. Sand streams burst out from under the boy's feet and formed a sand prison. Eugene, with an unperturbed expression, took the crystal out of his cloak. He threw it into the remaining holes. The young man grabbed the hood and activated the artifact. The next second, the prison exploded. The sorcerers looked at this in surprise. The boy held the shard in his hand, being in a cloud of whir. He frowned sternly. The masked man looked at him tensely and thought that this was not dispel, because the spell was created artificially by the intervention of magical mana. He frowned and thought that the boy did not use this, because even in Aeroth, there is no such kind of dispel, so it must be his family's secret magic. The sorcerer put his hands in front of him and said that taking the boy alive would be dangerous, and although he was sorry for their reward, he had no choice but to kill him. The boy raised his hand and said that they attacked first. He activated his mana, smiled, and asked if they would be displeased if he dealt with them. The men frowned and went to attack. They quickly made seals with their hands. The sand suddenly stirred with an explosion. A stream of sand headed towards the boy. He smiled widely. The boy took the shard in his hand again. He raised it behind his back, preparing to attack. The boy threw the shard through the sand wave. The crystal pierced his head. The man fell to the ground. The boy braced himself for battle. The mana around him began to rage. He suddenly jumped up. Eugene hung in the air above his opponents. The sorcerers made seals with their hands. He raised one eyebrow and thought that this was predictable and that they were pretending to take him hostage. He looked back at the sharp spears above his head and thought that they were preparing a trap from above. He grabbed his whip and turned. The boy's whip swirled in the air, blocking the sorcerer's attack. One of the men frowned tensely. The boy's whip appeared around his neck. The young man jerked his hand and tore it from his body. The man's head fell behind him. Eugene approached the last survivor. He frowned slightly and asked what they were doing here. The man trembled in fear and mumbled something. The guy crossed his arms and said that they were too few for the Sultan's order, so they had some kind of intrigue. He threw a knife at his leg. The man tried to deny everything. He paid attention to his wound and wheezed slightly. The guy said that he was too lazy to waste his energy on such scum, and he did not care whether he died or told everything himself. The man's face twisted in pain. He said that everything that was happening was not being done under the leadership of the Sultan. Eugene frowned and asked who their leader was, and assumed that it was the emir, after which he asked if this man had planned to do something in the dungeon. The guy picked up the knife. The man turned away and answered negatively, after which he said that they wanted to request cooperation with him. The young man threw the blade at his leg. The man grimaced again and said the name Amelia Merwin. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that this was her property. He put his hand on his belt and said that this was nonsense because her dungeon was in the Asher Desert. The sorcerer frowned tensely and said that she had started wandering from this place to that one 6 years ago. The guy touched his chin and asked why she had come to this place. The man looked down sadly. The young man looked into his eyes and asked if he was afraid of her, after which he said that in principle it was easy to guess, after which he said that he would kill him out of the kindness of his heart, because she would not let him die in peace. The man looked ahead in fear and imagined the image of the ruler. He lowered his head and said that this labyrinth was created to speed up the war in the desert, and that Kajani had many others, but this one was created 10 years ago. The sorcerer remembered how he was engaged in the construction of the dungeon and said that 6 years ago it was expanded, and that they thought that the floor had simply collapsed, since instead of being extremely unstable, but at the very bottom they found a door. The boy crossed his arms. The sorcerer added that they tried to open it, but it did not give in, so they asked the woman for help. Eugene took a knife from his cloak and said that he understood it. He threw the blade at his forehead. The man fell to the ground. The shackles of the limb and the general immediately crumbled. The young man touched his chin and thought that this was why there were so few armed forces there, and that they were taken under the wing of Amelia, blocking the way of wanderers who came close. The general put his hand in front of him and turned to the young man. He frowned in fear and said that they needed to get out quickly if this was really Amelia's dungeon. Eugene smiled and asked if he thought she would come to them. He put his hand on his belt and said that she was not in this dungeon, because her real dungeon was in another desert, so it seemed to him she hardly needed anything in this place. The man looked at him with fear and said that she might come anyway even at that moment. The guy looked at him with irritation and asked what would happen even if he went out, because she would find out about it anyway and would want to kill the one who had entered her territory, causing a catastrophe. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that no matter which side he looked at, it would all end. He frowned and thought that although he would like to avoid meeting her for as long as possible, there was nothing he could do now. He looked back at the saddened general. The guy stopped, looked at the man and asked why he was following him, because he had given him many chances to escape. The general replied that the guy had saved his life twice. Raman frowned and said that if the woman suddenly came back and wanted to kill the guy, he would open the way for him to escape, even if it cost him his life. The guy exhaled heavily and said that he would not succeed, so it was time to stop talking nonsense and go back. The man looked him in the eyes and said that he could not leave him alone. Suddenly, the young man quickly moved, leaving behind only an image. He appeared behind the general and hit him on the back of the head. The man fell to the ground. The young man said that he should have left, but he stuck to him. The guy put him down and walked away. He remembered the sorcerer's words that 6 years ago the labyrinth was expanded, after which he thought that 6 years ago he was 13, and then the genealogy ceremony took place. The young man remembered how he found the thing of the deceased Hamel, and thought that then he entered the treasure vault and took that item as a reward. He looked at the pendant and decided that this labyrinth had existed for 10 years, but its dead end was discovered only 6 years ago, if since he received the pendant, the magic sealing the tomb had dissipated. Eugene frowned angrily and thought about Amelia being a tomb dissipator. He approached a deep pit. Looking down, he decided that his tomb was there. The guy took a step forward. An aura enveloped his body. He softly descended into the pit. As he moved down, the guy's cloak fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, he saw a steel door and thought, what did they tell you guys? He stepped on one part of it and looked at it. The guy frowned and thought that the door was open, and apparently that girl opened it. He grabbed the edge of the door and went down. The young man stepped onto the stone floor. He looked deep into the long corridor from where light was visible. Eugene noticed marks on the wall. He gritted his teeth and thought that these were traces of a battle, and so someone was fighting below. He imagined Senya and assumed that it was her. The guy walked on. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw something. In front of him was a statue of Hamel. The statue looked ahead confidently. The guy raised his eyebrows and grinned. He saw an inscription on the monument which said that he was a fool, an idiot, a moron, and trash. Under these words, it was written that, despite this, his bravery, pure speech, wisdom, and greatness were praised, and that he sacrificed for everyone, but stupidly died first. The guy covered his eyes with his hand and cursed. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He said out loud the kind words written on the monument, and said that he should have said so while he was alive, because there was no use in them writing this on his grave. The young man trembled and timidly said that he might not have seen it at all. He sat down on a piece of stone. The guy turned his tearful gaze to the side and thought that there was such a battle that the tomb turned into ruins, but fortunately, the statue and memorial stone were fine. He imagined how Senya came across a stranger and thought that 200 years ago, the girl prevented the death of the familiar and, leaving Aroth, came to the guy's tomb where a fight with an unknown invader took place. He imagined how the girl calmly cast a spell on a shining sphere and thought that she had always been strong, but became even stronger after his death, so much so that the wise Senya, using witchcraft, could be called the most powerful sorceress in the world. He lowered his head and decided that even so, she could not defeat the invader, because if she had won, his tomb would not have been in such a terrible state, because she could not have allowed this. The guy imagined her image and thought that, it turns out, she died in this place, after which he corrected himself and decided that he was sure that in Aroth she was joyfully greeted. He frowned and thought that in this place she was injured and everything stopped. Eugene imagined a wounded girl around whom there were stretched chains, and a strongman with horns on whose hand the chains were tied. He thought, here he is, someone so strong that he was able to restrain her, and is there a demon king behind this? If so, which one? The guy got up from the stone and thought that alone he would not be able to find the answers he needed, and all that remained was to find the girl, who was definitely secluded somewhere in this world. He looked around and added that first he should examine this place, because there is a chance that he will find something else. The guy went further. He imagined crying comrades and thought that Senya and Anis definitely founded a tomb in this place and were crying in front of the statue and the stone. He thought about Berna, wondering if he had cried, since it was hard to even imagine him crying. He remembered how he and his team had rejoiced after defeating a strong enemy, and then thought about how Burma, looking at his wounded allies, had only said one thing, and that with indifference. He remembered how the blonde guy had closed his eyes and said that there was no need for them to expose themselves, and that he should have fought harder. Hamel frowned in annoyance and told his comrade not to talk nonsense. He pointed at his ally and asked if he was a god, then said that he was a human like me, but he was going to deal with them alone, and then asked again why he was in this place at all. Ines raised her eyebrows and asked the guy not to swear at his ally. Hamel looked at her, pointed at the guy and said that she thought the same thing, and then asked if she thought that he didn't know how she thought. The girl folded her hands in front of her, raised her eyebrows and said that she hadn't said a word about him, she had simply anticipated what they might say. Hamel said that she was arguing again. Eugene wiped his face and thought that now they couldn't even talk, and that tears were welling up in his eyes again. He looked ahead with tear-stained eyes. The young man noticed the half-open gate. He raised one eyebrow. I don't understand what kind of door this is. He opened it wider. The young man went inside and saw a knight sitting there. Eugene frowned and thought, who is this? He put his hand on his belt and asked the knight who he was and why he was sitting here, blocking the door. The armor suddenly moved. The knight stepped firmly onto the floor. He rose to his feet and took the sword in his hand. The guy thought about whether he was an Asmodean, after which he decided that he did not feel the spirit from him. He looked at him irritably, thinking that the knight was not alive, after which he asked what he was. The armor looked at the guy, muttering something. The undead raised the sword in front of itself and called itself a mad Hamel. The guy fell into a stupor from what he heard. He flew into a rage and asked what he was talking about. The armor stood motionless. The guy said that this was probably some kind of joke, because he was just a death knight who was a little stupid and thought he was Hamel. The guy clenched his teeth, his face showed veins. He thought about his tomb being there, and it turned out that the body of this knight. He pressed his foot on the floor and ordered the undead to take off his helmet. The armor looked at him silently. The guy rushed into battle in a rage and repeated his order again. He was heading towards the knight at high speed. He pushed off the ground and rose into the air. The guy hung above the knight's head. He took out 2 balls and asked who put him in this body. He looked at the knight with a maddened look. The young man delivered 2 sweeping blows with shining blades. The knight jumped back from the attack. The guy broke the floor under his feet. The undead struck a blow, which the boy dodged. Eugene attacked the monster's body. The enemy's body sparkled with a dark red aura. The boy noticed this and thought that he had a mana shield. Turning to the knight, he thought that the undead did not use mana but demonic power, so it was a demonic shield. The enemy pointed the tip of the blade at the boy. The boy crossed his swords, creating a block. The knight lunged and threw Eugene back. The hero landed and slid a few meters on the floor. His hands trembled. The boy thought that the monster was strong, and his hands were cramping. A dark aura emanated from the knight. The boy thought that he was most likely created by Amelia, and it must have been 6 years ago when she opened the doors to the tomb. She turned the body into a death knight. The guy imagined how the girl performed this ritual and thought that she had to put another soul into the body since her own was no longer there. Eugene imagined people from his family and thought that if this was really his body, then he was damn strong, and that a death knight created by a mage of this level would not be inferior in strength to the patriarch or captain of the knightly order of the Black Lion. He clenched his teeth and cursed mentally. Eugene directed a furious gaze straight at the undead, thinking that he did not care about the strength of the enemy. He slightly bent down, his body covered in flames from the aura. The next second, an explosion sounded, and the guy moved somewhere. He found himself behind the enemy. Eugene took out a weapon from his cloak. The opponents struck, blocking each other's attack. The guy let go of the spear and took out a new blade. The blade of the sword quickly approached the head of the monster. The knight stepped aside. The boy split the floor where it hit. The undead knocked it aside. The boy thrust his hand deep into his cloak again. The knight covered himself with his sword and left hand. Eugene's attack pushed him back. The knight slid across the floor. He hunched his back slightly. The boy was holding a spear in his hands. The young man frowned, looking at his opponent. The undead looked at him and said that he was quite good at using different types of weapons. The boy smiled and said that if he wanted to be like the deceased warrior, he should change his tone. The knight stepped forward and said that his skills were excellent, but he was too weak for this battle. The next second, the undead rushed into battle. The monster delivered a sweeping blow, which the boy dodged. Eugene delivered a series of attacks, each of which the undead blocked with his sword. The tip of the boy's spear shattered into pieces. The monster's blade was quickly heading towards the boy's head. The knight called it pity. The boy frowned tensely. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the room. The monster's hand flew back. He looked at his sword and asked how the boy was able to block it and what he did at all. Eugene stretched out his sword in front of him. The knight asked if the boy parried the attack. The boy smiled, remembered what happened and thought that they simply parried, because at the moment their swords clashed, he united the soul of the sword with his mother to deflect the enemy's weapon. He squeezed the handle of the weapon and thought that such heavy blows do not pass without consequences, and although he chose the timing perfectly, he was still not strong enough to constantly parry his blows. The boy frowned and decided that he could not drag out the battle, so he needed to end it all in one fell swoop, otherwise he was finished. The emblem on his chest swirled like a whirlwind. The boy took off. He approached the knight and began to attack him relentlessly. A drop of blood was running down his face. The boy thought that it seemed like his muscles and bones were being torn apart, and then he wondered if even this magnificent body could not withstand his strength. He rose into the air, struck a few blows, and decided that he did not care about it. After all, he had fought on the brink of death with an ordinary body. Veins appeared on the boy's forehead. He decided that he could win as long as his mind was clear. The blade in his hands flew back and broke into pieces. The boy grabbed the sword in its sheath. Eugene pulled out a shining blade. He swung this sword, around which energy swirled. The fighters headed towards each other. Eugene held the sword, thinking about his mana shield, no matter how weak his defense was. He rushed to attack, thinking that he needed to direct all his mana into the sword. Sparks flew from the clash of weapons. There were bright balls around the knight. Many beams attacked him. Eugene was illuminated by a bright glow. He swung and screamed, demanding to see his face. A bright line crossed his helmet. The hero struck and landed behind him. His cloak fluttered. Parts of his helmet fell to the ground. The white-haired man turned around. He stood behind the knight and demanded to turn around. His hair was pink. The monster had the face of Hamel. Eugene looked at him. He touched his chin, saying that he was hot. Hundreds of years had passed, and his body looked good. He said with a smile that the soul of this hot body was too ugly. False Hamel bared his teeth and trembled. He opened his mouth and screamed. The enemy threw a sword. The guy managed to dodge. The monster approached him. The blow knocked the white-haired man back, but he managed to stand. Holding the weapon, Eugene thought, he just threw the sword. Where did such speed come from? The Death Knight bared his teeth angrily. The hero thought, this is what he is capable of. Fighting with a weapon he is not used to, he becomes weaker. The guy's face is covered in sweat. He thought that now the Death Knights can instantly restore almost all their wounds. To kill him, you need to destroy the heart. He squeezed the hilt, wondering if he could parry all his attacks. He spent a lot of strength to break through his defense. If not for the white flame technique, he would have run out of mana long ago. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought about what kind of thoughts he was thinking. Angrily, Eugene decided that if it was impossible, then he should make it possible. Fake Hamel quickly rushed forward. The white-haired man parried the blows. He bared his teeth, surrounded by bright balls. There were beams of power everywhere. The knight landed to the side. His arms and legs were demonic. Looking at him, Eugene thought that he had demonic power on his hands and feet, a wild fighting method, madness, and a beast-like posture. He imagined the wolf in surprise, thinking that it was a lycanthrope's soul inside a human body. The opponent's palms were glowing red. The guy cursed in amazement, taking out his weapon. He threw a blue shard at the monster. It was flying towards his palm. With a sharp movement, the monster managed to knock the shard away. The white-haired man looked at him angrily, thinking that he needed to completely get rid of the demonic power with the shards of the moonlight blade. If he could weaken it even a little, it would be the end for him. The hero held the shard in his hands. He quickly rushed forward. The monster screamed, extending his claws. His attack left a red mark. The knight's hand was surrounded by red demonic power. It managed to leave a wound on the guy's body. Eugene held the shard in his hand and hit the knight in the chest with it. He screamed loudly. Red rays of demonic power were spreading around. The white-haired man looked at it sullenly. He continued to hold the shard, thinking that the demonic power had dissipated. His defense had become weaker. Without wasting a moment, he attacked. The sword pierced the knight's chest. Bright balls were flickering around. An explosion of power was seen. The shard fell to the floor. It bounced off not far from the hero. The monster stood hunched over. Eugene grinned and asked what was on his chest. Did he still have the courage to call himself Hamel? There was a red stone in the monster's chest. He covered the wound with his hands, ordering him not to look. Eugene pointed and asked what kind of marble was there, his heart or something. The Death Knight charged with a scream. He knocked the guy down with his shoulder. He slammed into the wall. Eugene touched his chest with his hand and then spat out blood. He looked at his angry opponent with a smile and said that he was not Hamel, but just a pathetic Death Knight, not even a human, but a lycanthrope. The red-haired man angrily yelled that he was Hamel. The hero showed him the middle finger and cursed. The knight's hand was surrounded by demonic claws. He grabbed the guy by the shoulders. Holding the white-haired man, the monster growled. Eugene narrowed his eyes, wondering if he was really going to die like this. This was not the end. It was too early for him to die. The hero's hand was shaking. He thought that if everything did not go according to plan, he would not even be able to move for a while. He looked at the grinning knight and thought that one way or another he would win. Only pieces would remain of him, although perhaps there would be none. The hero stood by the wall and thought that the recoil would be strong. He would not defeat the Death Knight now, but it was quite possible. He imagined himself from his past life and thought about Hamel's ultimate ability, Ignition. The man ran and called out to Eugene. Ramen looked ahead in amazement. The white-haired man glanced sideways, recognizing him, and thought that he was a fool. He knocked him out on purpose so that he would run away, and he walked all the way here. The man grabbed his weapon, shouting that it was a monster. Let it get away from the young master. Fake Hamel let go of one hand and forcefully threw the hero forward. Eugene exclaimed as he crashed into the wall. With a scream, the man rushed to attack. His sword was broken. The red-haired man held him by the throat. The bearded man exclaimed for the young master to run while he held him back. Eugene leaned on the sword and asked. He grabbed it. What is he talking about? Ramen looked at the guy in surprise, thinking that he was cornered, and he was laughing. What an amazing person. The Death Knight grinned and looked at the hero, then threw the man at him. The body flew straight at the guy. The force of the blow threw him to the side. Ramen fell next to him and turned to Eugene. He helped the white-haired man up. Looking at him, he said that he would buy time, let him run. The hero in blood said that he did not think that made sense. He pointed his finger back and said that the door was right behind them. The enemy clenched his teeth, saying that this door does not open, no one is able to open it. Eugene grinned and said, that's how it is, now I want to open it even more. The hero reached his hand towards the door, thinking that if necessary, he would use ignition, but first it is worth checking what is behind this door. He touched the wide door, thinking that this was Hamel's grave, and he was Hamel if Senya or anyone else was counting on his reincarnation. He glanced at the pendant on his neck and thought that then this unopenable door must be intended for the owner of the grave. A glow appeared behind the open door. The Death Knight looked at it in surprise. The guy went inside with Ramen. Pseudo-Hamel looked at the slammed door in surprise. The man fell with a scream. He got up, asking what kind of place this was. Eugene hit him on the neck. Ramen fell to the floor. Looking at him, the blonde said that he couldn't call him useful, but since he was trying to help, maybe he should sleep here instead of dying there. The hero turned his attention to the side. His eyes widened in shock. He asked why Bermut left him here. He remembered how they stood in front of the stairs. 300 years ago in Helmaud, near the castle of the Demon King of Slaughter, after killing him, they went to search for the demon minions and eventually found a way into the dungeon. Senya touched the letters on the wall. There they found ancient relics. It was impossible to say how old they were. After examining the ancient language on the walls, Senya said that they were from the era of myths. In front was a shining sword. Inside, they found the moonlight blade. Hamel touched his fist, saying that while he was fighting the Demon King, all his weapons broke. Great. He grinned and said that he would take it. No one would mind, right? The red-haired man was kneeling, spitting out blood. He was unable to take the blade. As soon as he approached him, blood came out of his mouth, and he fell to his knees. In the end, the sword was taken by Burma. Looking at this, Eugene said that he left the moonlight blade on his grave, so he expressed his condolences. There was a glowing sword in front of the boy. The hero said Burmut's name. Eugene took the glowing sword in his hand. Moonlight blade, that's what it's called, simple and unpretentious, but it suits him. After Burmut took the moonlight blade, he stopped using the sacred sword. A bright blue light remained from the movement. It was clear why the moonlight blade, although simple in appearance, was much stronger than the flashy glowing sword. Eugene looked ahead. A crescent moon towered above the sword. It was very thin. The moon that illuminated the moonlight blade when they first saw it was full, and now there was a crescent moon in the sky, so it hadn't been filled with power yet. The hero reached into his pocket, thinking that maybe it would react to its fragment. The white-haired man was amazed to remember how he attacked the monster with it, realizing that he had thrown it at the Death Knight and not picked it up. He looked at the sword above the coffin, asking, did Burmut leave it here because he wanted it? He covered his smile, saying that he was a fool. What was the point of leaving it to him after he died? Holding his hand to his face, he thought that was enough sentimentality. He glanced sideways at the exit and thought that there was nothing in this room except the moonlight blade and one door. If he went out, he would face the Death Knight again. He remembered the dark-haired girl and thought that he was not the only problem, Amelia. He had no idea when she would interfere. He needed to quickly kill the knight and get out of here. Eugene took a step forward. He stopped in front of the sword, thinking that he had no idea what Burmut was thinking by leaving the sword here, but the main idea was probably that. He extended his hand, saying that he must get it. He reached for the blade, thinking that in his past life he could not even touch it. But he was reborn as Burmut's descendant. Was that enough to get the sword? The white-haired man looked, saying that he had to do it. After all, it was left to him. The palm reached for the glow. Eugene clenched his teeth. He looked sullenly, thinking that he had only just reached the glow, and it was already hard for him to breathe, and his mana was boiling. At this rate it could rebel. The guy was surrounded by the glow of the white flame technique. He reached forward with a shining hand. The guy with golden eyes thought that he was resisting weaker than when they first found him, so he really split into pieces. The hand grabbed the hilt. Lightning threw the hero back. He fell to the floor and looked at the sword in his hand. He smiled strongly, thought that he had succeeded, he had coped. The guy was holding the sword in his hand. He looked at it, thinking that what was expected. In his hand there was only the hilt. He thought that the blade was missing. Of course, the artifact was still broken into pieces. Rays emanated from the crescent. They fell down. Bright flashes curled from the hilt. The glow turned into the blade of the sword. Eugene looked at it with a smile, thinking that the moonlight had taken the form of a blade. He was clutching a shining sword in his hand. The boy's body was surrounded by lightning. He thought that the moonlight blade could disperse magic and mana, but it was eating up his own mana. Did it resonate with the white flame technique? Smiling, he thought that it was really eating up a lot. He certainly had enough mana, but it would be difficult to cope with such a weapon at once. He put the weapon in his cloak, thinking that it was a magnificent but wayward sword. It was quite powerful despite being split into pieces. His hand was surrounded by white flames. He thought that there was no need to use flames. With the power of the moonlight blade, he could deal with the Death Knight without fire. Surrounded by the glow, the boy thought that before leaving, he should check the coffin. Eugene lifted the lid and looked inside. It was empty. He thought that he knew it. There was no body. The white-haired man noticed something. It was written on the tomb. Perhaps one day they would meet in the world he was striving for. The hero looked at it in amazement, realizing that it was Senya's handwriting. A leaf was reflected in his eye. The pseudo-Hamel stood by the closed door. He clenched his teeth angrily, thinking that he had tried to break this door many times, but he could not leave a scratch. Even the master could not cope with it. The heavy door was closed. The knight thought that he had opened it easily, and now there was no way to finish him off. Okay, he needed to leave him alive until the master returned. He imagined the silhouette of a woman, thinking that his helmet and breastplate were broken. He had disobeyed the master's order and released his claws. She would be furious when she found out. The monster's eye glowed red. He thought that he needed to prove that he was useful. If he failed, he would be thrown out. The red-haired man looked ahead in amazement. Eugene left the room. Smiling, he asked the monster, was he waiting? The Death Knight asked solemnly, how did he get in there? The white-haired man answered with a smile that he just walked in. Frowning, the knight asked, what did he see inside? Eugene put his finger to his mouth and said, a secret. The angry monster's hand glowed red. The guy reached under his cloak and took out a shining blade. A bright trace remained from the movement of the sword. Eugene looked forward seriously. Hamel looked at him angrily. The guy swung the sword, leaving a trace. The knight jumped back. His look was surprised. He looked at his palm, thinking what just happened. His demonic claws just evaporated. Eugene leaned down. He held a shining sword in his hand, thinking that he thought he had the power under control, but after just one swing, his breath was out of breath and his vision was blurry. The blade was eating up mana at an incredible speed. The guy chuckled, thinking that its power was worth it. Maybe it wouldn't be able to kill the Death Knight, but it would deprive him of his demonic power. The red-haired man clenched his teeth. His hand was no longer glowing. The knight was walking forward. Eugene looked at him, wondering if he really understood how his sword worked. Apparently, he decided to fight with his fists. He chuckled, saying that it wasn't a very wise choice. With his other hand, he took out a regular sword. A crack appeared on the floor from the jump. There were bright beams of blows around the hero. Eugene was clutching the swords. The knight jumped back, dodging. The guy asked with a smile, is he afraid already? He didn't even swing properly. The white-haired man swung his sword, thinking about the storm sword. Let it bring down a storm on him. The enemy was swirled in a whirlwind. He hit the ceiling. Eugene looked up with shining eyes. The stones were covered in radiance. The stones rushed towards the enemy. Raising his leg, the guy said that if he were a little better shape, he would have already collected himself piece by piece. The hero stamped his foot. Pseudo-Hamel covered his eyes from the radiance. He dodged the blue flashes. They turned into a shining fist. The knight looked at his shoulder, realizing that the armor was broken. He opened his mouth and screamed. Red demonic energy surrounded him. With a grin, the white-haired man asked why he held back earlier. Is this something you save for later? The monster was surrounded by a red radiance. He saw bright blue rays nearby. Eugene approached, saying that it would not help him. Pseudo-Hamel spread his arms. The shining fragment flew. It hit the red demonic glow. Eugene looked ahead with a smile, thinking that as long as the moonlight sword was in his hand, he could control this fragment as he wished. He held the shining sword in front of the enemy, thinking that 1 second and he would destroy him. The knight extended his hand, but the shining sword pierced him. An explosion appeared from the impact. The enemy fell to the ground. The white-haired man's cheeks swelled. He spat blood onto the floor. The hero frowned, thinking that he was trying to conserve his strength, but the sword was too hungry, and yet it was better than dying in battle like him. Eugene glanced at the hilt, thinking that the mana blade was gone. He hid it in his cloak, thinking it was rubbish, not a sword. The knight was lying on the ground. The boy approached him. There was a crack in the red ball in his chest. The blonde thought that he felt that he had taken out the core, but since its carcasses were still here, he believed that it was not completely destroyed. Eugene clenched his teeth, thinking that this was a disgusting feeling, this insult to the feelings of the dead. How dare she climb into his grave and make a death knight out of his beautiful body? The hero pointed the sword, thinking that it would destroy him, take Hamel and knock him down. The blade moved downwards. Eugene's eyes were yellow. The hero was shaking. He held the sword with trembling hands, thinking that his body was not moving, as if it was fettered by an unknown force. The hero grinned, cursing, and thought that she had come too early. A woman's leg appeared. The girl was approaching. Eugene leaned on his sword. He was shaking, thinking that he could not move, only enough strength to chat, and only because she allowed it. The girl stood behind the guy, asked, "Can they not talk face to face?" Amelia came up and said that she was thinking what to do with him. She touched his chin, saying that there were so many ideas, but one stood out from the others. Coming closer, she said that she would drag him up like this and imprison him in the hot sand. Of course, he would not die, then she would give him the opportunity to breathe without burying his head in the sand. She also imagined the buried hero, saying that he would sit with open eyes and mouth, soon his eyes would begin to crack, and his tongue would dry up like a twig. After that he would become a scarecrow of the desert, she would tie his spoiled legs. Amelia raised a finger, imagining this, and said that she would stick iron rods into her fingers. Eugene clenched his teeth, thinking that he could not move. The girl came up behind him, saying that from the tips of his fingers to his head, his shoulders would be disfigured on both sides, and he would hang with crooked arms. Her hand touched the young man's cheek. The witch explained that since his eyes would already burst, he would not be able to see what would happen to him, but he would be able to feel it. It would be unbearable pain. Eugene stood with his arms outstretched. Amelia said that he could die from pain shock, but he would not do it. She would not let him. She imagined the silhouette of a scarecrow and said that he would be the scarecrow of this desert for a long, long time, until she got tired of admiring his appearance. Standing behind, the brunette asked if she knew who she was. Eugene answered that she was Amelia. The girl touched her chest and said that she was the one, the desert master of the dungeons, the black thorn, death, it was all her. The core in the monster's chest cracked. She said that he had spoiled her pet. Coming up from behind, the brunette said that although he was useless, he was still her thing. Only she, as the owner, could mock or kill him. Eugene looked at him, saying that she had raised a disgusting animal, maybe she should have at least bathed him. Amelia hit the guy, not letting him finish, that he smelled like a corpse. The hero fell to the ground. Looking down at him, she said that only she could say such things. The white-haired man stood up. He held his shoulder, thinking that the spell had worn off. Would he be able to kill her in such a state? The girl was holding a skeleton pole in her hand. Eugene thought that he was dreaming. The witch was much stronger than the Death Knight. Even if he used arson, he would not win. He closed his eyes, thinking that he did not want to lose. Nothing could be done. Standing opposite, he asked if she knew Balzac. The girl's eyes were shining. She bowed her head and said that she did not understand what he was getting at. Eugene took out an envelope, saying that he knew him. He had written a letter and told me to give it to her when they met. He threw the burning paper. Amelia caught the envelope. Looking at it, she said that it really was his seal. Why did he write it to someone like him? Does he know what this letter means? Pointing his finger, the blonde said that according to him, if she had it, then no matter what he did, she would not kill him. The girl looked with a violet eye and said that not quite. Touching her chest, she explained that a long time ago he helped her, and she promised to fulfill one request in return. She imagined the image of the brunette, saying that even for Balzac it meant a lot, because it was help from Amelia herself. He had not asked for anything for several decades. The envelope burned with a violet flame. She asked him if he understood what it meant. Raising her finger, she said that he brought her this letter and could ask her for something instead of Balzac within her means. Eugene looked at her, thinking, so that's what it was. Pointing with her hand, the girl said that if he didn't want to die, he should ask to be left alive, and then she wouldn't kill him, but she wouldn't let him go just like that either. She would need to hear how and why he came here. Leaning over, Eugene said that he was asking Amelia. With a wild smile, he continued, to kill himself. She chuckled a little and repeated that she said that only something within her means. The girl in the mask said that he had two choices. If he decided not to answer, she would appreciate it and kill him. Smiling, she continued that if he said that he wanted to live, then so be it, but in return she would hear everything she wanted. Eugene looked at her seriously. The witch spread her hands and told him not to worry. She would not say that she would not kill him or make him suffer. She would not even try, because there were many ways to hear answers from him. She chuckled, saying that she was interested in him. How did he come to a place that even the Sultan did not know? Only the local sand mages knew about it. She emitted a purple light, asking if any of them had contacted him. It would be strange if they had not. Eugene frowned, wondering what to do. If he asked for his life, then Amelia would do anything to make him answer. He imagined her surrounding him with dark flames, thinking that if she did not use torture, then it would be dark magic. Magic containing hypnosis would help her get information from him, and despite his desire, he would not be able to get rid of it. The girl took a step, saying that he was thinking for a long time. She crossed her arms and said that she could only hear his thoughts after he voiced his wish. Eugene looked at her, wondering if he should escape using arson. No, if he got caught again, he wouldn't have a chance. Looking at him, Amelia said that she would count to 3. Her time was limited. 1. The blonde man gritted his teeth, thinking what if he sold the Lionheart name? Did it matter to a crazy witch like her? The girl extended her hand, saying 2. The white-haired man grimaced and thought that maybe he should honestly say that he got the Moonlight Sword by opening a door that even she couldn't open. No, that way she would let him live, but she would definitely want to take the sword. Amelia was surprised. Before she could finish, 3. She turned around in surprise. The Death Knight stood up. Eugene gritted his teeth and thought, this is a disgusting feeling, isn't it? The girl knelt down. Bowing, she asked how he got here. The knight's eyes were completely black. She continued, the Demon King of the Imprisonment. Eugene looked at his past body, stunned, which was possessed by the Demon King of the Imprisonment. Amelia knelt down. The hero's face distorted with rage. The demon addressed him. The blonde tensed up. The king said that he saw the youth through the eyes of Balzac. The demon's eyes were completely black. The warrior was shocked. Hamel's body looked towards the crypt. He asked if the hero had come to pay his respects to an ancient ancestor. The boy continued to look at him. Devon said that the master of this tomb is Hamel, known throughout the world as the foolish Hamel, who turned out to be completely different. The guy who fought side by side with the hero was especially strong among the allies of the beloved Bermut. The blonde looked at him in surprise. He did not understand what he was saying. The protagonist gritted his teeth. What other beloved Bermut? The Demon King turned to him and said that he understood his dislike. He and Bermut built their friendship on understanding. The demon said that it was ridiculous to tell a story 300 years ago to distant descendants. The king said that he valued the guy as an offspring of a friendly Lionheart, but saw no point in leaving him alive. The hero was tensely silent. The demon turned to him and said that after Bermut, he had seen many descendants of Bermut Lionheart over the past time, but it was Eugene who blackened the blood of the family the most. The woman looked at the hero with displeasure and said his last name. The guy looked angrily at his past body. Amelia noted that silver hair and golden eyes were the highlight of their family. The dungeon master looked at the owner and said that she never thought that he would come to such an insignificant place and deal with the Death Knight. She looked at the master seriously and asked what she should do now. The man answered that this choice rested on her shoulders. The girl continued to sit in a bow. The brunette asked if the demon had come to protect him. The king answered that the guy was his descendant. Amelia frowned and said that he had suppressed her freedom with his mere existence. The man said that Bermut had died, but his blood would flow in the next generations. Especially in Eugene, he had long seen the reflection of the hero. The demon said that he respected the dark sorceress, but not as much as Bermut. She became angry and indignant that the master valued that dead old man more than her alive. The brunette rose from her knees, but was immediately nailed to the floor by a dark force. The king looked at her from above and did not allow her to get up. The woman was furious. The demon noted that her freedom should not exceed her respect for him. He said that he respected Amelia no matter what she did in this tomb, but he could not accept it if she wanted to harm the descendant of Bermut, at least for now. The blonde frowned and asked again what this meant. The demon looked at him. The girl looked at the hero with displeasure and demanded to show etiquette towards the king. The king looked at his hand and said that 300 years had passed since his promise. For humans, this is quite a long time. During this time, he showed enough kindness towards the descendants of Bermut. The sorceress was happy. The demon looked at the guy and said that he would consider it his will not to show respect for him, but he should not consider his leniency something due. The man clenched his fist. He, the king of the demons of imprisonment, has power over many demons and is the king of Helmut. The blonde was trembling. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that just the voice of the demon was making his heart clench and he couldn't move. The king spread his arms. The voice said that there was responsibility behind the hero's will, otherwise it would be considered licentiousness. He demanded that the boy tell his family and the others that if they didn't respect him, he wasn't going to do it in return. The blonde tensed up. It was a warning. The hero looked at the demon and asked why he was saying this now, even though he hadn't attacked them for 300 years and had been sitting in silence. The king replied that he had promised Bermut's ancestors freedom, but that promise would soon end. The wheel that the hero had stopped in the past must start working again. The demon and Eugene stood opposite each other. The king reasoned that someday the time would come to make a promise again. Who would make it instead of Bermut, and was it possible to stop this wheel? The boy frowned and asked what kind of promise it was. The demon was silent. Then he smiled ominously and said that the boy did not deserve to know this because he was not Bermut. He grinned madly. The hero's eyes widened. The blonde looked at the demon king in shock. He told him that the boy's existence, his soul, Bermut had put it all on the line so that the hero could be reborn after 300 years. Eugene was shocked. The woman looked at the owner. He ordered her to return to her dungeon. The girl frowned and said that she had to hear something from the boy. The demon replied that she would not be able to hear anything from him. The brunette objected and exclaimed that her pet had died, and the boy had easily opened the door that even she had not been able to open. The demon turned to the entrance to the crypt. There was silence for a moment. Then Hamel's former body was covered in dark energy. The king extended his hand. The entrance crumbled into sand. Inside, Ramen, left by the hero, lay unconscious. The demon looked at his subordinate and said that there was nothing inside except Hamel's coffin. The king loomed over the sorceress and said that nothing had happened in this place. The brunette was annoyed. She asked if the king liked being in this guise. The demon frowned and said that his business was finished and he would return the body to Hamel. Amelia's face twisted into a smile. The sorceress asked if he could, because this was a friend of his close Bermat, whom he cherished so much. The demon was calm. The king said that he was not close to Hamel. The next second, the body bent over and fell to the floor. The brunette got up. The blonde stood silently. The girl said that he was lucky. She turned her gaze to the hero and noted that this would not happen in the future. The sorceress reached out to the body and absorbed all the dark energy, then silently headed for the exit. She thought that there was nothing she could do about this guy now, but the contract would expire someday and he wouldn't get away with just a warning. Amelia smiled evilly, waiting for that day. The blonde was left standing in the tomb. He was clenching his fist tightly. The guy roared in rage and punched the wall. Rocks flew everywhere. He was breathing heavily, standing in the middle of the destruction. Eugene was furious, realizing that the demon knew about his reincarnation. The hero's body and soul were bound by Bermat's contract, which was why he was able to be reborn after 300 years. The guy frowned. He wondered what the demon meant. Was it possible that he had made a deal with him for the sake of his reincarnation? Impossible. If it was really for that reason, then Bermat would have killed the Demon King rather than demand reincarnation. The blonde crossed his arms and convinced himself that it was just a peace treaty that had nothing to do with his life. The hero remembered the demon saying that he was not close to Hamel and muttered that he did not like him either. Amelia took the Death Knight created from the body of the main character. It can be concluded that he lost. Soon the contract will become invalid. The guy leaned against the wall and frowned with displeasure. In his thoughts, he was angry at the demon and believed that he thought too much of himself. The blonde gritted his teeth and thought that he did not plan to promise anything to anyone. And why should he stop this wheel if it was better to just destroy it? If this life was given to him not by Senya, but by Bermat, then he probably did not expect anything special from him. Eugene took a leaf from his cloak. 200 years ago, when Bermat died, someone entered this tomb. The hero looked closely at the leaf. Senya understood what was strange about this place and came here from Acreon. She fought the invader and began the life of a recluse. The leaf that the boy found in his coffin is a leaf from the World Tree. This tree is worshipped by elves, and it prevents anyone from disturbing their forest. Senya decided to use it. Who got in here and led her to a dead end? And if it was Bermat who fought her, then why do this and pretend to be dead? The boy remembered their first meeting with the team from their past life. Everyone didn't like him then, but Bermat insisted that he needed to take it. If the wish of the past hero was reincarnation and this pendant, then it was worth simply taking it to the Lionheart storage. But since this is Bermat's will, then you need to think differently. Senya's friendliness and arrows and the text she wrote in the tomb, which said, "Someday we will meet in the world of your dreams." Eugene thought about it. If this did not mean a meeting in heaven, but the reincarnation of the hero, then it turns out that Bermat betrayed Senya. The boy did not even want to believe it. The blonde man narrowed his eyes. He thought that to find out the truth he would have to find the sorceress. The Sultan's face was tense. Eugene sat in front of him, and Ramen stood behind him. The guy was asked if he realized that he was acting willfully. The man with the beard sat on the throne, looking nervous, while Eugene was lounging opposite. The Shah said that he had already listened to the servants, and did the boy really think that he would send his subjects to commit robbery? The blonde waved his hand and said that regardless of the purpose of the soldiers, the fact that the nobleman suffered damage remained unchanged. The Sultan laced his fingers and replied that he had sent men to protect the young master. The man explained that Naham and Kale were not on friendly terms. The emperor was holding back Naham's forces, and Naham was holding a grudge for it. The Sultan frowned and thought that the sand mages who had created the storm and started the desertification were now hunched over at the edges of the desert. If the boy had crossed paths with them, the man would have been informed of it. He looked at the blonde and said that the Sultan's open protection of him was the same as Naham bowing his head to Kale. The Shah frowned and asked the reason why the boy had headed to the deserted Kajani desert. Eugene took a cup of tea and noted that he was not sitting here to be interrogated. The Sultan spread his hands and insisted that he wanted to protect the boy by assigning him a servant who would follow his master. Ramen tensed up. The Shah said that if he had followed the order, he and Eugene would not have been in such an awkward position. The Sultan was nervous. He understood that the boy felt discomfort, but his servants said that they followed the blonde, keeping a distance, and he attacked them hard. The hero grinned. Eugene rubbed his chin and thought that the interlocutor did not say a word about those assassins or sand mages of their tomb. He did not know for sure that the tomb of Hamel and Amelia was in the Kajani Desert. The blonde touched his chest and thought that it was time to finish here and leave. Lionheart said that if the Sultan's words were true, then there was a misunderstanding, but he was worried about how to explain it to his homeland. The Shah became nervous. The hero looked at him and noted that even if there was a misunderstanding, he had actually put the blonde in danger. The young man hinted that even if he told the whole situation, he did not know how it could be received. The ruler wanted to object, but Eugene interrupted him, saying that he did not want this to become a conflict between states. He did not want to involve his country. The Sultan narrowed his eyes and asked what the guy wanted. The hero calmly took a sip. He demanded 500 million. The warrior smiled. He believed that this was quite enough to smooth out all the misunderstandings. The man touched his beard and noted that the young man was very confident for 19 years old. He agreed to the conditions of the young gentleman. The hero calmly looked at his interlocutor. The Sultan asked him what he had seen in the desert. Eugene grinned and replied that it was the desert, because there was nothing else there, as the ruler had said. A statue, a coffin, a stone, all hidden by rocks. The boy smiled. There was nothing else there. Even the Sultan did not know about this tomb, and until Amelia herself said so, everything that had happened in that place would remain a secret. The blonde pointed to Raman standing behind him and said that he would take him with him and make him pay for threatening his life. The ruler smiled and offered the young man to see the execution of his servant with his own eyes. Raman was amazed. The boy waved his hand and said that he was not the kind of person to take people's lives for such a reason. He was going to make him his servant when he returned home. The Sultan agreed. Memories of Hamel. Annis was sitting on the battlefield. The hero approached her. The girl asked if God wanted quiet omnipotence, then why did he send such young people to certain death? The guy noticed that she was drunk. The heroine blushed and exclaimed that if he really was the light that was supposed to dispel the darkness, then why didn't he illuminate this impenetrable void himself? Hamel replied that there was Bermut. The girl turned around. The guy continued that he didn't know any god of light that she believed in, but there was their companion. He smiled and looked at the blonde. The warrior said that since the god couldn't watch over the whole world himself, he sent a living legend in the form of Bermut to confirm his existence. That's why he was the knight that the Moonlight Sword accepted as its master. The girl was surprised and said that she never thought she'd hear something like that from him. The guy frowned and was indignant that he wasn't saying this of his own free will, and it pissed him off that she was bothering herself with some nonsense while drunk. He extended his hand and asked her to share with him, and not to drink alone. Annis frowned and took the bottle. The girl replied that it was not alcohol, but holy water, and she could not give it to someone who lacked faith. The guy assured her that he would believe in the god of light, so let her give it. To which the blonde replied that she did not see any benefit in his false faith. Present tense. Eugene looked up. The sacred land of the sun, Hogany. There is a statue of Annis for prayer. The hero and his new servant looked at the silhouette of the saint. If you sail on a ship from the opposite side of the sea, you can get here, to Hogany. 200 years ago, Annis said her prayer here and began her pilgrimage to the other side of the desert. The guy looked sadly at the statue and thought that the saint came to pray at his grave. The seclusion of Senya and the pilgrimage of Annis. The times do not match at all. The sorceress arrived there a few years earlier, and then the priestess began her journey. She would not have been able to get to his tomb. The blonde crossed his arms. He thought that the girl would not have left those ruins just like that. Was Burma also connected to her disappearance? The hero frowned. He hadn't been able to find out anything in Hogany. Eugene looked at the piece of paper in his hand. It was the only clue Senya had left. Raman turned to the master with concern. The aristocrat looked at him carefully. The servant was worried. A week had passed since their arrival. The man wondered if the boy had changed his mind. The hero stood with his back to him. He replied that he was sure. The blonde looked forward resolutely and said that they were returning to Lionheart. Several people were standing in front of the portal. The fair-haired boy crossed his arms. He said that this scoundrel finally wanted to return after 2 years. The blonde smiled broadly and frowned. Cyan was waiting for his brother to check how much stronger he had become. The boy continued to stand in front of the portal. He was visibly nervous. The girl approached him. The blonde looked at her. It was Anasilla. She noticed that the young man was not very happy about his brother returning. The guy crossed his arms. He replied that he was glad about it, but it would have been better if the hero had not come. The young man frowned and said that if Eugene wanted to become the head of the family, he would give him his place. The girl looked at her interlocutor. She noted that if he did not do this, the hero would not claim it. Cyan glanced at her with displeasure and doubted that this would be the right decision for Lionheart. He said that the strongest heir should become the head of their family. The girl turned away and said that the young man was no longer a child, and the decision was entirely up to him. To become the head or to give in to his brother. He must choose himself. The blonde looked away and noticed that she did not want this. Anisilla sighed that she had been too strict with him. She remembered Theonis and said that she did not want to be like her. The lady did not want to hurt her children with excessive selfishness. The boy lowered his hands and noted that he was different from Yod. The woman agreed and asked the boy to make the right choice. She smiled and said that if Cyan decided that it would be right and noble, then she would value his opinion regardless of the outcome. The boy looked at her. The woman said that Eugene was his brother, even if their blood was different. Anisilla opened her fan and smiled. She suggested that the brothers talk when they meet, because the matter of choosing a leader can wait. The boy looked at her decisively and agreed. Eugene came out of the portal. He stopped in front of his relatives. The hero sighed and asked why they were meeting him if they would see each other at home anyway. Gerard rushed to his son in tears. He hugged the boy. The warrior smiled and put his hands on the man's shoulders. The boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and his father began to look much better. It seemed that he studied hard all the time. The man wiped away his tears. The hero noticed that Gerard's beard had grown a lot. The interlocutor answered that it was all thanks to the steroid hen. The guy was surprised that his father had become close to Gargui's father. He reminded him that he had asked him not to take steroids. The blonde noticed Anisilla standing behind him. Eugene bowed and apologized to his mother for greeting him late. The aristocrat waved her hand and replied that it was not worth communicating so seriously in the family. The hero looked around and asked where the head of the family was. The woman smiled and said that he was currently at the Black Lion Castle for the coming-of-age ceremony. She asked if the guy knew about the ceremony. The blonde was surprised. The family, including relatives, must be present at traditional Lionheart ceremonies, but only biological children take part in this ceremony. Anisilla said that Yod should have already gone through it, since he is 2 years older than Eugene. However, the ceremony had to be postponed due to the fact that he was isolated from the family due to the action of black magic. Next year, 3 people are coming of age: Cell, Cyan, and Eugene. The woman noted that this event will be more grandiose than before. The hero looked at her carefully and asked if it was the head's idea. The aristocrat replied that it was the desire of the upper house of parliament. A figure appeared behind the blonde. Raman came out of the portal. He looked confused. Anisilla was surprised and asked who it was. The warrior pointed and introduced his new servant and asked how old he was. The man replied that he was 32. The blonde smiled. The hero said that he had personally brought him and that he was a proven man. Eugene had not taught him anything as an escort, but simply planned to house him in a separate building and give him minor work. The guy turned to the maid. Nina smiled. The blonde nodded at Raman and asked the girl to take him and teach him, for example, cleaning the stables and the training hall and everything that bothered her. The maid was surprised if she could really do that to an escort. The man looked at his new master in confusion. The guy turned to him and explained that now Raman would be directly subordinate to Nina. The soldier looked at the girl in surprise. He had to treat the girl who was 10 years younger with respect. He squeezed her hand and thought that even if it was minor housework, he was gradually paying off the debt for saving his life. One day the moment would come when the master would need him, and then the servant would fight for the hero at the cost of his life. The blonde noticed his brother. Cyan looked at him with displeasure and said that if he had already greeted everyone, then let him talk to him. The brothers were walking along the path. The young man stopped and asked the hero who he really was. Eugene looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young man looked at the blonde suspiciously and clarified that he was indeed 19 years old, like him. The main character smiled and answered that, frankly speaking, he had been reborn. Cyan grimaced. The hero laughed. He thought that there was no point in asking if he didn't believe the truth anyway. The warrior smiled and looked at his interlocutor. Eugene chuckled that the young man had finally realized how amazing his brother was. The guy looked at the hero with disdain and said nothing. Cyan turned away and clenched his fist, saying that it had been 2 years for him too, but his brother seemed to have grown by 20. The young man had also put in a lot of effort, doing nothing but training with a sword in his hands. He had even risen to the 3rd level on his own. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that at the same time his brother had risen to the 4th. The blonde frowned and turned to the main character and asked him to become the head of the family. Eugene asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. His brother clenched his fists and exclaimed that he couldn't leave things like that. The guy exclaimed that the interlocutor was incomparably better than him and he couldn't become the head of the family. The warrior was surprised and said that Cyan would if he wanted to. The brother objected that he was not confident in himself. The hero suggested that they fight, since the young man wanted to give up this title, and if the boy won, then Eugene would follow his wish. The blonde was surprised and noted that there was no point in fighting over something like that. If he won, he would have to take the place of the head. The warrior rubbed his chin and noted that his brother was smarter than he seemed. He looked at Cyan and said that he should become the head of the family. Such a place should be occupied by someone strong-willed. The blonde smiled and said that he would not do such a tedious task. If the young man wanted to change his mind, then let him use force. Cyan exhaled. He put his hands on his hips and suggested that they at least fight in a duel, not in a battle. The blonde grinned and warned that his brother would not be able to defeat him. The young man hit the hero in the shoulder and replied that he knew it. Everyone watched in surprise. The two brothers clashed in a duel with swords. The hero smiled and thought that his opponent easily handled the weight of the weapon and lasted a long time. He had risen to level 3 and was showing progress in his mana control. The blonde frowned and thought that it would be difficult to find anyone on the continent who could compete with him in conserving a large amount of mana. Cyan was breathing heavily. The young man did not understand why he got tired so quickly, and his opponent swung his sword so smoothly as if they had just started. The hero swung with a smile while his competitor fought back. His sword struck, but at the same time stayed close to him. The brother parried the warrior's blow. The people around watched the duel. The man wondered if he could defeat Mr. Eugene if he fought seriously with swords. From behind, he heard, "Unlikely." The observer turned around. Hizari approached them. He said that 2 years ago, the blonde was very strong, but now the main character felt overwhelming power. The man looked at his brothers in surprise. Even though Cyan had been honing his skills all this time, his opponent took every attack without even moving. Eugene struck, and his opponent flew back. The young man crouched on the ground. The warrior looked at him from above. The guy looked at the hero with displeasure and asked how he managed to parry all the blows. The blonde threw his sword over his shoulder and replied that he was simply parrying. The brother exclaimed that this was a lie. He said that this was not a simple technique. The guy did not push away, but let the attacks pass by. Cyan noticed that his opponent compensated for all his blows and made him spend a lot of mana. The brothers stood opposite each other. The protagonist noted that the young man had sharp eyes. The interlocutor asked to tell. The warrior looked at him carefully. His face was distorted by a grin. He asked again if his brother really wanted to learn from him. The young man squeezed the handle of the sword with force, holding back his anger, and patiently remained silent. The hero agreed to help. His brother was surprised and asked again. Eugene replied that he didn't need to become the head of the family if he became strong enough. The warrior turned to the audience, noting that there were too many extra eyes. He threw down his sword and called his brother with him. The guy crossed his arms and looked at the younger one. The protagonist said that the young man would not be able to become better than him, but he would pull him up to a level where he would not be ashamed to become the head of Lionheart. The interlocutor hesitated. The warrior looked at him resolutely and repeated that he was not going to do anything he did not want, even become the head of the family. Cyan touched his chin and wondered that he had already been rejected 3 times, and whether there was anything wrong with that. He coughed and said that nothing could be done if his brother did not want to. The young man chuckled, saying that he lacked nobility because he did not even undergo the training of the heir. The blonde continued that, living in the village, the interlocutor could not get used to the social life of the Lionheart elite. The hero kicked him in the leg. Cyan grabbed his leg and asked why the warrior hit him. Eugene suggested that he think about it. The younger looked at his brother and asked when he would teach him. The guy thought for a moment and replied that he was busy now and would write the instructions sometime later. If the interlocutor would train after reading, it would do some good. The brother looked at him with displeasure and suggested that the elder was lying because he wanted to get rid of him. He agreed, but assured that he was not lying. A wide steep mountain in the southern part of Kiel, Mount Uklas. The great Bermut, the last duke of the Kinnel state, stepped down and moved to his personal home in the capital. 300 years later, Mount Uklas remains the property of Lionheart. The highest point on this mountain is the Black Lion Palace, the place where the great Bermut spent most of his time, as well as his burial place. The parliament was sitting at the table. Gilade read the letter. He looked at those present and said that Eugene had returned home. The man opposite him replied that it was very timely, because there were no more than 2 months left this year. Gilade hesitated whether to invite the hero here. The interlocutor smiled and said that the one who had done the deeds was the head of the family. The fact that a non-blood child had returned would be a historic event in the history of the family. The gray-haired man frowned and thought that he still felt uncomfortable around him, even though he had known him since childhood. The elder with the most experience in the family, the immortal white lion, Doin Leonhardt. The men sat opposite each other. Doin said that the guy had certainly justified his place, but unfortunately, there were many difficulties with this generation. The girl with the cigar crossed her arms and intervened in the conversation. The blonde looked carefully at those around her and said that she had personally seen Eugene in arrows. She asked if it was a problem that he was not a biological child, since his abilities were important. Doin looked at her and said that no matter how perceptive the girl was, the protagonist could not represent the Black Lion. She snorted in response. The elder leaned on his hands and grinned. He said that he would see with his own eyes at the coming-of-age ceremony. The old man smiled, saying that the youth's abilities were recognized even by the upper house of parliament, so he was allowed to enter the family as a biological child, and he received an offer to become the head of the family. However, in a few months, the hero will become an adult. At that time, everyone will have to seriously think about the title of head of the family. The elder asked if the youth had been to Naham. Gilade looked at his interlocutor and answered in the affirmative. Doin scratched his beard. He thought that before that, the boy had learned magic and arrows, and judging by the gossip, he was very talented in magic. He was taken in as a follower by the tower's owner and developed connections with the crown prince of arrows. The elder stopped smiling. The man said that people with the surname Lionheart are like a huge pack of lions. The advantage is that the head of the family can raise his children as he wishes. However, it is not very good if an already grown lion leaves the pack. Gilade tensed up and noticed that the guy decided so himself. The old man waved his hand and replied that he appreciated the hero's desire, but such freedom should be limited. He grinned and asked if they really wanted to accept him as the next head of the family. The interlocutor looked at the elder seriously and said that it was quite possible if Eugene wanted it. The girl jingled her watch and interrupted, sure that the guy would not want it. Carmen frowned and said that, according to Ciel, he was so disgusting that she would reject this place. The elder grinned. The man hoped that the hero would not change his mind. The blonde asked in surprise about the Black Lion's palace. The two brothers stood in front of Anasilla. She was holding a fan. The woman said that she thought that the members of the upper house would come there for the coming-of-age ceremony, but they invited the boys personally. The noblewoman smiled and explained that Ciel was already there, so the brothers could go together. Eugene looked at her calmly, and his brother looked surprised next to him. The hero asked when they should set out, and heard in response, "As soon as you are ready." The blonde turned to the exit and called Cyan with him. The warrior said that they would leave right away, because everything they needed should already be in the palace. The brothers hurried along the corridor. The protagonist turned to his companion. He was holding a book in his hands. The young man said that he had read the book that his brother wrote for him. The guy poked at the book with displeasure. He exclaimed that there were only methods of cruel bullying, and did he really need to do that? If you repeat these practices, you can simply lose all your mana. The hero looked at him calmly and replied that he followed what was written. The boy thought that it was a mana training technique from his past life, but he updated it to suit his brother. He turned to Cyan and said that he had to do the exercises even if he couldn't, even through tears of blood. The hero bared his teeth and said that then the boy would at least be able to catch up with his shadow. That's what the head of the Lionheart family should be like. The boy was horrified. He snorted and waved his brother away. The warrior teased his interlocutor. Cyan looked worried. The boy was worried about the Black Lion Palace because for the first time the coming-of-age ceremony was taking place elsewhere. He approached the main hero and suggested that because of Yod, they, his brothers, were getting a lot of attention from the higher-ups. The blonde man grew gloomy and wagged his finger, saying that perhaps they were planning to punish them altogether, and this was a warning for a chatterbox like the hero. The warrior looked at his companion and asked about him. Cyan thought about it. He assumed that they wanted to congratulate him in advance because he was starting to prepare to become the head. Or they could let him enter the tomb of his ancestor. His interlocutor became serious. His gaze became gloomy. Somewhere in the Aklas Mountains, there was a grave of Burmat, but the location was kept secret. Therefore, even Gilade, being the head of the Lionheart family, knew little about this grave. Burmat was not supposed to die peacefully, as written in history. The hero wanted to see him in person and verify his guesses. Meanwhile, his brother stood in anticipation and fantasized that perhaps they would even give him a magic spear or a sledgehammer of destruction. The weapon of the Demon King of Terror is the magic spear Ruintos. The weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter is the sledgehammer of destruction Jigolas. Both of these weapons are not kept in the family estate, but in the Black Lion Castle. The owner of the spear is currently the elder of the family, the immortal White Lion, Doin Lionheart, and the sledgehammer is in the hands of his grandson, the head of the 1st Knightly Regiment of the Black Lion, Dominic Lionheart. The hero's brother crossed his arms and sighed that the members of the upper house have already grown old. They should have retired long ago. The young man hurried after Eugene. He was still thinking that the elder was planning to retire after giving him the spear. The protagonist waved him off. The blonde stood in his room, holding a sword. He took the weapon out of its sheath, the blade glowed. The guy completely drew the sword and smiled. Mana appeared every time he drew the sword, just like before. A shard was attached to the blade, which the hero received at the auction on Bolero Street. The artifact strengthened the sword when used. Eugene looked determined. He thought that if he collected all the parts, the blade would be restored. The blonde hid the sword inside his cloak and thought he would not rush. First, he needed to find Burmat's grave. The hero looked out the window. He had not expected to leave the castle a few days after arriving. What should he do with the statue and the stones in the square? The guy wanted to talk to Gilade and put the statue near the house, but he could not contact him yet. The warrior grinned slyly. He had an idea. Eugene looked at his brother and asked if he was going on a date. Cyan crossed his arms and frowned, asking where the other man was going looking like that. The young man looked at his brother's equipment. He noted the black rock robe, which looked cool. The guy looked at the hero enviously and noted that the cloak was covered in spells for convenience, and there was a subspace there. The warrior turned to his brother, who was embarrassed. He warned him that he would not let him wear the robe. The gates to the Black Lion Palace were open. The brothers stood in front of the portal. The hero resolutely led his companion. They passed through the gate together. The wind hit Eugene's face. Cyan screamed in fear. The warrior grinned and noted that the brothers had only just begun and were already having fun. The heirs of Lionheart were flying down from a bird's eye view. The protagonist was falling down. He saw a castle in the distance. Looking at the black flag with the emblem of a lion, he wondered if they needed to go there. The white-haired man grinned, mentally noting that if Bermut's grave was somewhere on this mountain, he would be able to find it while exploring the island. Cyan was flying below him, screaming loudly. The boy looked at him and thought that if falling from the sky was the beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony, then they should not die, and there should be at least a minimal defense mechanism. Wind currents appeared around him as he realized that it would be better to think about himself. People gathered on one of the towers of the castle. The men of the Lionheart family were watching the test. Doyne asked the man behind him if this was the power of air. He told him it was hover magic. He smiled softly, saying that the boy was not even confused, and then noted his free use of magic. Without turning to Efgard, he asked to tell him more about this magic. The man replied that even for the lightest hover spell, 4 circles were used. Adjusting his glasses, he explained that the speed was steely despite falling from such a height, and all the rules of balance were observed. He added that he could see at least 5 circles. With a smile on his face, Doyne asked the patriarch what stage Eugene was at now. Gilade glanced at him and said that before the trip he had 3 circles, and last year they received a letter stating that he had reached 4. The old man began to laugh loudly, noting that he was only 19 years old. He added that maybe in a year everything would be even better. Klein looked at him with dumbfounded eyes and said that it was impossible. He asked how a guy could reach the 5th circle without going through the ceremony. He frowned when a voice from the side pointed out that just because he was defective, it didn't mean everyone else was. The man looked at Carmen standing on the railing and asked if she had just insulted him. He said that it had been 10 years since he had received a high-ranking position. The girl looked at him with displeasure and told him to stop saying her name with such a smirk, because other people might think that he was proud of her as a grandfather. Klein pointed his finger at her and said that it was all because she didn't look her age. He asked how much longer she would remain like that. The white-haired girl replied that it was much better to look young than old. The old man tensed his arms and with a furious expression, he asked her to show solidarity since she had entered the upper chamber, adding that at 60 she acted as if she was in her 22nd. Carmen bit into her cigar. Klein covered his mouth with his hand. Doyne turned to Dominic behind him and told him to come with him. The head of the first nightly Black Lion frowned and agreed. As he turned around, Gilade approached and began to ask if it would be worthwhile to conduct a test on the occasion of arrival. The man asked, did he really not trust them? The patriarch lowered his eyes, saying that he did not. Doyne looked forward and noted that this was different from the inheritance ceremony, and one should not underestimate the experience of the boys for their age. The white-haired man, looking at his back, said that he thought that if they were going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony, it would be a good idea to call Yod. The man turned his head and asked him, was he still attached to his eldest son? He turned his body and said that he completely understood his fatherly feelings, but he needed to stop dwelling on it because he himself knew that the guy was now living a peaceful and quiet life on his mother's family estate. Gilade frowned, saying that he was still the eldest son in the family, and although he could not become the head of the family, he still had the right to go through the coming-of-age ceremony. A hand fell on his shoulder. Doyne said as he passed by that he had already come of age. The orcs with huge teeth growled loudly. Eugene cut them down with a blow of his sword. The monsters fell to the ground. Looking at them, the white-haired man mentally noted that the 2-headed ogres were appropriating the territory of the entire forest, so it was impossible to meet 2 of them in one place. Raising his head to the sun, he thought that they were probably hunting, and not only them. He mentally noted that this forest was home to all the monsters living here. Starting to walk on the grass, the guy thought that there was no limit to mana here, and they could not just fall from the sky just for the sake of hunting. He walked through the forest. A leaf flew in front of his face. The white-haired man smiled contentedly. He jumped back when a red dragon appeared in front of him. The monster stopped for a while. Eugene raised his head and asked when she started moving on the wyvern. Ciel pulled the reins on the dragon, asking how he dodged. The guy waved his hand and replied that the wind had sped up very strangely. He stroked his neck with his hand and said that he thought it was too easy for the monster. He asked how she could attack without even saying hello if they hadn't seen each other for so long. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes and asked if his head hurt. The white-haired man looked up and asked why it should hurt. Ciel pointed to her forehead and said that there were barriers installed around the entire perimeter that were supposed to cloud the mind. The protagonist looked back, noting that now he understood why he felt a little dizzy at the beginning. The girl asked if that was all. The guy grinned slyly and replied that he was psychologically strong. Ciel remembered her brother with surprised eyes and mentally noted that this barter destroys consciousness, showing a person the illusion of his inner fears, and when Cyan rolled out the hallucination of the ghost, he began to squeal. Eugene looked at her with a smile and thought that in that life he experienced so many psychological attacks that he was already tired of it. Besides, the barrier in this forest does not intentionally destroy the mind completely. Starting to get off the dragon, the girl said that she did not want to attack right away, and planned to just watch how he would react to the sudden fear. She began to get her rapier. The guy reached for the sword, thinking that he did not expect that he would start a fight with her so spontaneously. He took out his weapon and said with a smile that he was not going to give in. Ciel ran along the dragon. The protagonist put out his sword. Having hit it, the girl jumped up. He stopped at a tree. A second later, she pushed off from him. The white-haired girl hit her opponent again and jumped back. Blue spheres began to appear near her. Eugene pointed his finger and asked if she could dodge in the air. The dragon roared. He flapped his wings, giving his mistress a boost. The protagonist noted with a surprised face that she had accelerated with the help of wyvern wings. Ciel was flying with the sword. She frowned. The guy jumped back from her attack. She clenched her teeth in displeasure. The girl jumped after him. Eugene swung his whip. The rope came untied around the opponent's waist. He slammed her to the ground. The white-haired man pulled the whip towards himself, noting that he had caught her. The girl raised her head and said that she had not yet. A dragon appeared behind him. The protagonist jumped back from its teeth. He swung his sword. The tied-up Ciel screamed loudly, asking not to kill the dragon. The white-haired man looked at her with dumbfounded eyes. The girl clenched her fists and exclaimed, asking her not to kill him. The protagonist put his sword back in its sheath, thinking that it was a huge impudence on her part, first to scare him, and now to ask for such a thing. Looking at the dragon flying at him, he told him to consider himself lucky today. He kicked it in the face. The guy rose higher into the air. He raised his fist. A second later, he hit the dragon in the forehead. The monster landed on the ground. Ciel took off the ropes. Her rapier glowed with a bright light. She took off. The girl put the weapon forward. Eugene put his hand under the blade. The white-haired woman clenched her teeth tightly, wondering if he had really gone crazy, trying to resist the sword with his bare hands. She pulled the blade aside. The protagonist grabbed her hand. He put her hand behind her back. The guy hit his opponent under the knee and knocked her to the ground. Ciel looked at him and asked if he could be a little softer. The guy smirked and replied that only if she stopped attacking. While the relative was pressing on her with his body, she said that the outcome was obvious from the start and she could not test his abilities. Eugene took his hands away from her. Getting to her feet, the girl asked if he had really foreseen the trajectory of her rapier. The white-haired man smiled and replied that he had done that too. Ciel was breathing heavily and said that if she had attacked directly, he could have lost his arm. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and said that he was sure that she would do it, so he did not expose himself. He smirked smugly and said that from the moment he got here, he had been haunted by continuous confusion. He asked if she could tell him everything already, since she had already been caught. The girl sheathed her weapon and said that he needed to go to the Black Lion Castle. The guy frowned and said that he knew that himself. He said that about the fact that it was annoying here. Ciel glanced at him sideways and said that there were 60 people of the Black Lion Knighthood, including the generals. She introduced a bunch of people, saying that they were all spread out on this mountain to attack them. Eugene crossed his arms and asked if this was too much for a coming-of-age ceremony. The girl pointed her finger, introduced Doine's gloomy face and noted that the upper house was carefully evaluating him, and poor Cyan was caught in the crossfire. The protagonist touched his chin, noting that they were generous with 60 people. The white-haired girl looked at him and said that the Ukla's mountain was very spacious, and those people played the role of not only attacking, but also protecting the passages to particularly harsh places. The guy asked again with a puzzled face. Standing in front of his relative, he asked what kind of harsh places. Ciel introduced the monsters and said that these are dangerous areas, and there are a lot of monsters on the mountain here, and although there are only ogres in the area, but if you go deeper, then compared to those monsters, games will seem like a joke. Shock appeared on Eugene's face. The girl waved her hand when he asked her what they were doing there. She replied that the Black Lion Knighthood breeds them for experience in battles. The protagonist frowned, noting that they were simply released into the mountains, although they are not cattle that can be hunted. He asked how they breed monsters here if there is an ancestor's tomb on the mountain. Ciel brought her eyebrows together and asked why he was angry with her. The guy replied that he could not help but flare up at her as a family member. The white-haired girl with a blush on her cheeks asked when he had been so actively involved in family affairs. She turned away and waved her hand, saying that as far as she knew, there were no monsters in the area where the tomb was, and she had only been hunting a few times, so she hadn't heard anything about the tomb. Eugene frowned, imagining the old man's face, and thought that the upper house was most likely watching him. And although he wanted to pretend that he was heading to the castle and exploring the mountain area, now it became clear that it was better to keep a low profile. He touched his chin, thinking that he only had a backup plan left, and first he needed to get to the castle. Ciel climbed onto the dragon when she was called. The guy pointed and asked if her wyvern could fly there in one go. The girl looked away and asked him not to talk nonsense. The dragon began to rise to its feet, while she said that it had better get out of here as soon as possible since other knights should be coming here soon. The protagonist looked around. He extended his hand and lunged. The white-haired girl started. She jumped, avoiding the attack. Eugene concentrated a stream of wind in his hand. He threw his opponent back with a blow. The guy jumped on the dragon. It began to kick and scream loudly. He froze when the main character said in a gloomy voice that if he did not want to get hit again, he should fly as he said. Ciel watched as her dragon took off. The monster and its rider flew past her. She landed on the ground. The guy sat on the frightened dragon while the owner loudly asked him to come back. He said that he would kill him on the spot if he flew back. His eyes widened. Ahead, he saw a bunch of dragon riders. Frowning, Eugene mentally noted that he did not see General Carmen of the 3rd Division, and although he did not know the others, they did not look like generals. The guy started to take out his weapon while Dominic was nearby telling him that their goal was just testing, so they had to be careful not to hurt him too badly. The white-haired man looked at him with a dark gaze, mentally noting that the abilities of the Black Lion Knighthood were amazing, and even in his past life, there was no one who surpassed them in strength. Looking at the dragon riders, he thought that if their attacks did not have the intent to kill, they would not be able to test him. The protagonist smiled smugly, mentally saying that he would test them. He jumped forward from the dragon. Dominic put out his hand, shouting for him to stop. The other knights readied their bows. They shot at the white-haired man. The guy waved his robe, absorbing the attacks. He turned sharply in the air. Then he fired 3 arrows back. The knight parried them with their swords. Eugene found himself behind one of the men. He blocked his attack with his blade. Eugene reached out with his hand. He threw the rider down. A man with a weapon was rushing towards him. He lunged forward. Jumping to the side, the boy looked at his opponent. Seeing a grown man in front of him, he recognized him as Nathan, the lieutenant colonel of the 3rd Division, whom he saw in Aerof. The lieutenant colonel returned to the dragon. Looking at the hovering youth, he asked where he left Mrs. Ciel. The protagonist began to pull a spear out of his robe, answering that he left her on the ground. He grabbed the handle. He and Nathan arranged a confrontation of their weapons. The man was slightly thrown back. He frowned his gray eyebrows, surprised that the first attack was not from him. Eugene flew past. He was heading towards the castle, thinking that there was no point in fighting them, because everything would end anyway as soon as he reached the castle. A stone was flying at him from the side. The boy jumped away from a huge boulder. He looked with surprised eyes, trying to understand where it came from. The woman behind him greeted him. She kicked him away. The protagonist flew to the ground. A second before impact, he used parry magic. The woman landed. The white-haired man put his hands in front of him, thinking that he guessed that the Black Lion colonels would not pass him by, and she should have appeared. Looking at the woman with long white hair, he recognized her as the lieutenant colonel of the 3rd Division of the Black Lion, Carmen. She said that she seemed to be late with the greeting. Knights appeared behind her. Eugene smiled and asked if they were paying too much attention to him. The woman introduced a guy running from ghosts and said that he was simply better than others, and Cyan still had not overcome his fears. He waved her hand and asked him not to think badly of them, noting that this meant that they singled him out, and since she intervened, it meant that his testing would end prematurely. The lieutenant colonel opened a pocket watch. She looked at the protagonist and said that if he could barely stand on his feet after 3 minutes, they would take him to the castle immediately after finishing. The white-haired man agreed with a puzzled expression. Carmen looked at him with a gloomy gaze and added that there was no need to continue the exam if he could stand it. She asked if he was not confident in his abilities, and then said that if it was too long for him, they could finish in 1 minute. Eugene put his hands on his belt and laughed, thinking that he was confident in himself for everything that he did not think would happen. He looked up with a dissatisfied look. Smirking smugly, he said that he was young and full of strength and energy, and then began to ask if it would not be a problem for her to fight for 3 minutes, hinting at her age. The woman looked at the running hands. The knights trembled from her negative aura. She threw the watch to Dominic and asked him to mark a minute. Carmen slapped her foot on the ground. Flaming with energy, she assumed a fighting stance and said that she thought that would be enough. The protagonist, engulfed in blue flames, reached for his sword. The lieutenant colonel rushed forward. Opa tried to kick her opponent. The boy swung his blade. The woman blocked the attack. She threw the boy back. The white-haired boy skidded to a stop on the ground. Carmen's eyes widened. Eugene had 2 swords in his hands. Looking at him, the woman mentally noted that she thought she had broken his rib, but he was faster than she expected. She frowned, thinking that it was time to stop playing with this boy. She rushed to attack. Carmen dodged the sword strike, then she blocked from the other side. The boy blocked her blow with his blade. The woman jumped back from the attack. She dodged the stream of blows. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he was amazed by her skills and that she could have gained great fame even in that era with her skills. Looking at her concentrated face, he thought that she inspired the same sense of fear as Amelia. He thought that it would be better not to rush to conclusions, because that witch really intended to kill him. Eugene smirked and mentally noted that he wanted to fight the old woman without limiting his strength, and although he could not defeat her now, even with the use of ignition. The woman struck the sword. Jumping back, she swung again. The guy held a partially broken sword in front of him. Throwing it back, he asked if they were late. Carmen froze in shock. She looked at her palm, thinking that 3 whole minutes had passed, and she still had not hit him. She clenched her fist and mentally noted that even though she was holding him there, she couldn't overpower such a young guy. The woman froze and asked if there was another minute left. The protagonist answered negatively, noting that he had been counting the seconds the entire fight. The lieutenant colonel looked at him with displeasure and asked if he had really managed to do that too. The white-haired man scratched his cheek and replied that it was her own fault for setting a time limit. The man clapped his hands. He stepped forward and said that it was simply excellent. The guy saw a demonic weapon behind him. Frowning, he mentally noted that it was the weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter, the Jagola's sledgehammer of destruction. He thought that it turned out that the current owner of the sledgehammer was the lieutenant colonel of the 1st Division of the Black Lion. Smiled broadly and said that for a 19-year-old, his movements were simply amazing. He spread his arms wide and said that he had already heard about the boy's outstanding powers, but thought that they were just rumors to embellish the truth. Dominic said that he had changed his mind. Eugene bowed his head and said that it was unnecessary. The man looked at Carmen and asked if additional checks were necessary. The woman looked away and said that this was enough. Turning around and starting to leave, she said that they needed to return to the castle. Ciel clenched her fists in anger and called her relative. Flying on a dragon over the white-haired man, she indignantly asked how he dared to leave her. When she landed on the ground, the guy noted that she was able to get there since her wyvern was very smart and was able to find its owner. He smiled widely and said that now they needed to go to the Black Lion Castle and then asked if she would move him. The girl with a surprised face asked if he really wanted to fly with her. Looking at her and the dragon, the protagonist asked if she really minded. Ciel looked away and began to say that she didn't really mind. They were flying among the dragon riders. The girl glanced back and told him to sit closer to him, otherwise he would fall. Eugene replied that he would not die even if he fell down. While they were flying at high speed, the white-haired girl asked him not to hold her scales because it hurt her. The young man asked how such a vulnerable lizard could be called a wyvern then. Ciel frowned and said that wyverns are very sensitive. Putting his hands on her hips, the guy asked if this was okay. The embarrassed girl answered in the affirmative. They turned down. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked what she was doing. The white-haired girl smiled widely and replied that flying around was like a walk, very refreshing. She laughed when the guy with a disgruntled face said that he would be more refreshed by a medium steak, and immediately after that a bath. The girl told him not to think that he would be let go so easily. The dragon rushed forward. There was a flag with a lion on the castle tower. Carmen and Eugene walked along the corridor. Walking forward, the woman said that they were short of people. She held a cigar in her mouth and said that many more knights were needed to protect the great Lionheart family. The guy looked at her and asked what ideas she had. He said that unlike the main white lions, the knighthood consisted only of family members. Without turning around to look at him, the lieutenant colonel answered that, in addition to defense, family problems also needed to be solved, and you can't trust strangers with such things. The protagonist froze with surprised eyes when she invited him to join the knighthood. He raised an eyebrow and said that she had already received an answer from him 2 years ago. Carmen turned around and said that they hadn't seen his abilities then, but that had changed today. She said that the position of lieutenant colonel of the 2nd Division was vacant. Eugene asked her with a puzzled face what they had been doing without him for the past 2 years. The woman answered that they had tried to find him, but his character had been unbearable. She introduced the man and said that his technique was similar to Gino's, adding that it was probably because he was his protege. The white-haired man waved his hand and replied that he had never even seen him. The lieutenant colonel said that they would get along well if he agreed to her proposal and also took his contribution to the honor of the knighthood. The protagonist, with a tired face, replied that he was satisfied with the honor of the family, but it was better to exalt his beloved self. Carmen, without turning around, said that the upper house was treating him with caution, and that Nahama's position had become questionable lately because he had been there of his own free will. Eugene raised an eyebrow and asked if they thought he was in cahoots with those people. The woman introduced a small boy and an adult Yod, saying that although the probability was small, they could not completely eliminate her. She asked if he thought anyone could have predicted that the eldest son of the Lionheart family would start using dark magic. Carmen imagined the protagonist surrounded by people and said that he could also receive offers, and although he had outstanding talent, there were limits to kinship. She asked if they would offer to help him become the head of the family. The guy raised an eyebrow and replied that he did not want to become one. The lieutenant colonel bit her cigar and suggested thinking about it from another angle. For example, someone with such powers would want to hire him. She asked what the Sultan told him. Walking behind her, the white-haired asked if this was an interrogation and received a positive answer. He grinned slyly and said that in that case there was no point in answering it. He stopped. Looking at the door ahead, Eugene said that he was not a parrot to repeat what he had said in this room. Carmen opened the door. The men gathered at the table in front. Doyne folded his arms with a smile. Gilade looked away. Klein and a specialist in weekend magic were sitting nearby. Then the guy saw Lieutenant Colonel of the 1st Division Dominic and Colonel of the 2nd Division Genos. Eugene bowed to them and greeted them, saying his name. He raised a gloomy gaze and apologized for the suddenness. Doyne narrowed his eyes. The white-haired man waved his hand, asking to look. A statue of Hamel and a memorial stone appeared in front of him. The man looked in surprise. Klein stroked his beard and asked what it meant. Doyne began to rise. He approached the stone and the statue. He began to read the information. Squinting, the man said that the name Hamel Dinas was written on it. Gilade jumped up sharply and asked again. He asked with surprised eyes if this was really crazy Hamel. The old man looked at the protagonist and asked where he found it. The guy brought his eyebrows together and replied that he found it in his tomb. Genos was shocked, thinking about the tomb of Lord Hamel. Looking at the men, Eugene said that as everyone knew, he had been studying magic in Aroth for 2 years. Introducing the sorceress Senya, he said that in the Royal Library of Akrian, in the domain of the Great Senya, he learned about the tomb of Hamel through sorcery. Doyne drew his eyebrows together and asked him how. The white-haired man understood his eyes and answered that it was because for the first time someone from the Lionheart House took up sorcery, and he thought that it was influenced by Senya herself. He imagined Burma leaving the body of his past incarnation, and noted that Lord Hamel was an old friend of their ancestor, and unlike the others, he could not return from Helmaud and sacrificed his body for the sake of the others. Eugene smirked inwardly, thinking that even he himself was embarrassed to say such a thing. He said that while wandering through the Nahama desert, he simply came across his tomb. Looking at the statue, he added that it was heavily damaged, and only the statue and that stone remained intact. The protagonist recalled the knight and the girl and began to tell that there was also a death knight who killed Hamel, and whom he then crushed, but then encountered a dungeon master with a bad reputation, Amelia Marvin. The man with glasses asked in shock how he remained alive after meeting the death knight. The protagonist frowned and said that it was all thanks to the appearance of the King of Death, who was imprisoned. Gilade muttered with a surprised face. The gloomy Klein asked if Mr. Helmaud really appeared in person. The white-haired man put his hand on his chest and confirmed, saying that he stopped Amelia, who was going to kill him, and told him to go, conveying a warning. Recalling the giant golem with his own face, Eugene quoted that irresponsible freedom is just arbitrariness, and that his good nature has its limits. Doyne froze in shock. The boy frowned, thinking that he should have conveyed this, and although he did not know what their agreement with Burma was, but they should be prepared for the end of the tranquility. He waved his hand and noted that he also told them not to confuse his kindness with privilege, and if they stopped fearing him, then he would no longer respect them. The man looked away and sighed. He sat down at the table. Covering his forehead with his hand, he said that he did not think Eugene would convey this to them. He added that he planned to find out where he was, but now they had more important problems. Klein frowned and stated that the King of Death definitely had a plan, and if they were afraid of him, then the tranquility would continue. Doyne looked sadly at Gilade, who said that if he had already warned, then this calm would definitely end soon. He drew his eyebrows together and said that Nahama had been occupying Tiras for hundreds of years, and if Helmaud was behind this evil. He asked who would prove that the King of Death would remain silent in response. The old man smiled nervously and asked if in that case the head of the family should not find the King of Death and ask. Raising his head, he imagined a gloomy silhouette and said that it would not be surprising if their calm ended, and the two most powerful kings of death would become the head of the family, because their followers, dark magicians, were scattered throughout the continent. Introducing the guy sitting on his knees, the man said that 300 years ago, the great Burmat took only 4 colleagues and defeated the King of Carnage, Cruelty and Passion, but he could not defeat the King of Destruction. He clenched his fist and waved the other, asking which of their family would be able to fight him at this time, the old man or his grandson Dominic. Gilade opened his mouth and realized that this situation was not only threatening their family, this warning was targeting the entire world. Doyne folded his arms and said that they were the descendants of the great Burmat, and they should stand at the front if Helmaud showed up. Gilade frowned when asked if he thought they were ready for this. Klein waved his hand and said that it was not only their family that was encroaching on the kindness of the Death King, there were also other countries that were preparing their armed forces for these changes of Helmaud. He clenched his fist and realized that these evil haters of the Death King would immediately want to attack him as soon as they learned of the warning. Doin rubbed his chin and said that they did not plan to fight him directly because they were only brave in words, and if the situation worsened, they would retreat immediately. There was a lively negotiation in the room. Eugene frowned and thought that all these theories were meaningless, and judging by their words, no one would declare open war on Helmut. He thought that he did not care, since the decision to kill all the Death Kings would remain unchanged. A man looked in his direction and asked what he would do with this. The guy turned his head and told him what he wanted to leave on the grave of his ancestor. He pointed to the stone and said that Hamel's tomb had already been destroyed, and then asked to look at the tombstone. Doin touched his chin and began to recite insults, but the protagonist asked to read below. While he looked at his statue, the man recited that despite this, praising his bravery, sincerity, wisdom, and greatness, because he sacrificed for everyone and stupidly died first. The white-haired man clenched his fist and said that his ancestor sincerely mourned his death, and therefore he believed that it was better to place it next to the grave. He introduced the sorceress and said that although he could not learn magic from Senya, then he introduced Rovirian and noted that her mentor was her descendant. Imagining how he held energy in his palm, he said that therefore he could be called her student. Eugene, with an emotionless face, mentally noted that he never thought he would ever say such a thing. He said that he was Senya's student and a descendant of their common ancestor, who was the one who commemorated the deceased Hamel at the slab. Slamming his fist on his chest, the protagonist said that he believed that he should be the one to place this statue and slab at his tomb. Doin touched his chin and replied that he understood him. He looked at Gilade and said that it was not easy to get in there and it was difficult to get permission right away. The patriarch frowned and said that if this was a Hamel tombstone, then it belonged on the grave of an ancestor. Carmen crossed her arms, saying that since Eugene had found them, she looked at the men, saying that he was the one who would carry them there. The old man folded his arms and said that then all that was left was for him to open the way exclusively. The boy smiled broadly, realizing that now he would not have to search for her secretly. In his mind, he clenched his fist, thinking that he couldn't open the coffin on the spot, but he could return by remembering the location. Doin waved his hand and said that it would take time, so let him keep the statue and slab for now. The white-haired man looked at him and agreed. He wondered if there was a magic seal there. Genos began to rise when he was asked to accompany the protagonist to the room. The old man looked at Gilade and told him to think twice before appointing an adopted child as the head of the family, because they still had something to talk about. Eugene followed the man down the hall. Looking at his back, he mentally noted that he was a general of the 2nd Division of the Black Lion, and they said that he had a bad character. The man, without turning around, asked to show the slab and statue again. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow and agreed, then asked why. The general opened his mouth. As tears flowed down his cheeks, he said that he wanted to leave a flower there. Eugene jumped back and began to ask why he was crying so suddenly. Genos answered that he was not crying. Raising his head, he replied that sometimes he had allergies, and traces flowed regardless of his mood. The guy froze with a puzzled face, wondering if he was crazy. There were flowers by the tombstone. The man was kneeling. The protagonist tried to understand why he brought flowers and glowed so much in front of his statue. He began to imagine a family tree, thinking that maybe his descendants married Bermut's descendants and had children. He realized that this was impossible since he never had children. Eugene looked at the crying Genos and asked if he was somehow related to Sir Hamel. The white-haired man began to rise. He turned around and said that he was his student. The guy's eyes turned white from shock. As he looked at the statue, he tried to understand in his mind what he was talking about since he had never had any students. The man said that in truth, he did not study directly under Sir Hamel. He furrowed his brows and said that like all branch families, his family had separated from the main family and his distant ancestor was the 2nd son of Bermut. He introduced the white-haired man, saying that the eldest son had succeeded Bermut as the patriarch of the family, and although the ancestors did not become patriarchs, they were able to inherit more than just the white flame method from the main family. Introducing the two friends, he said that Sir Bermut had taught him the skill of divination with Hamel. The protagonist froze in shock. Looking at him, Genos asked if he had found Hamel's secret book in his grave. He recalled himself with a surprised face, saying that he had seen his fight with Carmen in the previous trial. Recalling one of the blows, the man said that the boy had used a special technique against her that Sir Bermut had taught his ancestor, the Hamel technique. He furrowed his fair brows and said that it was a technique that could not be immigrated to without a deep understanding of mana control and a genius sense of combat. He added that, however, if he had received a secret book from the grave, he would not be able to understand it. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that that idiot Bermut had arbitrarily taught his descendants the Hamel technique 300 years ago. He looked up at his distant relative and asked why Bermut had taught his 2nd son this technique if he could not become the patriarch of the family. Introducing the man in the cape with the lion emblem, Genos said that after Sir Bermut's eldest son became the patriarch of the family, Many branches were born, and as the family's power grew, the number of impure elements inevitably increased. He added that his ancestor was the first black lion to condemn these people. The white-haired man touched his chin, realizing that the second son would be returned, who could not become the patriarch of the family, was raised as a hound to keep the other families in check. He smirked and mentally noted that he wanted to say that in his opinion, his technique could take care of the white flame method for his subordinates and the main family. The man waved his hand and said that if Eugene had Sir Hamel's secret book, he asked to give it to him. The boy ran his hand through his hair and suggested that they first look at the genealogy. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and replied that if he thought about it, he could say that he was Sir Hamel's direct disciple, so if we were to rely on the genealogy. He asked if he was in a higher position than Geno's. The man froze with a puzzled expression. The protagonist pointed at him and said that he was the senior disciple and Geno's was the junior, even though he was born several decades earlier. He said that if he claimed to be a disciple of Hamel, he should address him as a senior disciple. The white-haired man waved his hand and asked if there was a secret book in the grave after all. Eugene replied that there was, but he memorized it and burned it. He lifted his chin and asked if he heard what he said in front of the Senate. He repeated that he was attacked by a death knight, so he could not keep it. The protagonist pointed to his temple and said that if Sir Geno's considered him a senior disciple, he would compare his Hamel technique, which was passed down in his family, with the one stored in the secret book in his head and make up for all the shortcomings. He waved his hand and asked what he would say. The man frowned and asked if he really memorized all the contents of the book. The white-haired man remembered Amelia's laughter and let him just choose how to talk to him, formally or informally. Geno's folded his arms and asked if he should call him senior disciple in front of the others. Eugene crossed his arms over his chest, saying that if he did that, it would be weird and he would have to explain everything to the others. He said to only address him as senior disciple when they were alone. The man furrowed his brows and agreed with the senior disciple. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked the younger disciple how much longer he was going to keep him here. He asked why he didn't take him to a room. They ended up in a room alone. The guy crossed his arms and threw his leg over his head, listening to what a total of 10 techniques that Sir Bermut had passed down to their family. He looked up, wondering if he really had 10 techniques. He thought that first of all, ignition was the only technique that had a big name, and the rest were just used depending on the situation. Eugene rested his chin on his fist and asked him to continue. He held out his hand when the man said that the Hamel style was ignition. Eugene covered his face with his hand, knowing that it was definitely Bermut who gave it that name. Gino said with a confident face that he didn't know for sure, but in their family it was passed down under the name Hamel style. The white-haired man smiled nervously and wondered if that idiot Bermut couldn't at least come up with a normal name. He asked him to continue. The man told him about the 10 forms of the Hamel style ignition. The guy held out his hand, thinking that all these names reminded him of something he didn't remember. Hamel said the name of the technique Asura Killing Rage with a wide smile. He placed many monsters. Senya turned to him and asked what was wrong with him. She asked what a random sword swing has to do with Asura Killing Rage. The guy gave her an irritated look and said that she also shouted about some fire explosions when she cast her spells. The sorceress gripped her staff tightly and shouted indignantly that she was not making anything up and that these were original names for magic. She exclaimed that magic only materializes when it is cast, and then asked what he wanted from her. The warrior threw his sword over his shoulder and noted that Annas had just shouted out Holy Cross using something that emitted light. The girl told him to at least make a cross out of light. She asked with a puzzled face if his ability would become stronger if he shouted Asura's murderous rage. The guy smirked and answered in the affirmative, and then said that he should demonstrate his fighting spirit if he wanted to gain more power. Morom lifted his chin and said that he thought it was great. Imagining his comrade's furious face, he said that when Hamel, swinging his sword, shouted the murderous fury of an Asura, he really became an Asura. The warrior looked at him with a smile and said that he knew what he was talking about. Eugene grabbed his hair, thinking that he was so young then, and he fought for a maximum of a few years, shouting stupid names, and then he was so ashamed that he wanted to erase it from his memory. He smiled bloodthirstily, thinking that Bermut remembered all 10 names and taught it to his own son. Hamel jumped with his sword, shouting the name 10,000 Lightning. Bermut watched his comrade. He answered with a thoughtful face that it was not a bad technique, and these techniques had existed for 300,000 years. The man crossed his arms and said that the Hamel technique they were going to learn now was Endless Purgatory. Many young knights shouted the name. The protagonist was horrified to think of the teacher telling the warriors that if they didn't shout out the name of the technique, they wouldn't be able to fully demonstrate their strength. He smiled nervously as he flexed his fists, mentally noting that he never thought that those stupid skill names he shouted out in his past life would be passed down in the Lionheart family for 3 centuries. He thought that instead of reincarnating, he needed to go back to the past, then he could kill the past Hamel with his own hands. He froze when Genos asked if those skills were written in the secret text that the eldest disciple found. The boy averted his eyes and said that none of those shameful skills were in the book. He noted that Sir Hamel must have acquired them when he was still very immature. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He furrowed his brows, saying that he might be the senior disciple, but he couldn't sit and listen to him look down on these skills. Eugene sat across from him and said that he probably misunderstood, but he also respected Sir Hamel, and when he said shameful, he meant the names, not the skills themselves. He put his hand on his heart and asked the junior disciple to do the same. He asked him to tell him honestly if he thought all these names were shameful. The man touched his chin. Covering his mouth with his hand, he introduced Carmen and told him that her ultimate attack was called Destiny Destroyer. The boy waved his hand, creating a pen and a piece of paper, saying that the names of the techniques were enough. He asked him to write down the details of these skills in detail, and he would compare them with the secret text in his head and correct the incorrect parts. Genos began to write. The protagonist looked out the window and asked if he had ever visited the grave of the mayor of Burmut. The white-haired man, without raising his eyes, replied that he had only done so once when he became captain. He said that it was not only him, and that anyone who was appointed captain of the Black Lion Knights had to go to Sir Burmut's grave to swear to protect the family with their lives. Eugene turned to him and asked what kind of place it was. The man closed his eyes and said not to think that it was too luxurious, and since it was a deep secret, he could not tell everything in detail, but it was some kind of temple. Imagining the man's back, he said that Sir Burmut probably became a god when he passed away, and perhaps this place was created to worship him. The boy lowered his eyes and thought of his former comrade as a god. He imagined his confrontation with Senya and mentally noted that if he really became a god, then the reincarnation of his dead friend would be possible. But if he chanted omnipotence and omniscience, he would not fight Senya. Genos handed him the paper and told him that he had finished writing it down. Eugene began to study the notes. He looked at it with an irritated expression, thinking that these idiots who inherited the Hamel style must have changed a lot to compensate for the inconvenient details. The protagonist began to sit down at the table, saying that this was very different from what he had seen. He began to cross out the writing. A man stood behind him and asked why he was erasing the Hamel style. The boy asked him to be quiet. Without looking up, he addressed the younger disciple, saying that the Hamel style was nonsense, and in fact, it was not great enough to have its own name, and limiting it to these techniques would not allow it to surpass its limits. As he continued to make corrections, he said that the distant relative would also have to try to move away from the Hamel style. Genos frowned and said that he was right, and then asked if he had mastered the Hamel style perfectly. Eugene replied that he would not be able to edit if he had not. The man with a gloomy look asked not to misunderstand him, because he simply wanted to make sure that the senior disciple really understood the Hamel style. The white-haired man began to rise. Taking out his sword, he told them to look closely. It burst into a bright blue flame. Energy began to swirl at the tip of the sword. A stream of mana rose to the ceiling. The boy pulled the blade towards it. A bright white light was heard. The energy began to disappear. Genos froze with a shocked face, saying that this was endless purgatory. He noted how easily the senior disciple created a technique that consumed an incredible amount of mana. Putting away his sword, White-haired asked him if he was satisfied. The man asked to show him the divine Kai, permitting him to. The protagonist handed him a sheet of paper and told him not to make him do unnecessary work and to take the scriptures. He abruptly pulled the sheet back and asked him to refuse if Lady Carmen or someone else asked to take him as his disciple. Genos frowned and asked if he really needed it. Eugene handed him the sheet again and asked if he really wanted to order the senior disciple around. The man replied that it was not like that at all, and if someone like him was in the Black Lion Knights. The guy took the sheet back again and said that in that case he would not give it to him. The junior disciple said that he would refuse everyone. White-haired was sitting at the table with Xiao. He was eating a piece of meat. The girl watched him with a smile. She put her hands on what and asked what he had been talking about with Sir Genos all day yesterday, after which she asked if he had really decided to join the Black Lion Knights. The protagonist remade the food, giving a negative answer, saying that he taught him a lot. The white-haired girl introduced Hanan and reminded her that he told her that he knew Prince Arof. She asked if he had ever been to parties or banquets. She then introduced the wizard and asked if perhaps Mr. Overian had introduced him to a promising young mage. Eugene looked at the interlocutor and asked if he seemed to enjoy such company. Sale noted that next year, her brother would be very busy, and many famous nobles and royal lands from other rhinestones would want to be introduced to her brother, who was the heir to the Lionheart family. She pointed her finger and said that the young princess of the Sea Kingdom Simuan and the princess of the Kingdom of Luhar were both candidates for his marriage partner. She noted that he would probably be the first of the three to marry. The boy chewed his food and thought about the Kingdom of Luhar created by Moron. He imagined a manly woman. Cyan walked into the room while he was covering his face. The shabby boy curled his lips. He began to clench his fists while Eugene was saying that he had come earlier than he expected because he thought that he would only show up in a few days. The white-haired man indignantly asked who he took him for. The protagonist grinned wickedly and asked how many ghosts he had met in the forest. Cyan asked not to mention it. He cast a dark look at his brother, mentally noting that he had spent the whole day fighting illusions, monsters, and knights. Looking at Eugene's smug smile, he mentally noted that the idiot had arrived at the castle an hour after he had been dropped off in the forest. A maid ran into the room and told him about an urgent message. The girl knitted her brows and said that a guest would be arriving soon, so they should get ready and go to the gate. Ciel turned her head and said that she had not heard anything about the guest's arrival. The maid said with a worried face that they had also just received this message, and she believed that the decision to visit was made at the elders' conference. Eugene glanced at her and asked what kind of important year it was that they should greet him. Introducing the silhouette of a long-haired girl, the maid said that it was Christina, the assistant bishop of the Holy Empire of Eurus. The family gathered at the blue portal. The men of the Lionheart family were waiting for the guest. A woman's leg appeared from the portal. 3 knights came out behind the girl. The protagonist froze with a surprised face, thinking that she looked very similar. Looking at the blue-eyed blonde, he realized that she looked like Annis. The girl bowed and said that she was very glad to meet him. Doyen looked at her and said that he did not think that Sister Christina would come to them. The blonde put her hand on her chest and said that she had to answer the request. She said that this was not the best place for a conversation and suggested moving to another place. Together with the men, she began to leave. Eugene watched her closely. The girl slowed down. She looked at the guy. The blonde smiled sweetly at him. The white-haired man's eyes widened. Christina turned and walked on. Ciel hit him with her elbow and asked if he had seen her before. The protagonist looked ahead and answered negatively, saying that today was the first time he saw her. The girl crossed her arms and asked what kind of a move she had just seen then. Eugene replied that he was simply very attractive. He was sitting in the room and drinking tea. Introducing the girl surrounded by priests, Eugene noted that Christina Rogerus was the only adopted daughter of one of the cardinals of the holy state of Eurus. As he imagined her face, he thought that she was also a candidate, following in Annis's footsteps. As he sipped his drink, he thought that she was not yet called a priestess, but Eurus had only nominated her as a candidate, so in a few years she would officially take office. There was a knock at the door, and he allowed entry. The door was opened by a maid who said that he had a guest. The white-haired man's face was distorted with shock when she said that it was Sister Christina. The girl smiled sweetly, saying her name. The guy stood in front of her, asking what brought her to him, and even without protection. The blonde continued to smile, saying that she had received a revelation from the god of light. The protagonist frowned and asked what she was talking about. Christina put her hand on her chest and said that it would be difficult for a person without faith to explain this. Eugene put his hand on his belt and asked why she was telling him this then. The girl replied that this meeting was blessed by God himself, and that was why she was here. The white-haired man asked with a displeased face if this was why she had come, and received a negative answer. The blonde smiled broadly, saying that the meeting regarding the assignment was over and the upper chamber had decided to open the passage to the tomb so they would go together. The guy waved his hand and asked if she was going there too. Christina put her hand on her chest and answered in the affirmative. She said that she had come here for this very reason. They walked together down the corridor. Walking behind the girl, the protagonist asked if she could ask him something. The saint allowed him. Eugene looked at her back and said that he was lucky to hear that she was the only candidate for the priesthood. He asked if it was passed down through the family tree. Christina turned around and said that she did not understand the purpose of this question. The white-haired guy waved his hand and said that he had studied magic for 2 years in the Aroth library in one of the buildings and was able to see the images of Senya's colleagues from 300 years ago. He presented holograms of his comrades and himself, saying that he had seen his ancestor Bermut and Hamel, and the girl herself must have seen the sincere Annis. The guy looked up and noted that she had probably already been told that she looked very much like her. The blonde smiled. She bowed her head and said that she was very surprised, and then thanked him for his words. The protagonist frowned, thinking that she did not look as surprised as she said. He mentally noted that she, for a long time, had been compared many times, because many priests knew what Annis looked like. The girl spread her arms to the sides and noted that the young man saw in her the ancient priestess Annis, although she was only a candidate. She said that maybe this was also a miracle of God. With a smirk on her face, she asked how much he knew about her. Eugene stood in front of him, saying that he only knew that she was the only candidate and the adopted daughter of Cardinal Rogerus. Christina, with a smile on her face, began to tell that her parents abandoned her immediately after birth because they wanted her to grow up with God, so they left her in front of the monastery door, putting her in a basket. She extended her hand and said that this was why she didn't know anything about her lineage, but since he said that she looked like Ms. Annis, Perhaps she could be her descendant, and if that was true, it would be like a blessing for her. The white-haired man with an expressionless face said that he had heard that Annis had no descendants. The blonde opposite him said that this was a well-known thing, but she had left the world as the same person, so maybe she wanted to continue the lineage. Turning around, she said that if he was satisfied with her answer, then they could continue on. The guy frowned in displeasure, thinking that Annis, being a priest, could very well have given birth in the taiga away from everyone, and maybe she had even started a family during the journey. He walked behind Christina. Looking at her back, he thought that asking about ancestors whose existence was not certain could be unpleasant for her. They went outside. A boy and a girl were walking down the street. Eugene put his hand under his cloak, saying that it was cold today. He handed the blonde a piece of white cloth. Christina accepted it and thanked him. She put the robe on. While she was adjusting her hood, the protagonist asked if they were going to the main tower, and then heard that they were not. Looking down at the floor, the girl said that they were heading to the back of the castle since there was a road leading to the tomb of the great Burma. They left the castle. Moving along the road, the blonde asked if he was very interested in heroes who existed 300 years ago. The protagonist replied that he did not even know. Christina smiled sweetly and said that Hagani was the land of Nahama, but it was also listed as a possession of the Holy State, and every year many people go on a pilgrimage, and naturally the Holy State monitors this. She glanced back and said that this might not sound very nice, but she knew about him visiting Hagani. The white-haired man frowned and said that it was okay, since he himself felt a lot of eyes when he was there. Heading after the future priestess, Eugene asked if the attention from the Holy State also came from this revelation of the god. The blonde answered that she could not tell him about it since he was an unbeliever. She turned around when he noted that it bothered him and said that she said it in the hope that he would pay attention to it. The guy smirked, thinking that she was very nasty and that he and Anna's were similar not only in appearance but also in unpleasant character. He remembered how in his past life he sat with friends by the fire, thinking that 300 years ago, facing trials and difficulties, they shared memories with them during conversations, but Anna's almost did not talk about her past. Hamel looked at the blonde, noting that she was silent, but he could understand her. Remembering her forced smile, he noticed that as soon as the conversation turned to the cardinal who raised her, she smiled differently than usual, hiding herself in a heavy silence. The warrior understood that she felt disgust for her past. Stopping on the mountain, Christina said that they had arrived. Looking down, she told him that there was a road that led to the tomb of the great Burma. Approaching her, the guy asked if she really meant that they would just have to fall from here. The girl looked at him and said that she knew that he could use magic, and then asked him not to use it while they were falling. The white-haired man put his hand on his belt and asked why he shouldn't do that. The blonde waved her hand and said that he would understand when he jumped, and then asked him to take her hand. They joined their palms. Together, they jumped off the mountain. The boy and the girl were flying down. Christina reached for her scepter. The tip in the form of a cross lit up. White wings appeared behind her. The future priest flapped her wings. Eugene's eyes widened. He saw the silhouette of a girl he knew and wondered if it was an angel or Annis. The protagonist froze in shock. He raised his head and looked at Christina. Frowning his light eyebrows, he said that he had just seen an angel. The girl looked down at him and asked if he was taking hallucinogenic drugs. While the white wings were shining around the cross, she told him that the name of this magic was the Wings of Light, and although it was not of such high quality that it could turn people into angels, it was enough to protect them from falling. Nugent frowned, thinking that the angel had exactly the same face as Annis. The blonde smiled and said that they were there. The blue sky began to appear. The protagonist's eyes widened. He saw a green meadow ahead. Christina knelt down. She picked up a blade of grass and said that it felt like real grass, but she didn't feel any life in it. Without turning to her, Eugene said that it was spatial magic. He pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that it was logically impossible to create such a huge space with a regular spell, and then either Senya or Burma tried. The couple moved forward. They saw a large statue and a building behind. It was the statue of Burmat. The boy and girl stopped, and a voice asked if they thought this place was beautiful. Gilade and Doin came out to them. The old man looked away and said that if this tomb didn't need to be guarded, he would open it so that all Lionheart could worship it. He waved his hand and said that he thought it would be a good idea to put a monument to Hamel right here, since for 300 years there was only a statue of the ancestor here, but leaving the statue of his friend was important. The man looked at the blonde, standing in a flower meadow. He said that in order to open the road leading here, you need to get permission from the head of the family in the highest chamber. Doin frowned and said that these two keys were created by the ancestor himself, forbidding everyone to enter here except for future heads of the family or colonels of the Black Lion Knighthood. The girl smiled sweetly and said that this was an unconventional visit. With a smile on her face, she said that she understood that they wanted to censure his rudeness, but it was also important for her to enter here, so they would have to forget about their traditions. Gilade looked at her and said that he thought that now was not the right time. He drew his eyebrows together and noted that Christina insisted on coming here now of all times, accompanying his son. He spread his arms out and said that he, as the head of the family, could have ignored it, but he did not do so out of the thought that their countries had been on friendly terms since the time of their ancestors. Introducing the golem with the face of Hamel, the man said that the girl said that her coming here was a revelation from a god, and just recently, the demon king of the imprisonment left a warning before his death. He clenched his fists and said that in such a situation, revelations really cannot be ignored, but now she must tell what she hides so much. The blonde stepped forward, noting that she would tell them. She grabbed the scepter. Taking it in both hands, she said that she, Christina Rogerus, accepting the daughter of Cardinal Mihail Rogerus, auxiliary bishop, and also the only candidate for the priestess of the state of Uruz. Looking at the two men, the girl said that from now on, she represents the interests of the Holy Father and stands here as the official priestess who received the revelation of the God of Light. She frowned her fair brows and asked to open the tomb of the great hero Burmut immediately. The men froze in shock. Christina exclaimed with a displeased face that the soul of the great Burmut did not reach heaven. Pointing to the statue, she noted that as the revelation said, the hero's soul did not sing peace and wanders around the world. For this reason, she, as a priest, was obliged to check on it. Doan looked at the patriarch and told him to decide for himself whether to open the tomb for her, because he, like any member of the upper house, would follow his order and not cause trouble. The man smiled softly and mentally noted that he did not think that he would personally open the tomb of his ancestor. They went inside the building. Walking ahead, the girl said that this subspace is so mysterious, and although it only looks so magnificent, there is nothing in the temple itself. Gilade in front of her said that this was the will, and the ancestor did not want to force the descendants to take care of his tomb and not leave Lionheart decorations, not to worship and not to turn into a symbol. Looking around the bright room, he said that in general, it is not even worth putting a statue of Hamel here, and to be more precise, it is not a thing of Lionheart, it was not taken care of by the ancestors. Christina put her hand on her chest and said that allowing friends to meet after 300 years is a good deed. She smiled broadly and said that the tomb of Hamel unknown in the world, and even the fact that Mr. Eugene was able to enter it, after all, it is God's will. Her eyes widened when the guy behind her asked if she really wanted to say that the permission of Hamel's tomb and the desecration of his corpse by the Death Knight is also God's will. The priestess turned around. She smiled sweetly and said that of course it is not so. She said that, however, he gave him a ray of light that led him to that deep place. The white-haired man smiled tensely, thinking that this was a very stupid logic. He wondered if it turned out that God only wanted the best, and then realized that Annis had not saddled God either, just like Christina. The man stopped and said that they had arrived. They were standing in front of a stone coffin. Gilade waved his hand and said that he would come and open it, and the blonde could come and check. Eugene stood behind them. He thought with a frightened face that he had not expected to get into Burmut's tomb so stupidly. He clenched his teeth tightly, starting to ask his old friend to lie in the coffin, even as a mummy or just bones. The man touched the coffin. The guy clenched his hands into fists, saying that if Burmut really died and was there, then at least he would be calm, and only in this way would he be able to remove suspicion from him. While imagining Burmut and Senya, he thought that he should definitely be blamed somehow due to his reincarnation, but if he forced her to go into seclusion after the battle. Memories of the golem with the face of Hamel, he wondered what all his words about friendship meant then. Eugene imagined the white-haired man's back and mentally noted that he could not understand this at all, and his friend could not do this. After all, he was the killer of the Demon King, a knight, a great hero, an atheist, a master of everything, and the great Burmut. The white-haired man clenched his teeth in anger. He asked his comrade to be dead so that he would not suspect him. The lid of the coffin fell. Gilade's eyes widened in shock. The priestess with a gloomy look noted that everything was as she thought. Looking at the empty coffin, she noted that there was no one in it. Veins began to swell on the guy's angry face. He clenched his fists tightly. The man pointed his finger and asked if it meant that he had not died but had hidden his appearance since there was no body inside. The blonde said that she could not know the reason, but now only one conclusion could be drawn. Eugene's expression darkened when she said that he had informed him of the revelation of the God of Light. Putting up a cross, the girl declared that from now on he would declare him a knight continuing under the great Burmut. She turned to the protagonist and said that it was God's will and the approval of the Holy Father, since now the former demon king of the imprisonment was doing nothing but warning. He could not intimidate the world, but she, as a priestess of the state and a witness of the light, would be with him. Gilade looked with shock in his eyes and asked what she wanted to say. The girl looked at the white-haired man and said that although this was not a revelation of the God of Light, she thought that Eugene could be the reincarnation of the great Burmut. She put her fist on her chest and said that if that was the case, there was a guess that the hero's soul never reached the heavens, and the soul was able to get into the body of a descendant to face an imminent problem. The protagonist ran his hand through his hair and left. He mentally noted that if the God of Light shared this revelation and they were going to continue such nonsense, He said with an evil look that they should have at least asked for permission first and then called it all nonsense. The man and the girl forgot in shock. Gilead reached out his hand to the local sun, trying to call him. The white-haired one asked if he was the reincarnation of the great Bermut. He asked Christina to listen to him. Pointing his finger at her, he told her to stop talking heresy. He asked how good such a god could be if he decided to just rip him out of his own life and appoint him as some kind of reincarnation of a knight. The girl frowned and said that these were just thoughts, and before blaming the god, he should at least stop underestimating his revelation. The white-haired man spread his arms out to the sides and said that he didn't believe in the god of light anyway and didn't even plan to, so he would do what he wanted. He pointed at himself and said that he was just him, and if they needed to appoint someone to replace the great knight, then let them find another candidate. The guy said that it should be one of their believers, or let the almighty god descend to them and become one himself. He turned to Gilead. Waving his hand, the protagonist apologized for his foul language, noting that he was not going to publicly accept this worthless title of knight. Introducing the twins, he added that he also wanted to say right away that he was not going to become the head of the family instead of Cyan and did not want to join the knighthood of the Black Lion, like Ciel. Eugene frowned and said that despite this, he would not swear at the family or make the patriarch feel bad for his behavior, so he would like him to just support him as before. The man with a shocked face muttered that, of course, he would listen to his opinion. The guy smiled contentedly. He began to rummage under his robe, telling Christina to tell her almighty god. The protagonist showed her the middle finger. Smiling widely, he asked her to tell the god to go somewhere far away. Gilead's mouth fell open in horror. The priestess stood there with a puzzled face. The white-haired man turned around. Standing with his back to the others, he noted that he had said everything he wanted to. Besides, it was already late, so he was leaving. The man with a shocked face asked him what about the statue of Hamel. Eugene, without turning his head, said that Hamel would not want to stay in a place where not even his successful friend was. He headed towards the exit. These events ended the second season of the work. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.